Good morning, everybody. Let me slide right into it today. Slowly. Catch some stragglers behind the commercial center up here. I'm gonna have to disable higher zoom levels. You can see my frame rate dropping already. It happens whenever you get near POIs with lots and lots of zombies in them. I was dreading having to do this, but might as well get ahead of it now. And we're still getting a little bit of frame drop at 200, but that's fine. This was intentional, leaving the truck running. We wanted to bring people around the corner. If there are any to bring around. Speaking of this corner, the progression down First Street is a very slow and arduous task, with lots of side streets that will spill in the backfill if you're not careful about it. So the process of being careful about it means moseying down this street here and killing everybody in the first block as a start. Let's just use the sound of the engine to bring some of them out here. Okay. I'm awake. I'm awake. We're good. Got this. That's why I don't like going in there. It's always the one that you're not looking at directly. Whatever. Second floor. Okay. We want to take care of anybody who might be out front first, and then we'll loop around and check behind. That one up there on the second floor. If I was weapons free, this would be a fine shot. But shooting right now, any number up there, any number back here, it's just a little unpredictable at the moment. So, regrettably, not yet. There will come a time where we're weapons free on First Street. We're not quite there yet. Wish I understood exactly why this zombie is not just popping out the window. Alright, let me rephrase that. I wish the devs understood why this happened, because, yeah. You know, I wish... Okay. Alright, fine. I can fall back after that, and we'll see what happens. See, what I want is for all the ones who are stuck indoors somewhere slapping a door that's never going to break for a very long time, I would prefer them to stop. That's just distracting right now. I think probably the only way to get them to stop is to just get some distance for a minute here. Hola, Ulysses, how's it going? Oh, we actually need to make some more salads here. Let's get on that. Oh, that's unfortunate. I am sorry to hear that. Character death is never easy. That is a solid 50 salad right there. The fact that the eggs are stale is holding me back from getting a good 60, but that's fine. I'm not too upset about that. As far as homegrown ingredients, minus the venison, I just subbed that for rabbit. We still don't have plumbing water in here yet. We'll need to go grab one of my pipe wrenches somewhere else. That's okay. We do have leftover pressure in the bathroom sink. Hey, Alt, how's it going? One of many, yes. This is the stronghold that we're using. I almost felt morally obligated to take this place when I observed it. It's a parking garage behind the U.S. Mail Service building at the very bottom of 1st Street in Louisville. So here's North 1st Street. This is your road. This is your highway to hell. This is your route that leads you into the densest zombie territory on the map by far, bar none. And this is just a little parking garage right here at the beginning of it. I'm going to give this a big fat B on the map because it deserves it. We have now put it together nicely. And, yeah, you see the split from 31 West. 31 West kind of goes to South 1st Street here, and then 1st Street just blows up into 3 different little small streets when it reaches the train station. But then on the other side of the train station here, you get Merciful, and then North 1st, which is North 1st that's the heart of Louisville operations here. So this is where we might be spending a lot of time at this base. We've also got the gas station base that we were previously at right here next to the hospital. So that is our nearest gas source. So definitely not done with that place. But in terms of resting during major ops, this will be we'll be back here many times in the future. I really like the defensive value here. We got pre-built chain link fences on, like, what is this, 3.5 out of 4 directions here? Yeah. Like, basically the only directionality here that is not covered by chain link fence is this little arc right here. This little arc up here. Everything else around me is completely covered by chain link fence. Actually, I would say that we're a one-woman army. Actually, no, we're this is a female character, but I am definitely a dude. Got our food. We got we're gonna need the respirator shortly. So I'm gonna put that in the backpack. It should have always been in there. So what I just did before falling back here was I fired a firearm once in order to nail somebody who was stuck on the 2nd floor window up here. So now we can observe the movement triggered by the firearm. It's not that bad. You know, once we left the area, these guys settled down. But that brought some of them out, which is actually great. Get this thing out of the way. Oops, don't wash vehicle, please. My muscle memory still hasn't caught up with the fact that they added wash vehicle to the radio menu. The place where wash vehicle currently is the place where attach vehicle used to be. That changed like 6 patches ago. I'm still not 100% used to it. Damn it! Alright, there we go. I see you. Hey, I mean, you know, it wouldn't be in the radio menu if I didn't have blood on it somewhere. Blood doesn't show up very well when it's on the rear or like the side rear of these fire trucks, but it's there. Okay, these. I've been noticing it's taking more often. More often, I'm needing 2 hits to kill zombies. That's because my melee damage has just been reduced by 20%. The trait doesn't say it, but we've fallen below 75 kilo on the floating point scale here, and so we are now officially low weight. We have the trait. This trait, it doesn't say it, it says low strength, low endurance, and prone to injury. What it should say is minus 20% melee damage. So, how do we fix that? We're about to go eat some fucking sticks of butter. We actually liberated a grocery store here. So we might not even need to go back to base. I'm going to alter my priorities now, because I need to be doing melee damage. We're working on our axe skill right now. We are almost exactly 2/3 into axe level 9, which that's territory I've never cleared before in Project Zomboid. I've never actually leveled axe skill organically. Not to higher levels, rather. So this place has been looted and trashed. Not that big of a deal, but let's see if we can find some ingredients here. I already spot some kidney beans here. Macaroni. Morrow, good morning. Survival and chill, as it were. Give me some of that butter. I'll take milk. I'll actually drink the whole carton. And yes, we are hearing an alarm clock right now. You're not going insane. That is an alarm clock, and it could be in any of these houses up here. Any of these townhouses. That's a total of, what is that? 24 rooms to look through up there? Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Got other things to do right now. You can thank the devs for arbitrarily deciding that suddenly that we have to hear certain noises from 70 tiles away. That is not a decision I agree with, but it's one they made. 42.19 coming soon, so it's a Saturday today. I don't expect a patch on a weekend, but if they're gonna do a patch, early week sounds within their repertoire, so did they post a blog or something that I missed? I didn't even look at the store or the library page today. Where you guys? There you are. Yeah, oh, look at that. That's a cute, okay, this is cute. This is really cute. This screenshot here, you would have to work really hard to find this many zombies in Ekron. Because I I was in Ekron on 42.17. We did not see this many zombies almost anywhere. But, alright. Alright. Okay. Maybe that was just my lack of luck. This is not a good idea. They should not be posting a staff email in the no. They should not be doing that. That's not a good idea. It's never going to end well. I'll read through that a little bit more after I'm, maybe not in enemy territory here. Oh yeah, that is a pretty cool screenshot, not gonna lie. I have no qualms with the overall appearance, just the juxtaposition. Because you see, honestly, I've said this a couple of times recently, but I feel like the Ekron Community College should be a well-defended challenge, in my opinion. There's just that many books there, right? Books, the way the game is being balanced, books kind of... I mean, in other contexts, they're very difficult things to acquire, and not unreasonably so. I mean, you gotta have your challenges somewhere in a video game, right? But the Ekron Community College, being as it's a source of many, many, many books all at once, I generally expect there to be a lot of zombies there. And in the past, it was a huge challenge, and I found it quite rewarding. More recently, it has not been a huge challenge, but it still rewarded me with a bunch of books. So you can kind of see where I'm going from there. It's not like I want to be really cautious when it comes to advocating for higher difficulty in this game. I really do. But I don't necessarily think that this game's overall balance problem stems that it's not hard enough or it's too hard. I think the places in which it is not hard enough and too hard are a little bit out of sync. I feel like the game should actually be incredibly easy for the first couple of days, maybe even lighter zombie spawns, and then slowly ease you into the difficulty, maybe have a more logarithmic curve to zombie spawn rates. That makes it a little better for the newer players. They can slowly start to adjust more as the population of their starter town increases. But then I also think that the non-starter towns should probably have much higher populations than they actually do. But I ain't no game dev. I'm just a guy who plays them forever. Optional challenges that are not part of the starter cities is where I believe the true difficulty of this game would shine. So right now my food sorting system is soda in the center, heavy form food, which is cans or sacks of beans or like pasta, whatever, in the closest to the oven here, and then small form food up here in the corner. That is subject to change. That's just something that I can make use of these existing containers with. I'm trying to reverse weight loss ASAP, so I'm actually just going to eat chips even though I'm not hungry. Whenever you've been in weight loss for a while, you're probably down straight at the calorie floor, which is negative 2,200. So you've got to consume 2,200 calories minimum, like right off the bat, just to get out of weight loss. So we are starting to get into the colder days. I recently started getting cold during the night while I was sleeping, so we do have a shirt here to sleep in. I have not been very diligent about picking up more than just the shirt there. There's a few other layers that I could go pick up if we were to spend some time in residential, but we don't have much time left tonight. What I'm going to try to do really quick right now is just go down the road and grab a, just before I go to sleep here, I want to see if I can nail a pipe wrench. There should be a warehouse just right down the road. I've not even been in it yet, but it should be right here, and I don't think it's going to be full of zombies, but let's find out. If it is, we'll just come back tomorrow. So this building, we kind of actually already did an orbit around it. I think I just heard some mouth breathing. I'll probably come in there with the sword. Stage 1 fatigue, so my damage is, well, not just stage 1 fatigue, but also underweight now, so. I don't like breaking windows on beautiful, untouched buildings like this, but, yeah, I don't think I have time for this. Level 10 long blade, I can still one-shot most of the time with a good sword or a machete. I just... Holy shit! Okay. I was wondering where I got that, panic from. Who takes off all his clothes in a, warehouse bathroom here? Not recommended. Alright, so this standard loot table, if you play enough Project Zomboid here, you recognize this layout. This is the standard Mass Gen Fatco layout. Complete shot in the dark as to where the nearest pipe wrench might be. I'm just going to scroll through a few boxes, see if we nail one before it gets too late here. Lots of useful stuff that I would like to eventually do something with, but we've got to stay focused, otherwise we're going to be up way too late tonight. Empty this crate, pick it up, get access to the crates in the corner. Same deal here. See, I usually fixate on red objects when I'm looking for something like a pipe wrench. Unfortunately, I'm not finding exactly. Firefight. Okay, yeah, that's, you know what? I'll take it. It's a red object, and it's something very useful to me. I'm not going to go longer than like an hour past my bedtime here. Thought this would be a... Well, it's always subject to luck. If you get lucky, you'll find exactly what you're looking for in the first few boxes, but if you're unlucky, there might not be a pipe wrench anywhere in this building. I won't hesitate to go back to... just go back to Jericho, where I've got several. It's never a question of whether you have one, it's whether you have one in the right place at the right time. It's a whole ass old stove in there. The old stove could solve my getting cold overnight problem. I'm going to check the janitor's closet, actually, before I leave tonight. It's right here. Sometimes there's supposed to be shelves right here. Guess not all these loot tables are identical. Alright, no such luck. We'll, see, at this rate, because I popped through a good chunk of the crates, just, you know, an initial scroll through, I still didn't find anything. We're just gonna go back to Jericho, after we catch our first sleep here. Go back to Jericho, I'll pick up the, expedition ambulance, something I should have had with me from the start here. For anybody joining, welcome. We've got ourselves a nice little outpost set up here at the very mouth of the highway to hell, which is 1st Street in Louisville here. We're just missing a pipe wrench so that we can get the plumbing set up. Hang on, are we missing a pipe wrench? Am I an actual doofus? Yes, we are missing a pipe wrench. Bunch of random things just made their way into this trailer that we picked up at some point. There was a chance there could have been a pipe wrench in here. There might have even been at one point, but that's okay. Just wanted to double check. Now, under no circumstances do I ever ingest toilet water in this game, but I have no qualms with using it for construction purposes, which is what I'm about to do. Fill one up. Fill a bucket all the way up here, and then we've got a bag of plaster powder we picked up from the loot table we just looked at. And now we can make a bucket of plaster. I don't think the walls mind being made out of toilet water. So with this bucket of plaster, and this, what's it called? We also picked up a plaster trowel. I was an idiot and put it over here. Now we are capable of plastering walls. We only have one to plaster right now, but there'll be more. It's this door frame right here. I also may grab some gray paint because when plastered, these walls are a little bit too light. They start off by white by default. You want to replace that with a different color of paint if it doesn't match. Not that big of a deal. I just want to get some plaster put together since we picked up that bag of it. There are several places I could conceive using this gravel. For now, I'll just leave the bags nearby those places. Instead of heading back to Jericho overnight, I'm just going to go ahead and get a little bit more work done here, catch a second sleep, then we'll head over there tomorrow morning. Especially if the weather is less than perfect. I mean, no. We're going back to Jericho tomorrow. I need to get some butter. We cannot be progressing while we're still in weight loss at 75 kilo. That's just not happening. I need melee damage. All this garbage and no bleach. Okay, then. I missed several opportunities to pick some up. Alright, 5 a.m., second bedtime. Looks like we do have good weather. That's a good thing. We're going to take the race car back to Jericho to go pick up the expedition ambulance and some butter. And check the status of the kale. And I've got some kale growing. I need to harvest it within at least a week. And then what else? Maybe a few other things other than just butter. Butter will be the key ingredient to getting us out of weight loss. Always is. I remembered to take the correct route through the train yard this time. Okay, kind of correct. I like straight roads, and that's not a very straight road while those gates are still up. Okay, that wasn't good. 1 second pause for the game to load Jericho. I mean, it makes sense. It's a very large custom base. This ambulance right here is the expedition vehicle. I call it such because it's usually the first vehicle that comes out with me when I go to a new town. That's not really relevant anymore, so I haven't been bringing it as forward as often. But no, it's still absolutely useful for building new bases. So I might have to retool it a little bit to bring it up to speed with Louisville operations, but otherwise it's still very much a important vehicle. I'm just going to straight up eat a box of cereal here. We still got plenty of them. That'll be a very fast way to get yourself out of the carb floor, which is negative 500, because there's 572 carbs in a single box of cereal. That will also give us 2,300 calories, so that took us completely out of weight loss into weight gain now, which means we are over 1,200 calories. There's a little bit of weirdness when it comes to when you go out of weight neutral and go back into weight gain. I don't even fully understand it, and I don't really care. I just know that if you're over 1,200 calorie surplus, you're almost guaranteed to be in weight gain. So that's just a good ballpark. Calorie cap is calorie cap is 3,600. So if we're at 1,200 something now, then we can afford to eat another 2,000 calories straight up without worrying about overfilling ourselves. Now, the lazy thing, but extremely effective thing, would be to just eat a second box of cereal right now. That would be lazy, but it would be very effective. And I'm actually considering it because that is another 2,000 calories, and that would take me from 72 surplus carbs to 600 something. Because then when I eat butter, I'll go into triple weight gain. No, I only have 7 boxes of cereal here. And I can't make more cereal. That's the most important thing. I can't. If I could make more cereal, I would do that without a second's hesitation. But no, I can make more butter whenever I want. I cannot make more cereal whenever I want. So we just straight up eat a stick of butter there. Not the healthiest thing to do, but as you can see, we're now in double weight gain there. Let's take 2 sticks of butter with us. Everything else is mostly just window dressing. We do have some salads that we've already made. It couldn't hurt to use up some of this veggie oil and put those in the salads. We'll oil those up. Look at that pipe wrench just laying on the table right here. I have a lot of them. I really do. I just don't always have them when I need them at the right place, at the right time. Kale, right outside here. Almost ready for harvest. Still days away. So... Oh, some of them are hours away. So some of them are less than a day. You know what it's going to do is it's going to go from almost ready to harvest to blooming, which blooming means seed bearing. Or, sorry, no. It's going to go to ready to harvest. We want it to be blooming. At this rate, we might not get it. Yeah, we might not get it. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to risk 5 kale. So these 5 crop plots up here, I will risk these and try to get them to bloom. And if they don't, if it dies off, or it looks like it's about to die off, I'll harvest them. Otherwise, these 5, I'm going to put them at risk trying to get them to bloom. The rest I will harvest as soon as it goes harvestable. I predict, I could be wrong about this, but I predict that as soon as November 1st comes along, the kale will start to wilt, and by November 2nd, it will all die. I think November is outside of its good month, and that's currently how crops work. If it's outside the good month, they're dead. Question of when. Usually 2 days. And yes, we do have a fawn here. in addition to the other animals that we've captured. The fawn is, there's nothing we can do with it other than keep it alive until it's ready to be eaten. Yeah, we can't raise it as our own. It will never accept us. Game just doesn't have that programmed into it. Ranching is not the most exciting part of this game, but it is a great way to get meat into your diet reliably. We all like that reliable food sourcing thing. Chicken feathers and turkey feathers are actually a tailoring ingredient. You can eventually craft your own beds and pillows with those. We did not pick anywhere close to enough for that, but we can add them to a collection where we have picked up quite many over the years now. What are we up to? We're up to 1 year, 3 months, coming up on 4 months. Hey, Chamicho. Yep, we are definitely, well, we actually have several egg salads waiting for us back at our field base, but the problem with those is they don't have any calories. All they do is shut the hunger up. That's one of the reasons we're losing weight. We were in a weight loss phase for a while there. Let's see, tailoring, we actually walked right past it. It's over here. If I go find a couple of buttons, I can make a sheep hide jacket. That would probably be pretty high in insulation. I never did find the recipe for a furred hide coat, so that's currently not possible. We can make our own quote-unquote buttons. What we have to do is do large bone beads. I think I have some large bones just right outside. I'm going to carve a few of those just so I can open up these recipes, see what I can, what I actually have the materials for. Animal bones right here. Carve large bone bead. I need a hand drill, so the elusive hand drill. We have multiple here, but we never have them in the right place at the right time. I'm going to take my explosives bag with me. That goes in the expedition ambulance. That's actually probably where it should be all along. Well, yeah. Kind of. I have a hand drill in the tool truck, and that's it. Alright, I'll carry it with me until we're done. I really need to pick up more. It's just like with pipe wrenches. Hand drills are... You always have one somewhere, and then you move to a new location and you realize you didn't bring it. It's just large bone bead, is it? I thought it was small. Oh yeah, it's just large. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go carve a few more of those so I have button replacements. Now, sometimes when you make something out of a specific hide, it will give you a it'll give you a Holstein, or like depending on the hide you use, right? So I have a Holstein hide in here from a black and white spotted cow. Um, Sometimes you can turn around and use that to make actual black and white spotted pants, for example. Not in that case. See, what you do is you look at the output, and if the output just shows, a hide hoodie, but it doesn't show like a specific icon, right? If it was going to be a hide, like a Holstein leather hoodie, like an actual black and white spotted hoodie, that would look pretty cool. I'd probably want to make that just for the drip, but it doesn't show that in the output, so I'm not going to waste the leather trying to do it. I think this is very much a work in progress. Eventually, we might have some more of these with actual specific hide colors. The devs have kind of been slowly rolling those out. Now, I vividly remember making a Holstein leather hat on one of my other characters. It doesn't look like we're... Oh, here it is. So fur hat. Ooh. I can just straight up make that right now. This would help me sleep. Because right now, our hospital bed's best. I'll explain that in a moment. Short answer is kind of yes. Right now, my insulation, if we look at go to my temperature, go to insulation here, you see that my neck and my head are just bright blue. That means there's literally no insulation at all. Head insulation is a very big way of keeping body heat in, although that's a little bit more relevant when you're generating body heat. When you go to sleep, your body heat generation goes down because your body's going into stasis. Yeah, you know what? We're going to go ahead and make a cowboy hat here. I've made it in Holstein leather before. We need it to be in a quarter. So we do have some Holstein calf leather. That counts as a quarter. So we could just straight up make that. Let me get an inventory of what my other leather types are real quick. We have a full Angus leather. That's all the Angus we have right now. These are all of our options specific to Angus leather. This is what I would really like to do with it, is make a cowhide coat. So I am going to hold on to this Angus leather for now. So we'll go ahead and make a Holstein hat then. Howdy, partner. I like it. I really do. It looks a little goofy, but I kind of like it. This will be our sleeping hat. Of course, our helmet with our customized logo on it is going to remain what we wear during the day, because we don't have to worry about getting cold during the day. Body heat generation is just a little bit of running away, so that is no problem. As for the rest of the foodstuffs I would like to get, We do have some variable encumbrance of stuff here. What's in the main freezer? Oh yeah, sorry. So Ulysses, hospital beds. It's logistical. That's where they're good at. They're no different in terms of your sleep quality. They're no different from a regular good quality bed. So they're just right up there with the same good quality beds as everything else. But if you want to move a bed around, regular beds require carpentry skill and a hammer. Hospital beds require no tools and no skill. And they're also lightweight once you pick them up. They are 15 encumbrance for each piece, while a bed is 20 encumbrance for each piece. So if you want to be carrying around a good quality bed with you everywhere you go, you can do it with a hospital bed. So for me, they are a strategic resource. I don't get to use them as often as I'd like, but when I do, they're quite convenient. Yeah, I'm just going to take this stuff out of the main freezer for now. Most of it. Okay, off we go. You see, especially early game, if you're low-level carpentry, and you have like a 30% chance to destroy something when you try to pick it up, moving beds is a fucking nightmare. One that I'm glad to be rid of, but before then, as you can see, large medical bed, encumbrance, 15 for each part, tool needed, none. There it is, 2 parts right there. Equip primary, equip secondary. I'm now carrying around I'm carrying around a hospital bed with me, and I can place it wherever I want. Hell of a lot easier early game. I'm guessing it's because, it's a bed with wheels on the bottom. That's probably where the devs are going with that mentality. We'll come back to these later. For now, expedition vehicle right here. Plenty of room in it. We can actually fit another generator. I'm going to do that because there will be other gas stations. In fact, we're going to drive right past one. Yeah, we're going to drive right past one. So I will drop off the red generator that we just picked up there. I will drop that off at the gas to go that is on the other side of the rail yard. Yeah. Does the leather neck guard count as isolation? I'm assuming you say insulation. Yes. I believe the leather neck guard is 100% insulation. Nothing about leather is cheap in resources. If I type leather neck guard, this right here, it requires a small leather crude. Remember, you have to kill an animal and then put it up on a drying rack and wait 7 days for it. So anything that requires leather is, in my opinion, a vanity item because it just takes that long to make. If you mean like there's a neck guard, this right here, the neck guard where it's all one word. You can make these out of different types of strips. You can make them out of rag strips, denim strips. If you try to make it out of leather strips, I think it will make a leather neck guard, but it is not perfect protection, and it is 100% insulation, so that will get you hot really quick. Actually, wouldn't be the worst thing to wear at night. Problem is, I would forget about it, because when I wake up the next morning, I would not be able to see it, and it would be... I wouldn't notice it until I go to armor up, basically. Glad that I checked that. I need to put the hand drill back where I found it. There won't be more hand drills up ahead. Just add that to the list of things to pick up. Yep, sure thing. Alright, off we go. We keep the race car with us, and we take the expedition ambulance. We checked the generators just 3 days ago, so the generators are fine. don't drink and drive, literally and figuratively. Now you may notice we're getting hungry. I'm comfortably in weight gain now, so I can afford to wait a little bit till we get back and we can put together some foodstuffs using locally sourced ingredients. I'm glad all the corpses have finally despawned from here. There were a lot. And here is the gas to go that I mentioned. Let's just get a generator placed. Should have a gas can. Emphasis on should, but I don't. There, of course I do. This is my expedition vehicle. It has a little bit of everything in it. As for placement, actually let's do right here and a little off-site. That way it's a little farther away from First Street up there. That's kind of a little bit of cope. Not gonna help me that much, but any further distance from First Street is nice. There's also that 3-story building over here we haven't cleared yet, so. Alright, let's inventory the pumps real quick. Both sides, both sides. Both sides, and both sides. No pumps are out of gas. Nice. I'll just go ahead and fill up both vehicles while we're here. We're still in weight gain. Do I have access to this place? Of course I don't. I went out of my way to make sure that the windows didn't get broken. But I never made sure that I have door access. And all the zombies that were here that we wiped out when we got to this area initially, long decomposed, so any chance of finding the key from a zombie is eliminated by my own failure to prep. Hey, here we go. Vending machines came through for me. Good old chips and soda. This is why I have generators all over the place at Jericho Base, because Louisville is just filled with gas stations, so having plenty of ways to power those gas stations is a lovely thing. I'm just going to bring the expedition ambulance straight inside because, well, it's a parking garage, isn't it? Might as well do a little bit of parking in it. Parking inside, while convenient, is also just, well, that's just another opening and closing of the garage door every time you get in and out, so I don't do it all the time. The pipe wrench over here because we already have rain barrels staged for laundry infrastructure. That's where we'll need it next. Oil, butter into there. And that's why I hang my hat in Kentucky. I don't think I have any need for these stale-cooked eggs, but I'll put them in the freezer to separate them from the fresh eggs. Zacto, good morning. How we doing? We are doing some good things today. Very good things. I have a surprising lack of cookware here. I would have thought I had some more. That's where the expedition vehicle comes in. Always have a pot. Use our freshly plumbed sink here. It's not new. That's the funny thing, Zacto. It's not new. It was a fucking refurb. It was a refurbished laptop from a pilot program that I was already in. So, fun fact about my work laptops, I have two of them. So let's just go back in time to before yesterday's swap. Two work laptops. One of them is my primary use that was issued to me pre-COVID, and I've been using it ever since. The other one was issued to me shortly after COVID that we got some silly pilot program that was put together for testing a new software management system, and TLDR, it fucking sucked. Nobody liked it, and it got worse and worse as time went on. So the pilot program was canceled. I basically mothballed the computer. I haven't barely touched it since. What I didn't know is that other people had been ordered to turn those laptops in, and then those laptops turned around and people started redistributing them as if they were a tech refresh, as if they were new. So the laptop that I was issued to replace my old one was a used laptop of the exact same config of one that I already had that was just unusable because the new software management system was fucked. So the new stats are a little better. It's still 16 gigs RAM. You're never going to find a corporate laptop with more than that. The SSD is the same. The CPU is now a oh, what the fuck was it? I don't remember Intel part numbers really well. It had 11 in it. Intel i5 11U something. And I actually don't remember the core count, but I do remember it was 2.40 gigahertz, which is, while small, it is actually a little bit better than what I was already rocking. So it is a minor upgrade, despite being a refurb. I should have known that it was going to be a refurb. I mean, who the fuck wants to actually go out and buy computing hardware right now? Not even the federal government wants to do that right now. That is a sign of the times when one of the most wealthy institutions on the planet, the United States federal government, doesn't want to spend money on computing hardware. Man, that's a sign of the times right there. That is, that, oh man. Tell me that is not a sign of the times. Pasta is actually quick to cook. Beautiful. And we're already ready to eat. Now this pasta is going to be extremely high in carbs. I do not know if it will be enough to get me into triple weight gain. If it is, great. If not, it is what it is. This heavy pasta we can just carry around and eat whenever we get hungry. This rain might be around for a couple days. We will have to see about that. We have this propane tank that I picked up from Jericho. I'm going to use it to refill all of my torches because we have a whole bunch, some that we found, some that we used, all over the place here. I think all these, yeah, these are all full. Did we use it up? We didn't. There's actually a smidgen left in this tank. So we've now got 20 full welding torches and one tank with just a teeny bit left over. Great. It's great. So with this rain, we're not going to be doing any extreme heavy combat until it goes away. Sounds to me like some home improvement is in order. Let's go get some more tools. This ambulance right here is a recent repair, so a lot of its trunk is not currently occupied. Let's take some of the stuff out of the trunk. I don't need to be carrying around this bat right now. Just weighing me down. It's almost empty anyway. We've got an M16 that we brought from Jericho because we're going to need to replace the one we're actively using soon. We're not quite there yet, but very soon. So I'm just going to put it right here to remind myself that I do in fact have a replacement. This machete also brought from Jericho. This is something I do in real life. I have a machete within arm's reach wherever I sleep. Hey, you know, it's a home, and we're about to improve it. That works for me. Everything else that's left in the ambulance is vehicle part related. I will dump those into the trailer so that we have the open, basically this ambulance will be an open trunk. And you know what I'm going to do with that open trunk first? I'm going to get these damn corpses off of my lot. Damn kids, get off of my yard. What? Okay. I just resurrected a zombie? What? What? And then she vanished? No, she's still there. As a corpse, I believe. That was rather terrifying. I know, she's underneath the trailer now. Okay, yeah. Yeah, there she is. Yeah, I think this is broken right now. Oh, I see. I think it's just doing the wrong animation. Yeah, it's just doing the wrong animation. Okay. Well, I just don't want to be running over the damn thing, so I'll just carry it around the corner. It's messy in here. You're a necromancer, Harry. I'm hearing the wind kick up. That sounds to me like a thunderstorm or hurricane. Either or means we're going to be stuck with weather for like this for a day or two. That's alright. Home improvement opportunities. I'm here for it. Now, I am a wall vine enjoyer. I do not mind wall vines. But when it comes to wall vines on these fences, they're just line of sight blockers. So I will be eliminating the wall vines specifically on the fences. I'm actually just going to take the trash can outside with me and delete trash as we pick it up. That was my Discord, sorry. Damn kids throwing their trash on my yard. What does the world come to? Ooh, got a guest over there. Got to be careful going in this direction. There are two buildings right next to us that we want to actually avoid getting any closer to, because they are just full of zombies who haven't been spawned in yet. The choice of when to spawn them in that's ours. We can decide whenever we want to. Pasta from the backpack. Tactical pasta, if you will. I don't think I have any floodlights right now. If I did, I'd be definitely deploying them here. I might move the floodlights up from my gas station base. Those are no longer required there. The gas station base, still going to use it a few occasions where needed, but it is not currently going to need active lighting. I think one of the reasons I hadn't done anything with those yet, all of those floodlights that were still there, is because we still have a bunch of floodlights we can go pick up. Got our washer dryer right here. I'll just go deploy that. These are gate bags. One of them still needs hinges. Pocket spaghetti. So we have a washing machine. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's a combo. We do not yet have a dryer because we cannot currently convert these things from washer to dryer. If I right click on it and say set mode dryer, nothing happens. It's still a washer. This button is just broken. I don't know why. I have a theory about why it's broken, and I think it's the same reason sometimes when you try to place an object it doesn't work, because the devs are adding some stupid little thing in there where you have to walk up to it and you have to be standing in the right spot, but it's just not working right. I don't know. No, we're walking up to it. We're walking up to it, but it's still not changing mode, so it is what it is. They'll fix that someday. In the meantime, this is just a washing machine, not a dryer. We are 30 minutes out from bedtime. Let's what will we let's put some of this shit away. We do have bleach. I know I did. Okay. Beautiful. That's what I needed out of life right now. I think so. I can't remember the last time I tried to change something to a what's it called? To a from a washer to a dryer. I actually usually ignore the combos because I like having them separate so that I could do multiple loads. EV remotes actually work on the TVs now. I'll sort through some of that later. We are ready for bed. On put the shirt and the hat. We should have no problem sleeping through the night now. The insulation on the hat actually is not that high. That's alright. We can make a rabbit fur hat sometime later, maybe. Doing 100 milliliters of bleach into the bucket, and then filling it up the rest of the way with some floor water here. Another base? Of course, yes. Louisville is a place to turtle through because there are just that many buildings full of zombies to worry about. So we've got, this is our previous base, our gas station base. We have a very clean supply line from it. So I'm going to go ahead and mark that while we're here. Going straight up Grady Street here to our new base at the end of Grady Street, which is the reason I chose this place, not just for its defensive value. That's very important. It does have a very strong defensive value, but it is at the base of First Street. First Street is probably the densest, most populated street anywhere in the game. As you get further and further in this direction, you are finding more and more zombies that will spill thousands at you, or sorry, buildings that will spill thousands of zombies at you as soon as you get close enough to them. So, looking forward to that when it's not raining, let me put it that way. We are now full of rainwater. We are capable of making this place a little bit less ugly. Right? Oh, gotta pick up the mop first. Now, we're ready. Usually up against the walls is where you find the most dirt. But then there's these random stains that are just out in the middle of the floor. Hit those next. I think we're going to be out of water. Yeah. What I'm going to do now is fill it up, refill it from the toilet. That one's empty. We have another one over here, because we do not drink toilet water here. But we have no problem washing the floor with it. We could go outside and fill it from rainwater, but that's easier to do it right there. Let's get the ambulance out of the way. Oh, did I... Okay, the... Yeah, we ran out of bleach when we filled it that way. Shouldn't have done that. Regular water is not powerful enough for this, apparently. Much better on the floors and walls. Now let's get the edges over here. I don't know how many of these walls I'll keep. I might eliminate one of these bathrooms and leave the other. We'll see. That's all TBA. Not even the generator is in its final position, because the generator is outside, like, out in the open, off-site slightly from the base, so because of its position, I can't reach this light switch yet. We'll get the generator onto the roof at some point, and then it'll have the whole building covered. This building is a 3-story building, so these stairs that we built here do not actually reach the roof. They reach a second floor that doesn't have anything on it. So we can do whatever we want with the second floor if we want to. Right now, I just got a means of getting outside so that we have our rain barrels prepped. But otherwise, I think we are done with the mop and bucket for now. Got the other bathroom, right? Now let's get the other bathroom. The stains on the floor here by the wall actually stay there even if you sledgehammer the wall away. So this is an investment in our future, regardless of what we do with the walls. I will fill the rest of this bucket with water from the floor so we can do more mopping later. And look at that, it's 5 a.m. Right on time for our next sleep. Nightmare at 7 a.m. Honestly, I think we're going to be fine. I mean, especially if it rains all day. If it rains all day, I don't really care if I get tired early. So, I think we'll be fine. Alright, next step is to clear out the vines from the, whatchamacallits, from the, fences, so that if any zombies come up and start slapping the fences, we can see them clearly. We've already got some of these, corpses going away, which is, that's good. The sooner they go away, the sooner we don't have to worry about stench in this area. Jerry cans and canteens are getting a buff. Good. Right now, jerry cans are useless because they're just gas cans that weigh heavier. So having, you know, the ability to carry more liquid is great. Fitness and strength level 10, everybody. I guess clumsy is probably reducing my chances. Alright, that's all the wall vines on my side of the fence. I cannot afford to get any closer to this building yet. So these wall vines right here, we're basically not going to be able to do anything with them until we're ready to spawn in this building, right? I do not actually know how close you have to get to a building to spawn it in. I want to say 4 or 5 tiles out is enough. I think you have to be able to be in a position where you can look into a window and actually see the interior, which the devs have been kind of screwing with that a lot lately because of multiplayer problems, so I don't even know exactly what the numbers are right now for that, how close you have to be to actually like look in this window right here, for example. I have no idea. And in the current position, I don't even really care, because whatever the number is, they're probably going to screw with it more. Now, I should clarify, when I say the multiplayer people, I'm talking about the PvP people, the sweats. I do not believe the devs should be spending any time whatsoever catering to their interests, just because they are such a small portion of this game. The vast majority of people play this as a PvE game. The number of people who actually play multiplayer and actually even consider PvP is just such a laughably small number. And yet, the devs are making all kinds of acquiescences to them, so that's just emblematic of the thing I was talking about, where whenever you have multiplayer with people you don't know, it's always PvP to a certain extent, because it's people you don't know who could come around and try to fuck with you. Yeah, maybe you don't have friendly fire on, maybe you don't have this, maybe you don't have that. It's an arms race, always is. An arms race that I'm very happy not to participate in anymore. 2,000 hours of Ark taught me not to. Let's go ahead and just get all this gravel placed in front of the gate on this side, or the fence on this side. I don't expect too many zombies to be coming at me from this side, but maybe I will want to eliminate a part of the fence and make a drivable surface. That is something I might want to do, in any case. What a time to run out, right as I was about to hit that bush. Yeah, it is. I'm going to go ahead and put my tools into my kit. Should have done this a while ago. Anytime I'm not in heavy combat, it behooves me to have my standard kit here. Currently, I'll need this so that I can do a... get the shovel out. Move gravel around as I see fit. This is purely cosmetic, what I'm about to do here. The gravel that is consists of these tiles here. These gravel tiles have a little seam of grass next to them that just looks weird. So, now that I have some sacks to work with, I'm just eliminating these tiles and just putting them right back down. Now, if I need more gravel, I need only come out here and take it from the places where I'm least likely to drive. So somewhere like up here in front of the doorway to the U.S. Mail Service. We'll just check the lobby real quick, because I have not cleared the lobby. I have cleared the mailroom in the back, but the lobby is... Yeah, just eyeball it real quick. So if I steal gravel here, this is not going to affect my ability to drive around the area. Gravel is a surface upon which you drive at normal speed. Dirt is a tile that you drive much slower on, same as grass. Sand is even slower than dirt, I think. Don't quote me on that second part. One, two, three, four, 5 tiles more. Unacceptable. Oh, I don't need to be doing all 3 tiles of this. Some of it I want to pick up and put back down so it seams properly. But I don't need the 2 inner layers. I put those down myself. Just this outer layer right here with a little seam of grass. Doesn't blend right. Now, see, the fog is closing in a little bit. What this means is it is most likely a thunderstorm that is about to have the worst of it come through. It's subtle, but there's a little bit of fog creeping in at the periphery of the screen. So that's just a way of gauging that the storm is going to last another day or two. Threaten me with some more fresh water. We are super hungry. We'll have a last bite of pasta now. Should be done with gravel work. Yeah, now you can really see the fog kicking in. So we recently made a wood axe, and we recently got to axes level 8, which I have been reliably informed is a break point. So what that means is we are now, the break point specifically has to do with stamina. So theoretically we should be using less stamina now when we use the wood axe, which was the wood axe's greatest weakness. I will be very curious to see what this feels like for cutting wood. Because the wood axe takes fewer hits to destroy a tree. It just has not felt worth it to even do it in those fewer hits because each swing is just that much more stamina. Got a couple of trees over here. Can one-shot the smallest ones. Two-shot those. Fantastic. Did I leave this? I might have left this ambulance running. I might have been a bit of a doofus. My brain meat got a little bit canceled by the silliness of the zombie animation thing. How are we on calories? We're looking good. Wow, 77 kilo already. We might be into super rapid weight gain. Let's just go ahead and make another one of them soups. Try to use up some of these dry ramen noodles. They have a freshness stat even though they shouldn't. Now you may notice that we are hearing a slight squish sound when we walk around, almost as if we're walking around on wet terrain. That is a problem that's been around for a little while. Whenever it's raining heavily outside, and you're inside, but you're on a surface that's such as pavement, the pavement does not care that you are inside. The pavement will make your feet squish no matter what. This has to be played on PC monitor, text to small on handheld. There is text. I'll just show you if anybody's not familiar. You can scale the text if you go to options under user interface. It is font size is right here. You can change the font size. You can actually change it right here so that it scales with the window height. And then you can actually change the relative size of individual things. So if you want to like set the baseline font size to something like 38 pixels, that's really high, but then you can change like the context menu font to small to offset that. But yeah, that's you have a little bit of leeway with that. I do agree that I would prefer to play something like this where I have to read a lot of small text. I would personally prefer to play it on a PC monitor, but you've got a little bit of, you can make it a little less painful if you're doing something else. Of course I left the van running, why wouldn't I? Oh shit, I hate it when there's trash underneath grass because the grass is layered above the trash in the pickup menu. So you want to pick up the trash, the game will have you pull out your shovel as if you're going to pick up the grass first. It's silly. Very silly. Now, there is a couple of reasons why I'm doing this back here. I have some ideas that I don't know if they're going to pan out, so I'm not even going to bother describing them just yet, because that's going to depend on how things play out before I... So, but one of the things, obviously, I could use some more lumber. less likely to be approached from this direction, but these vines are better off not blocking anybody who may be stuck on the fence up here. I need visibility if I'm going to be doing heavy fighting in this area, which is on the docket eventually. There are plenty of buildings up here that we can do heavy fighting with. This is just purely visual. I might steal a couple of structures. Yes. Mobile tool cabinet would look nice. Probably put electrical parts in that. I've been thinking about a place to store those. Didn't need to be big, but it was fit. These are spatially inefficient because you can only fit as much as one counter. Despite the fact that it is 20 and it is 3 tiles high, so you cannot stack it crates on top of it. So I call it very inefficient from that perspective. But if you've got a lot of space to work with, not that big of a deal. We do have a lot of space. And this is why I'm, just doing some chill base work if anybody didn't catch it earlier. This is a massive thunderstorm. We do not want to be fighting hundreds of zombies in weather like this. That's just asking for problems. Your hearing is reduced, your vision is reduced. Well, it's not just your hearing, it's your hearing is getting overwhelmed with what might as well be white noise. So if we were going to do washing machine here, do a dryer next to it maybe, and then we could do a large metal shelves right here. And then over top of the washer and dryer we can put these shelves. And honestly, because I like having the canned food separate from the heavy form food, I will go ahead and move the canned food to one of those shelves. Actually, maybe both of them. Shelves do not have quite as much room. Where to find an anvil? So I'm assuming you're looking to make a advanced forge with a blacksmith anvil. If that's the case, I don't recall if I've ever found one. Um, if I have, I can't remember where. I have seen bench anvils spawn, but bench anvils aren't used for anything yet. You can go to like a Electromax or a Mass Gen Fatco, and you have a small chance of finding a quote-unquote bench anvil. But the only thing that's objectively useful in this game is a blacksmith anvil. And those, I don't know if I've ever found one. I've always just made them. And in order to make them, you need to go to a advanced furnace, and you need to have a kiln with some pottery to make a mold. It's a whole nightmare putting that together. I have a flowchart. If you're interested, I can post that in chat. But let me know if that is what you're... Not 100% sure if that was what you meant. Anvil in the big farmhouse storage sheds. Good to know. I don't recall if I've ever, or if I know exactly what you're talking about, but it's good to know that it is possible to find it. I cannot, the thing that's busting me up right now is I feel like I have actually seen it once before. It's not coming to mind as to where I specifically saw it. I could say for sure that it's not a reliable thing to look for. Like, I could not just tell you that you can reliably go to this place and find it. It just is not common enough for it to ever be reliable, in my experience. So this tool case right here will be our electrical storage and whatnot, and also surplus tools. So that means we got a home for the plaster and trowel. I might need a lot of this. I might never use it again. Point is, I know where it's at. I feel like the wood axe is doing okay, but we have not had any, like, you know, big forests to rip apart with it yet, so I can't really make a definitive statement. Plonkies is now a confirmed lumber vehicle once again. These bags are gate bags. I have not decided if I want to replace any of these fences with gates. That decision must be made very carefully, because these fences that are pre-existing here that surround this place are part of its strategic value, because they are stronger than anything that the player can build. They're still attackable. They will be destroyed if there's enough zombies. But unlike the ones that the player can build, these are very, very sturdy. It takes like 25 zombies within 3 tiles for them to actually start to break. And we've only seen that happen like twice in this character's lifetime. Now, if we let it happen, it will happen. There are just that many zombies in the building to the north here, and the building to the right side here. Top center is a 6-story office building, and center right here is a 4-story Section 8 apartment housing. So that is basically multi-thousands of zombies in each. So we have not had to deal with them yet, because we haven't gotten close enough to them for them to spawn their interiors. And we're deliberately putting that off, because I'd like to have this place fortified before we do that. We can deal with the zombies at our convenience, not theirs. There's a warehouse in Muldraw where I usually find an anvil. So, Tessia, are you sure that it is a blacksmith anvil? Because blacksmith anvil... I'll actually type this out real quick, but... Blacksmith anvil weighs 40 versus bench anvil. bench anvil is currently useless. It doesn't actually, you can't use it for anything. If we do a search for the word bench anvil and show all recipes, yeah, there's literally nothing in here. It's been in the game since B42 came out, but the devs, I guess they just haven't decided to do anything with it yet. And it can be confusing because it looks visually, it even looks exactly the same as the whatchamacallit, the blacksmith anvil, only smaller. Well, yes, that's right. I am currently using my 100 engine quality ambulance here as storage for almost entirely useless items. it's my privilege. I went through the effort of fixing that vehicle. I will do what I see fit with it. I know, right? Well, I mean, my usual criticisms apply where it's the Indie Stone decided to add something to the game, but then decided not to do anything with it. Why did they bother adding it to the game? It's a failure of planning, is all it really means at the end of the day. Which is, it is what it is. I'm not that mad about it, but I do hope that our new game director will help them improve on that regard. And look at that. We are very beautiful here, and the rain has stopped. It might be a false stop. It might be off and on for the rest of the night, maybe even through tomorrow. But it's always a good sign when it starts to stop, because then, you're getting closer to the tail end. Sure, I know I could listen to the radio. I don't care. That's extra mental effort, and I'd much rather just read the sky as it proceeds and figure things out as we go. If the radio is just constant, as opposed to having to listen to it at the top of every hour, I would probably be a lot less hesitant to put it on, but the automated broadcast is not as frequent as I would prefer. 78 kilo and still getting heavier. That is a good thing. Thankfully, these chairs, we can just walk right through them, so they're not blockers. Tables and other things, those are blockers, so we want to be a little more careful about where those go. Just make this backpack tailoring bag for now. Put the tailoring stuff in it. And actually, these coveralls, I brought them here as pajamas for laundry, so we can put them over here next to the laundry machine. Have I taken on Louisville yet? So we're in Louisville right now. specifically at the mouth of First Street. But if you're talking about have I gone further than this, both of my previous characters, their playlists are in the description. I have done different parts of Louisville on each of them. My more recent one, Nora, Nora the Explorer, she did not make it into this particular area of Louisville. We were focused a lot in the east. This little placard right here shows you where Louisville International Airport was. We took that area over and then started going back towards Louisville afterwards. In fact, right near the end of her save, we were at Jericho here. So we did not progress in this direction on Nora. On Annie, second character in the description there, we took over the vast majority of North Louisville here. So it's been a little while, but we have definitely done it. We've done all the big POIs. Annie took over St. Peregrine's Hospital and basically the entire Ohio River facing side of Louisville up all the way there to the top. We've made it across 31 West at the end of First Street here. So this is a battle we've fought once before, but it's been several builds, so we're curious to see what that feels like now. And I will move my tailoring tools over to our new tailoring bench. Alright, now, I've got to step away briefly IRL. I'll just be gone for about a minute and a half or so. In the meantime, we'll have our girl watch TV. I think there's going to be a very compelling show that's about to come on. And I will be right back. Then we'll continue with some more base work until the rain finally stops. Like I said, it stopped earlier, but that was a false stop. It was a trap. Alright, I'll be right back, folks. Just a moment. Alrighty, I have returned. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had something insightful to add. But yes, Chamicho, I do agree with you that, well, be scared of everything in this game, because this game, fear, helps keep you alive. I've always felt that Louisville is a place for groups of people, not for solo players. I took that as a challenge, and therefore I can handle it, relatively speaking. But yeah, I would, if for just, general people, I would absolutely recommend Louisville as a group. Even if you're, like, very highly skilled, Louisville with a group of people is just easier all around. We could have had this place built very well if I had, a couple of other people working with me to put the floors in while I'm doing other things. Yeah, this place would be a lot further along. But that's okay. I'm seeing some symmetry here, actually. It's making me want to move that table, and I'm going to do it. Stand by. We're going to need to move the bed if we're going to do it like that. I didn't get cold last night, even though I forgot to put on the shirt. So that's not the worst thing in the world. Just something worth being aware of. Now with the bed out of the way, we can put the table in a symmetrical place with the one that's on the other side there. It's beautiful. It's actually making me want to move the tailoring stuff to the other side, so then I can have the chair still facing the TV. You can watch some bars in tone while we do some work at the desk. It's nice. I like it. And we are now ready for our second bedtime. So we still got rain, but like I said before, I do believe it's in the process of easing up. Our weight is in a great place. We are still gaining rapidly. So I'm going to stop worrying about fattening up my food, and we're just going to resume eating salads. Now what I'm going to do is these 3 salads here that I haven't started eating yet, we're going to oil those up with some vegetable oil, so that will at least keep the calories going until we are ready to stop gaining weight. We brought some veggie oil specifically for this. I don't know if concrete powder is used for anything other than improvised weapons. Don't remember what the name is of that. Yeah, I think you only use a bucket of concrete for a bucket maul or a kettle maul, which are improvised mid-level long blunt weapons. So concrete powder is not really relevant to me at this point. There is a mod, that would be one of the first mods that I install if I did mods, that allows you to use concrete buckets of concrete to patch potholes, which, yeah, that needs to be a thing. I need to be able to patch these potholes. Yes, the bucket maul. So now we have homes for decorative stuff. I'll do memorabilia right next to it. Not that we have much right now, but soon. We'll call this rack right here decorative, maybe occasionally functional. Alright, the rain looks like it's easing up, so I'm going to go ahead and have one last bite of salad there. That should hold me over so that the 50 salad is good for the rest of the day. And, expedition ambulance stays in here. We can now pull it up closer to the wall. We didn't need it to be back there any further. This one is now empty except for less important stuff. Let's just get the trash deleted now. There is actually an objectively useful thing for trash if you are in a state where you need firewood fuel to burn a fire. That you can use trash as firewood, or like fuel for a fire. But we are not currently in that state, so we do not need to worry about such things. This is where having a base that you can drive straight into has its amazing advantages. Let's move these up. Let's actually put these on a shelf. Bags and hair dye can go on a shelf here. There are a few barber shops that we'll be looting at some point in the not too distant future that will want to have a destination for the hair dye that we pick up. Some of these saplings, tree branches, would be used for carving purposes if we need some handles or something else carving related. I don't know if we're going to have enough spoiled stuff to establish a compost bin, but there is a grocery store right up there, so if we get to a stage where we actually need some more compost, I don't think we will. Well, actually, we might very soon here, but I don't expect... Actually, no, we don't. We do. Sorry. I didn't mean to confuse myself there. The, whatchamacallit, kale that we're growing right now some of it is probably reached ready to harvest, while some of it is still on its way there. And I've decided I'm only going to harvest 2/3 of it. The other third, I'm going to try to get it to last until it blooms. I don't know if it's going to make it, but that's going to be the goal. So we're still giving the kale a little bit of time the kale that I want to actually bloom is going to need to be composted. So we actually will need a little bit of compost. I want to say that we have enough already. But we're going to find out. This ambulance has now been emptied completely. It goes into the lineup to be filled up with loot later on. Now the white step van here is currently full of shotgun ammo and nothing else. We are not currently ready to start shooting here until we've got our defensive situation confirmed. So for now, the shotgun carrier step van can go in here right next to the expedition van. So if we need shotgun ammo, we come over here to this vehicle and we look in the trunk, and 12 cartons of 12 gauge. That is, what is that? Let's do the math real quick. I'm not a mental math guy right now. Do I know if different animal leathers have different properties? I don't think so. I actually genuinely don't think so. It's what you can do with it, and then there's some visual. I don't think there's anything else yet. It might someday. But, so we've got 12 cartons, 12 boxes to a carton, times 25 shells to a box. We've got 3,600 shots of shotgun in the trunk of this step van here. Plonkies is lumber. Not that there's any forests nearby, but it goes with me for base construction. Ambulance is standby for looting. Race car is for towing. And, of course, fire truck is for heavy combat, which we are just about ready for here. Baseball bat with rail spike onto the back slot. Replacement for that when it breaks into the backpack. And heavy armor on the passenger seat. Let's gear up, folks. Half mask respirator into the backpack for when it starts getting smelly out there. In a perfect world, I would have waited until the water on the floor evaporated, but that's going to take a while. We can ease ourselves back into combat here until then. Brother, may I have some 12 gauge? I crave the buckshot. I strongly dislike this little area behind the fence here. Just this little 1x1 tile corridor of don't get stuck there. That's what that is. Once I clear the area behind these units, I'm actually going to make a strategic opening in that fence somewhere. Hello there. Come on out. Back door. Fuck! God, I hate going in these buildings. That's why I tried to bring them all outside. But sometimes when they get stuck on doors, you don't have as much of an option. Let me check these guys for keys. Haley Rutledge. You got keys to your own unit. This is probably not going to last forever, but right now, this. We got a key here, but these doors are not highlighting when I mouse over the key. So we have keys to something, but it's not the unit I'm looking for. These are not the keys you're looking for. Probably same with this one here. Key ring. Key to something labeled as a residence, but I still don't see anything highlighted, so none of the zombies in this corner had keys to anything on this neighborhood, it seems. Hey, Command, how's it going? Good to see you. We are currently We just got off of a rainstorm here, and we are now progressing our way up to Louisville. Oh, we got an annotated map on this person. This is just a regular person here. This is not a survivor zombie. And yet they have an annotated map. I don't know if I've seen that before. This was for putting me down. This was my house. I had everything I needed, I thought. Oh, thanks for putting me down. Sure, no problem. It is what I do. Your house is far east Louisville. First on the corner of Patriot near Edgewood. Well, all those zombies we looted and still no keys. That's fine. Call me a cheap cell phone because I'm Nokia right now. Now, what I'm going to do real quick is get into a position where I can see, I see one door for this unit, I see these doors, I see these doors. Now I'm going to just mouse over these keys. Look at this. We do have keys to the residence over there on the right. All three of these. Oh shit, somebody just broke a door. Okay. There's more over there than I thought. But it looks like all three of these keys go to this unit. Oh, okay, okay. I understand now. I understand. You have to be within a certain range of the door for it to highlight when you go near it. Because look at this. It's all three of these keys are to these units up here. But if I back up over here where I was before, look at that. Suddenly these doors don't highlight. So there is like a limit to the range then. So let's put the key to 1STTH1, First Street, Townhouse 1. And dump the others because they're dupes. Louisville East 2 on the annotated map. And I hear you guys. I'll deal with you in just a moment. Trying to sort my shit, guys. Come on now. Alright, alright. So you may notice that I am currently over-encumbered in the first degree. That is unacceptable. That is because I'm carrying around my tools. We put the tools away now. How about we put them in this small backpack we just picked up? All those zombies got woken up just by the sound of our engine as we went up there and started backing up a little bit. KTO, good morning. How you doing? We are doing some First Street stuff on the first corner of First Street. I briefly caught the blog post, but I did not get a chance to dig into it. Probably would have been a good way to spend some of this rainstorm here. But now that it's over. This is why I like having keys. Makes these apartments just a little easier to deal with. Doesn't mean that I actually like these apartments. Just because we got the keys and they're a little easier to deal with, I still don't like them very much. Going south. Alright, so I can at least say good things about the ground floors of these units that I got the keys to. Everything else, all these other units, not anything good yet. That's what we're here for. The Zed banging, the alarm clock going off. It's all so tiresome. These ones being looted and trashed. We don't have to worry much about keys because there ain't no doors left. Didn't realize there was actually a single family home this close to First Street. That's neat. Somebody's still living the American dream. They haven't been eminent domained by the city council. I actually have decided that I do like the pickaxe better than the baseball bat with rail spikes. So we're actually going to be using pickaxes for the rest of our axe leveling experience. The rest of our axe-perience, if you will. There it is. Okay. Replacement baseball bat with rail spike going on the back. Backing up a little further. Trying to keep these corpses piled in specific piles where possible. Doesn't always work out. Alright, who got some... Oh, that person has a watch with an alarm enabled, so let's just get out of that now. Hello. So this is a key to a quote-unquote residence. Does not appear to be the closest one. Could be any one of these other units, so I'll hold on to it. We'll label it when we figure out which one it actually goes to. Every time I break one of these, I'll put it by the side of the road as a memorial. I am a nostalgic person. See just the bottom of the doorway here, so if it's this one, it is not. How about this one? No. I did just recently, just a moment ago, find out that we do need to be somewhat close. Not at max zoom, but somewhat closer to find out if these keys actually go to nearby doors. Yeah, I don't know where this key goes. It says residence, but oh, look at this. Okay, where that these were not highlighted just now. But there it is. So we got keys to, this is not First Street facing, though, so we're going to call this one Pike Street, Townhouse 1. I can't just have a keyring full of keyring residents. Louisville's way too big for that.
Hey!
I'm so glad that actually works now. If they lost track of you but they're still slapping, a noise like a yowl will actually bring them outside now. In the past, they would just stand there and keep slapping. Is Rosewood a good long-term town? What are you gonna... You're gonna struggle to find... Rosewood doesn't have a big, large tool warehouse. So there's certain tools you might actually struggle to find in Rosewood. Now maybe if you did a house-by-house, every single garage, every single basement, you might fill in the blanks, but you're not going to find one massive tool store like you will in Riverside, Muldraugh, and West Point. You won't find one big massive tool store that has everything. So that's I guess it depends on, you know, specifics. There's other you're going to be missing out on some animal opportunities down there. KTO makes a good point. There is farms to the north, and that gas station will give you access to those. So this is a separate unit right here. We do not have the keys to this one. Cop here. Zip ties, flak vest, no gun. Yeah, the farmhouse just outside town. I always like gas station bases, but houses just outside of towns are pretty good too. Probably even better in certain circumstances. Yet another ambulance, probably another high condition or high quality engine. I want to be a good boy about my corpse discipline here. Let's check these guys for keys real quick. Yep. This is Pike Townhouse 2. Where is that? Pike TH2. So what we're doing right now is you're basically just clearing the area that is parallel to First Street. If we ever want to be able to shoot a gun on First Street and not have all these guys closing in on us from a side angle, these guys must be dealt with separately. Yeah, fire department is a great waypoint, I like to call. I like to think of the fire department as just a waypoint, as opposed to a good base. I mean, for the short term, great base. Long term, it's more a stepping stone. Now, I am a big proponent of building your own roads where appropriate. And in this area right here, I actually see a place that is potentially appropriate. And that place is, see how these dumpsters, there's sort of a line here. I'm seeing a line here that allows me to get straight from First to Pike. There's one of those at the bottom of the screen too, but yes. I'm gonna leave a garbage bag on the floor here just to mark a potential roadway opening if I wanted to clear out some of these fences and then some of these dumpsters. Because it's not just a roadway for me, it's also traffic movement for the zombies. So that if they are somewhere over there, they don't get completely stopped up by this fence, which can otherwise make it take forever for them to get in a place where I can kill them. So, as I mentioned before, we want to keep our distance from this. This is one of those, this is a 6-story? Yeah, 6-story, I believe it's an office building. It is probably the 3rd building that I'll want to take in this area. There are 2 that are much closer to our current base that I would prefer to take first. I can stop whenever I want, alright? I don't have an ambulance collection problem, I really don't. I can stop whenever I want. All I'm doing right now is moving a barrier to my progression. That's all. I don't want to hear any of this nonsense in the chat about bro has an ambulance addiction. No. I can let it go for the moment. If I fix it up later, I fix it up later. Ambulholics Anonymous. But there was a secondary effect to what I just did. The sound of the engine while towing will have split this group up for me.
Hey!
Your light bar will be a fine addition to my collection. Come on, right this way, ma'am. Into the pile. Thank you. Clothing store, looted and trashed. Steel sheets where the doors were. Possibly, oh, actually not just a clothing store. This is just, this is a dollar store, $5 or less. It's a poor dollar store, but a dollar store nonetheless. Ooh, this, okay, bowling alley right here. Shit. I forgot that's one of those. It is a bigger POI. It's not a massive one, but it is, there's a lot of floor space in there. And I may have just gotten close enough to spawn the interior. I don't see anybody inside yet, but that doesn't mean anything. $1,700 already. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. So I actually, for a second there, because of the isometric angle, I actually thought there was an alleyway between these buildings. There is not. That is good to know. There's an alleyway between these buildings. A really sus alleyway. Like, this is the most sus you'll ever get. Only 2 tiles wide and then a hard corner. Fuck that. We'll go wide around that. Gate back here. Okay. So what we're looking at here, actually what we're looking at is a rather substantial choke point. So that alleyway I was just talking about, it is an alleyway. It's also a choke point. Because now that I recall, there is a fence this goes all the way around the bowling alley back here. And then on this side, we've got this building, this whole building here. So anybody who comes out of the bowling alley from the back has a natural choke point going down this alleyway. And now this alleyway only being 2 tiles wide, forcing a lot of zombies down this alleyway. Well, what about this? No, of course, there's always a turd in the punch bowl. Got some windows in the back here. Yep. We could block these windows. I don't see that working out long term. It's a lot of effort for uncertain results. Don't give up. They just gave up. Alright. Could have just gone through that window, but whatever you... Oh, look. Okay, now that's interesting. Why did he choose not to go through the window? He was making those angry noises, so he saw me. Shortest path would have been right through the window. Curious. A little late to ask him now. Two Zeds in the doorway. Now that's cursed. Oh, another one coming out. I'm not even sure how I saw her. It was a wacky corner. Her, him, whatever. Some luscious hair right there. Alright, let's tow the other car and see if that makes enough noise to pull that group up there on the right. I guess that didn't make enough noise. That's alright. We'll go up there and hit Q.
Hey!
Pizza World up there is not looted and trashed. It's always amazing to see a building in Louisville with all the windows intact. That ain't gonna last long. Got a LEO here. I'm looking into the future for when I deal with this 6-story building here, and I'm seeing an opportunity in this little park square here. I have in the past built fighting positions that have served me very well when dealing with large buildings. We actually built one on this character in anticipation of a large group of zombies coming out of the community college in Ekron. Didn't happen. There were like 5 zombies in there. So, that was a silly moment, but there will not be only 5 zombies in this building up here, I can guarantee you that. So how we deal with them may involve this little park square out here, because I see all these trees, and that tells me we got a bunch of lumber. And then I see these fences, and I see these fences are actually just an outer edge to a fighting position that's just not built yet. KTO, that's not, you know, I need to get into that habit if I ever want to survive extinction mode. I sometimes when I reference extinction mode, it's just entirely a meme.
Hey!
I don't foresee myself ever playing it as things are right now. I'm not going to rule it out permanently, though.
Hey!
There we go. Got that guy in the corner. It's the last foot mobile on the outside of the building for now. As far as I can see, at least.
Hey!
If we get these guys into a nice neat pile here, we don't have to deal with the stench while we're doing anything else up here. If we get lucky enough, one of these people here might actually have a key to the building in question. Hello. Still coming through, are we? His name was Basil Beckett. I'm willing to bet that these guys are being lured outside by the engine. I'm here for it. Better out than in, I always say. Willie Bucard is that cop's name. Hideko Grifford. Hello. God bless my hearing. Still trickling out of here, are we? It's starting to get nasty here. Okay, yeah, no keys to anything here. That's what happens when you exit residential territory. Everybody seems to leave their keys at home. I'll be real with you, KTO. I do think the office cubicles are a thing that's functioning as not as intended, and are going to be subject to nerf, the nerf batch, as it were. Not that I want that to happen particularly, because I do enjoy the idea of something mobile that I can carry around that is has defensive value like that. But well, devs wouldn't like that very much, now would they? That's a useful thing. So with a Pizza World right next to a diner here, what that aesthetically tells me is that if we wanted to do a red aesthetic for literally anything in any of our bases in the area. We got beautiful red seats over here on the left, and we got beautiful red tiles and beautiful red tables over here on the right. So something else that's getting registered in the back of my brain meat there. For the immediate moment, we have done a great job clearing the initial area on this side of First Street. So what I'm going to do is actually just mark this with a red arrow. To me, the red arrow will signify that we have cleared the street itself, but nothing else. You know, we have not gone building by building. If we have gone building by building, then we can give it some green arrows, because then we know for sure that zombies aren't just going to be wandering out of the buildings randomly. And I think we can actually do the same for First Street here. We have been doing our absolute best to avoid taking this L here, this L-shaped building. Very appropriately shaped. We don't want to take the L right now. Not yet. Soon, TM. I can extend these green arrows through Grady, because Grady is 200% clear right now. Good. Okay. Block by block, we progress. Made good progress today. Oh, that's a... I never get tired of hearing those. Now about this ambulance. We're going to take the stuff out of the back. It's an easy win. Medical supplies. Alright, vehicle's emptied. Maybe we'll do something with it later, but not for now. We don't need, I mean, like, you know, I look at an ambulance like that and I see, okay, it's a big fixer-upper for another potential perfect engine, but then what would I put in it? I have a lot of ambulances in my fleet now. In the future, like very, very, very distant future, many years from now, this game will hopefully have NPCs in it, capable of driving, and, having an NPC bring a vehicle to you is something that I sincerely hope makes its way into this game someday. Because then, having an entire fleet of vehicles with, you know, some of the vehicles preloaded with useful stuff is going to be even more useful. Because then you don't have to be the one moving around those vehicles loaded with useful stuff. You just get on your radio here, your military ham radio that you're putting in all of your EMS vehicles, because you can already do that. Form good habits. Do that and... yeah, just have your NPC bring something up to you. Maybe trade vehicles with you or something. Or just maybe make them run back. If the NPCs can defend themselves well enough to run back. That'll all be subject to what NPCs are actually capable of. What kind of risks they will entail upon themselves if they choose to. Or if you choose to have them do certain things. I am still armored up. I should have unarmored. That is okay. I've been doing first aid in with my electrical stuff for a while now, and that has worked out well enough, but I do not want the first aid stuff that I'm literally never going to use to make its way in here. That'll just waste space. So, like tongue depressor, stethoscope, surgical glove. No, that's not actual relevant first aid. Actual relevant first aid does not take up that much space. Everything else in this bag now is basically just decorative. Yeah, sleeping pill's fine. Megaphone, that is electrical. Extremely heavy, but electrical. I'm just going to dismantle it now. We've got our laundry machine hooked up. We can do a load of laundry. Let's do it. After all that rain, we've got more than enough room for it. And now there'd be no better time than now to find out if my, if my pajamas are actually warm enough. Now, I'm going to put everything except for the boots in, because I don't actually have backup boots to wear while my laundry is running, and I need to not have my feet get cut while I'm running around here. So, we don't have a dryer yet. I'm just going to deal with it. We can let things drip dry for now. I actually kind of the coveralls are just a little dark to match the cowhide hat we built earlier. Did I know that megaphones have a really high sound radius? I would believe you, but I've never tested that. 128 liters in the main sink. That said, if you start using it on things like weapons to clean those up, you will piss away your water supply and you'll wonder where it all went, so I don't recommend that usually. Hand washed the boots, put them back on. Eventually we'll get ourselves a proper set of pajama boots to wear while we're doing the laundry. 10 liters left in the toilet. We'll use that on our swords, and then we'll be done with the toilet. And this sink has still got a little bit of water. Beautiful. I don't mind this look, honestly. If I could just get the coveralls to be a little bit lighter, and then it would actually be amazing. I don't hate it at all. It's actually kind of great. So this pickaxe head right here, that will become our next weapon after the baseball bat with rail spikes breaks. So let's go ahead and take one of these planks. I'll take 2 of these planks. We'll carve them both into large handles, and then we will be ready to sleep. Carving level 10. I wasn't even trying. Now the wash is done, but since we don't have a dryer, I'm just gonna like wring out these, just something to get myself a little warmer. The denim shirt does not have any slot coverage, so we'll take that, ring that, and ring that, and that should get our insulation nice and warm for the night. Yeah. And then the gloves, that's okay. Neck is still a little bit open, but whatever. Don't even look that bad either. Love matching. So you got to enjoy the simple things, otherwise this game will definitely get boring for you. Temperatures are only in the mid-50s Fahrenheit, so we're still above freezing by a good 20 degrees. Don't do this in real life. Don't don't leave your laundry to just dry in the washer. That's not a good idea. That's called mold. That's what happens there. Hopefully the weather's good tomorrow, in which case we'll want to armor right back up, but for the immediate moment, armor back in here. I'm also going to take the sledgehammer from the expedition ambulance. Now I don't have to take it from heavy combat because we have the expedition ambulance with us like we should. And we're going to look at some more sledging opportunities here. Actually, I should probably empty these. Yeah, we'll hold on to the sledgehammer for a moment and empty everything from these lockers. It's a pair of shoes, so we will have the ability to have shoes even while we're doing laundry. Ooh, there's a beret here. Beret is a really, really high insulation head item. That would be perfect to sleep in if we start getting cold again. Pants are not needed because the pants or jeans not needed. We have coveralls. Long skirt, same. Knee-length skirt, same. Beret and shoes are the only clothes we found that'll be too helpful right now. Beret for if we need to sleep, shoes for laundry. Everything else, reading material. We are ready for more foodstuffs. 80 kilos, still gaining weight. Don't have to worry too hard about that. I might slightly overeat these salads. Yeah, these 2 salads that are left, we'll eat both of them tomorrow, even though that's slightly overeating. I don't know exactly where my calories are at, but I want to say that that's going to be what we want to do. Now, I got to be really careful with this corner. We've already been burned once about the sledgehammering in corners facing upwards like this. Currently, the corner that is not the one that you have highlighted is the corner that gets deleted. I can actually demonstrate on a less important corner down here. I do plan on removing this bathroom, so let me start by deleting the door with carpentry. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you what I mean by that. If I go to the sledgehammer and I hit destroy, you see how I have the door frame targeted. I'm going to click it, and she's going to face the door frame, and she's going to start swinging. Oh, come on now. Fuck. Gotta make me look stupid like that. Why did the problem happen with a wall but not a door frame? That's... okay, well. Let me try that again on a different wall that's not important but still facing the right direction. I think we'll have one in the mail room up here. Yeah, okay, so in this room, in this corner. If I... Now, if it doesn't happen again, then I'm gonna admit that I have no idea what's going on with this. I might actually want this table. So let's get it out of the way, and then, it's just walls, not walls with door frame. Okay, good to know. We've learned something small there. Definitely. It should be none of them, but, of course, that's not... That's your unstable beta right there. Only I could submit bug reports. So, now we can see very clearly I have this wall selected. And I'm going to swing. And she deletes the other wall. That's what I expected to happen just now. So it only happens with walls, though. So basically what we want to do is if you want to destroy a corner facing towards the top of the screen like this, currently, in the current build of the game, 42.18, you need to be selecting the other corner from the one that you're actually trying to destroy. I do hope that gets fixed. That nothing about what I just said still applies if one of the corners has already been deleted. See, that's one of the reasons that our second floor here would just have an exit going straight out the back, but it doesn't, because when we got up here and built this floor and got out the sledgehammer, we tried to destroy this wall, and it just destroyed the other wall instead because, yeah. Now, that was the second floor. It doesn't matter that much. This matters a lot. If I delete one of these walls, suddenly I'm creating an opening that any of the zombies at either of these buildings could break into if they clumped up on the fence in enough quantity. I do not want to create that. In fact, I am so against that idea that I don't even think I want to fuck with this corner. I'm genuinely terrified of fucking with this corner. I don't feel like, you know, maybe I delete the wrong wall, I can go into debug mode. I don't want to open debug mode right now. That's a lot of work. I'm just going to avoid this wall entirely. I'll probably have a little muscle strain here. You know what? I'll do a little bit more muscle strain than I will just sleep it off. Red muscle strain, that means we are in enough pain that we can no longer sleep. That's what the painkillers are for. I'll come up with a different purpose for the lockers later. Right now I just want them out of the way so I've got maximal surface area. How am I breaking and disassembling so fast? I'm fast forwarding. If you look at my key bindings in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, you'll see I'm tapping F5 and F4 to fast forward F3 to go back to normal. It is a single player only thing. You can't do that in multiplayer. One of many reasons I don't mess with multiplayer. Oh, okay, now this is interesting. I didn't even realize that I blew the wall out behind this light switch here. I would have probably not done that if I had known the switch was there. But the switch survived, so we still got lights back here once I move the generator. Now this is going to hurt a lot for our girl. I don't normally sledgehammer that much in a row. But we've got some painkillers. We're just going to take them. And she'll be able to get to sleep, and she can sleep the muscle strain off. Pray the strain away. Don't know if I want to completely wipe out that corner, so I'll just leave the sledge there for now. I was thinking about, so I brought this desk home with me, but this desk might actually be one of those that only faces a certain direction. It is, which means I can only place the desk at a certain orientation. And we picked up a doorknob and some hinges. The hinges we have a specific purpose for. The knob, not yet. So that goes in there. I'm going to grab those salads. And it looks like we got good weather today. So we'll be doing some more combat. Yeah, there's no need for that, the fixed angle tiles. But all in good time, I suppose. The gate bags. This one's actually ready to go. The other two here. One of them needed hinges. Yeah, this one is unhinged. It's also unpiped. It needs some more pipe. So next time we rip apart a burned wreck, or just come across a bunch of iron pipes, we know what to do with it. More base work TBA once we are stuck inside due to nighttime or weather or whatever. For now, we are clear for more combat. It's a beautiful day outside. We're getting a lot closer to actually opening up one of these two buildings here. I'll probably do the Section 8 apartment housing first. And then we'll do the 6-story office building over here second. But before we get anywhere near any of that, there's a couple of things that I had in mind for making this place a fortress, an absolute fortress. That will take some effort. Now, last time I was doing fighting on 1st Street, post the U.S. mail service was also looted and trashed, so still have no idea what a intact one feels like over here. Things to think about for this area. If I wanted to make a sniping position from my own roof, that is something I could do. It would not last very long if I was to try to stand up there and shoot down from the roof, because if I stand at the edge of the roof, I lose line of sight of anybody who's within a few tiles beneath me. So I would have to make little piers going off of the roof, like a shooting pier basically. like fishing, only for shooting. That may produce some amazing ROI with shotgun, depending on how clustered they get. But a little bit of that is TBA. For now, what I want to do is get the generator up onto the roof. That is what I want to do immediately right now. So we actually are going to do a little bit of construction. $13 planks to get a roof access here. Something to consider. We've got plenty of welding material in the area. I might want to just save the wood for the floors. Welding material for the stairs. Yes. Now, if I think about stair placement, if we wanted to go straight to the roof, we would need 6 tiles down here allocated for that. Or, well, 3 tiles down here and then 3 on the next floor. So let's just say that I wanted to be able to get right up onto the roof, but then, you know, not be running off the roof when I get up there. 1, 2, 3 tiles, maybe like that, and then 1, 2, 3 tiles there, and then 1, 2, 3. We could start the staircase here. It would feel a little bit more symmetrical if I started it here. Some of these parking spots will disappear when we put proper floors in, assuming we put proper floors in. That's TBA. That's low priority. For now, I want to say that we'll start stairs here. But I should not have put those should not have put these down because we do need these. We need to get access to the roof without, because right now there's no holes that will let us build a staircase inside. So we do need to build a staircase to the roof out here temporarily. Let's do that. Let me just go ahead and extend this a little bit. And we'll put staircase to the roof right here. 6 planks, that means we'll need another 7. And this is going to be very dangerous. A fall from this height is probably instant death. Let's do another 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's do another 5 planks. So once we get access to the roof from the outside like this, we can then sledgehammer a few roof tiles away, and then we will have access from the inside. Standard procedure for some of my bases, but this one having a two-story ceiling makes things a little bit more complicated. Tell you what, I'll just get a total of 6, and we'll do a corner tile there so that at least we're even. Alright, so we'll have to do some measurement to identify exactly where the exactly where we'll need to eliminate floor tiles up here. We also need to go get the sledgehammer. So when I'm doing things on the third floor here and I don't want to trust my free movement, I use Y. Hotkey Y is your walk to. Your character, if you use the walk to system, I do not think they will ever accidentally fall off. I want to say that there might be a slight possibility of it if they have to do a weird turn. But if they don't have to do a weird turn, I think it'll be fine. So use your best judgment on that, really. Alright, sledgehammer is over here. We can do 4 sledgehammerings at a time without problems of muscle strain persisting too long. So we'll do one of these corners here. Wonder if this will be... Look at that. It happens with low fences, too. Fascinating. I'll go ahead and do the other one, then. We made an entrance there, so we're good. I need to now measure... This is kind of funny. This is a no clip up here. Just walk right through that. These two. These two are sight blocking. The little accoutrements here are not sight blocking, so we now have full 360-degree vision up here. That was for sledging, so we'll give it a break for a moment as we go back down to count our tiles. So here's the corner, and I decided to do stairs. When there's no windows, suddenly it feels a little bit more difficult to decide where I want the stairs. If I did the stairs in this corner, I wouldn't be able to do it right there because then there's nowhere to go once I'm at the top of the stairs, so that won't work. Honestly, it feels fine to have stairs on both sides here. Yeah, that honestly feels alright. This is not an easy decision for me. Because, you know, obviously once you get started... Once I sledgehammer some roof tiles, that's it. There's no going back. So, I could do right... that would block all the parking spots on this side. Which is actually... I'm not okay with that. We don't need too many parking spots. So, honestly, if I end up blocking them all on this side, whatever. One thing that is usually kind of important to me is being able to access the stairs, like, easily from the entrance. We only got 2 entrances here, so if I go inside, take a right, and have stairs right here, that actually feels pretty good. So really, we just built them on the wrong side is all we did. So 1 set of stairs here. That means we'll need a landing here, and then 2, 3. Let's do like a 3x3 here of a landing. So then that means we're sledgehammering tiles 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yep. We know where we're sledgehammering now. So here's the far corner. 3 tiles in, and then 3 tiles long. And that's it for the sledgehammering for now. These all look busted up here. We'll do our 4th sledging on this. And then we'll just leave the hammer up here for later. So we are now officially done with these staircases. We are disassembling. Covering those planks because we'll need them. Nine plus 4, that is, that's 13. That's enough for another staircase, but we're not doing wooden staircases yet. We'll need a landing. Landing, that's just 9, so can put those there for now. Let's go get the materials for the landing. And we've got 6 small steel sheets. We'll need, it's going to be 4 steel rods, isn't it? 4 steel rods, so we're actually short by 2. And I don't think we can get steel rods from these fences. We only seem to get wire from those. So we actually might need to go disassemble something real quick to get a couple of steel rods. I know exactly where to go for that. This ambulance is completely empty. So if we take that to do the disassembly, then we don't even have to think about what to do with the metal, or be discerning about what comes back with us. We can take everything. Well, I say that, but okay. It would take that would eat up a lot of daylight if I was just completely cavalier. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't do that. We'll see. No more brother wars. Ambulances. Peace among ambulances. Alright, so right up here. Let's eliminate the local resistance. Now, being welding level 10, I can annihilate this car relatively quickly. But that still doesn't mean I'm vulnerable. I won't be vulnerable, rather. So, carefully checking around trees. The safe thing to do would be to go in there and check behind every single tree back there. I, too, like to live dangerously. Oh, did I forget my mask? Bless my stupid little heart. Yeah, okay, so we wasted our time. I need to go and get the welding mask. It's not like we have to go that far. Driving back and forth on that road wakes up zombies on the inside, as you can hear by the slapping. Should have 2 masks back here. Yeah, one in my kit, one here. Don't even need to fast forward. This actually goes surprisingly fast at this level. Watch me get 0.0 steel rods. Now we got 3. We only needed 2. Now that being said, if we wanted to do metal stairs for both flights, then we would need 3 more steel rods now. We'll come back to that thought. Yeah, this is not a good use of daylight, to be honest, but I will probably forget about it if I don't handle it now. It's quite literally what we have. That is the life purpose of this ambulance, is to be an open trunk to pick stuff up. If I ever repair this other one here, same purpose. I should have... I don't have any more torches, but if I did, there's another one right there. I actually completely forgot about that other one. Alright, I will go and weld apart the other one, but just so that I can pick up the steel rods. I don't want to lead the rest of my daylight here. Perfect number of steel rods. Oh, look at that. We had a guest here. Never even knew where this guy was hiding. Let's put you into the ground with your friends. Not the best use of my daylight, to be entirely honest, but we at least accomplished something that I wanted to make sure that we got done sooner rather than later. So we got the rods, we got the sheets. Just one torch should be enough, theoretically. If we need another, we know where to come get it. Everything else that's in the ambulance is useful for later. Plenty more welding projects on the horizon. forget what happens on the... Oh, you get a free metal floor up here. Cool. And yes, we can actually look out the window now. It's the little things. Where'd the rods go? Oh, the fourth steel rod is still in the ambulance, because I'm a doofus. Voila, roof access has been acquired. Don't know if I'll want to do more sledging up there, but for now, sledgehammer where I can see it. I do know I'll want more floors up here, so the last two planks that I got will... Alright, I'm going to use b42map.com. It is a very lovely website. It is, got a tool called, what's it called? The generator measure. If you go to b42map.com, go to where your base is, in my case, Louisville here. We are north of the train yard, and then in this corner where the parking lot building here is, go to floor 2, where the roof is. And then go to Tools, Generator Radius. And I would like to find a spot that gets me some lighting for to do pier overhangs on the back sides of the place. But I also want to be able to reach floodlights out in the parking lot area. I mean, honestly, dead center doesn't look bad. Let's try... Is that directly above this window? Yeah. Directly above that third window. Third from the bottom. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How about 5 tiles in from there? Yes, okay. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles in. So the generator is no longer outside making noise. It is on the roof, still making noise, but not down here where it'll attract people around behind us if we want to focus on those other buildings. We should actually, no, we don't have access to those lights, even though I thought, okay, so here's something to consider. It looks like that light is highlighted, but it's not, because that's an optical illusion, because we're on an upper floor. Let's use the generator tool again. We're looking at the third tile of the garage door. So ground floor into third tile of the garage door, and then 5 in. 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is what the generator actually reaches. That is deceptive. That's deceptive. Very deceptive. That is what I'd like to call isometric bullshit. So maybe I'll move it up by 1, 2, 3 diagonally, perhaps? Yes, I kind of want to be able to do second floor piers over this parking lot in this road, if I can. But that would require... And that placement will actually give me free access to these two lights right here. They will not charge me electrical power because they're one tile outside the radius. It's a little bit of a glitch right there. I don't really care. I'm always happy to make use of glitches like that. There's enough glitches against us that a glitch for us is I'm not gonna lose any sleep over that. So we are just moving 1, 2, 3 tiles up. We're being billed for 1 set of lights and 1 industrial fridge. You know, that might even be the same for a light switch in here. Yeah, it might be. We're just slightly out of range. That's fine. Oh, these don't work anymore. Maybe they fixed it. Maybe being just 1 tile outside the radius is not good enough no more. That's fine. I'm not gonna fuck with it anymore. I was just curious if that still worked. So I did successfully burn up all my daylight. I didn't want to, but that's just how the cards fell. I'm not going to let that stop me completely. We'll go back out. We'll do a little bit of zombie slapping and see if there's any more significantly clustered targets on this side. I've been keeping my distance from the 6-story office building to such an extent that I don't know if there are going to be anybody in most of these buildings up here. Let's find out, shall we? Oh, you know what? I did go into some of the... Okay, we're right. I remember this place now. Yeah, we went in here briefly. Sponges are strategic resources now. You need to use a sponge if you want to recharge a filter for your respirator. Alright, first floor of the office building, 100% clear. We even got some glue. That is a couple more pipe bombs right there. I think we might have actually cleared the second floor, too. Yes. Key to the office, rather. Louisville, 1st Street, 2-story office building. Hey, Richard. Week 1 multiplayer. Now that... How stable was that? Because that Week 1 is a very hefty mod, so the multiplayer version I expect would be not very stable. But if it was, that would be quite interesting. We are currently at the mouthpiece of 1st Street in Louisville. Ooh, a pretty corner desk. That's tempting, but way too heavy for the moment. There is a potential use for one of these large floor lamps. We will look further into that later. For now, I'll just grab it because I got room for it. Otherwise, we can say that we've cleared this building completely. Okay, now I know why I was questioning whether I actually had cleared this building. That's because the second floor is completely separate from these other structures here. So we'll need to be more thorough with that later. Let me see how much room. I don't have any room. What if I used my frame packs? These beautiful things. Beautiful, beautiful things. So we do have a clothing store in here, not looted and trashed. That is potentially significant. Do we have anything warm? It doesn't look like it. It's a lot of flirty stuff. Suit jackets I don't like at all because they block my Alice kit. So suit jackets are the only thing here that are warm, but they block my my Alice belt and suspenders. I'm never gonna wear a suit jacket in this game. Sweaters, perfect. These are nice and warm. A turtleneck sweater also covers the neck, which is something that I would not normally have insulated if I'm sleeping. So we most likely just found our perfect winter insulation here. There's also a hoodie, which gives you head protection, or head insulation, rather. Don't know if I'll need to go that far, but if I do, it's right there. I think one of these guys is wearing a leather coat. Also something that blocks Alice button suspenders, so not really useful for anything other than the leather strips. Okay, we are done here. There's no upper floor access in this building. Potentially pretty furniture in here. Back door is not intact. I hear mouth breathing. It is somewhere inside the animal hospital. Butter and margarine, hell yeah. Let's see if the bakery has any coffee. It's a thing that's been known to happen. Alright, we do have second floor access here. Still not fatigued, so I feel confident tentatively. There's nothing here. So it looks like the zombie we're hearing is probably second floor of the animal hospital in one of those offices, maybe. We will check that. Possibly as an overnight task. Yeah, I think we have enough time on the overnight to do that. So that will be something we do after we catch our first sleep. This game gets extra spooky when the music dies. I had recognized that it died earlier, but I was hoping that we would get a, you know, a little bit of fighting in so that the combat music would kick in and fix itself. No such luck just yet. Someday we'll be able to play video games on the computers and actually make ourselves less stressed and or bored because of it. Today is not that day. Perhaps tomorrow. We just got a new bucket to let us capture this water that's fallen from the sky freely. Away put your frame packs. It's another bucket. Almost forgot. We can actually make a pie with the stuff we just picked up because there's a pie dough in there. The butter that I'm currently using always needs to be in the bottom of the stack, so whenever I get more butter, I should put it in there, and then I should take the one that's been used out and put it back in again. I love these mirrors. You can use 3D placement and turn them into whatever kind of mirror you want, including things that would normally be impossible, like a mirror on the side of the fridge. This tall lamp that we just picked up, potential light source for the second floor. Don't know if I'll actually use it, but wouldn't look bad in the corner somewhere here. Believe you have my stapler. Glue goes into our explosives bag, which is not currently deployed, currently in the ambulance. This goes in here with the rest of the glue that we've collected over the years. We have 10.4, or 10.4 tubes of glue, and we're about to have 11.4 now. Some of these scrap electronics will make a generator bag for the roof. And we're right on time for bed, as long as I don't take too much longer on this. Boom. Perfect timing. Oh, shit. Thankfully, I was almost done with my tea, so I didn't spill much. Well, observe. We've got the infamous white powder of mess up your frame rate falling from the sky now. It's that time of year. It is October 26th. And I got cold last night. I forgot to put on my new sweater. That is a doof move on my part. We picked up this turtleneck specifically so that we could not get cold overnight. Now, when the snow falls, if anybody's not familiar, you do still get your buckets and rain barrels. They do still fill up, but it's just much, much, much slower. Oh, I believe we are out of prepared food. So, what the... I'm not sure if you guys saw that, but for a second there, the game was having me rotate this thing, even though the gizmo wasn't there anymore. That's weird. How's our weight? 80 kilo and we're losing. Wow, okay. Errors have been made. Let's make something chunky again. I genuinely didn't think that I would get to that point, but still don't have other cookware, so we'll take a... I'll tide myself over with some chips here. I want to say that we're not so deep into weight loss yet that chips won't immediately reverse it. We are. Wow. Good to know. It's take a day off from your weight gain regimen, and next thing you know, you're dropping pounds again. Just gonna do something chunky here. Sweet potato, rabbit, ramen, and broccoli. We're gonna butter and oil that up. You know what? We're even going to margarine that up since I really should not have fallen into weight loss. Give ourselves a nice margin. And this is why we have a folding chair next to the stove. I'm going to straight up eat half of this. Back into rapid weight gain, as I always should have been. All right. Looking good. Got a little bit of work we can do overnight and then get our second sleep. Hopefully the snow will be done by tomorrow. I'm just going to mostly work on the floor up top here. See if I can connect to the other side. Odd. There we go. A little bit of finessing, but we managed to get everything up. Should have no problem connecting to the other side up here. Ran out of light again. Perfect. Still have 6 planks left. Start by extending in the corner here. Alright, sweater is still on. Should not have to worry about getting cold tonight, even though it is below freezing outside. My insulation levels are quite good. Yeah. If I put on a beret, I can make it even harder. So what I'll do is I'll put this beret and sweater into the backpack here, and that'll be our warm gear. And it looks like we are going to have rain for some period of time today. 9 o'clock just cut over. Let's catch the radio this time. Better late than never. This might be talking about tomorrow, so maximum 26, some clouds. Very thick fog. Fuck. Okay, so this is why I should not have wasted the daylight the other day. Um, wow. Weather period predicted to end in the morning, and then severe thunderstorm warning in 5 days. So what we're looking at, what I think I gathered from that is 2 days, today, tomorrow, of shit weather, and then possibly 2 days of okay weather, and then thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm. So, yeah, that's, yeah, about that. I have no idea what to make of any of that. So we didn't actually get much weight gain there. Gonna eat the rest of this pasta. We'll go make something else momentarily here. I didn't actually really figure out what that fog was gonna be today or tomorrow. It might be today. Oh shit, the venison went rotten. That's no bueno. Instinctively ran over to the trash can, but we're not putting that in there anymore. What? Not sure what's going on there. I'm trying to add the vegetable oil, and she's just getting... Oh, look at that. There's something wrong with this vegetable oil. It doesn't have any calories left in it, and it says its hunger is +9 if I eat it. So I don't know what the hell's going on with that. It should not exist. It doesn't even allow me to take it out of the container. I'm going to try to put it in the trash so I can delete it, because I don't know what happened to it. I think there must have been some floating point math error with the amount that was in it. Yes, thankfully I was able to put it in the trash. Good riddance. Glitch bullshit. Alright. Bug you've had before with lemon. Yeah. Whenever it's the game thinks there's a little bit of it left, and so it makes you treat it as if it but then it doesn't let you like pick it up and do anything with it, which is yeah, that's weird. Very weird. So go ahead and cook this. Get myself some more tea. Try not to spill it this time. Alright, so I'm just going to go out and start fighting, even though it's still light rain. Don't care anymore. Light rain is the least of our concerns over what's coming over the next couple of days, so... Armor is going on. Respirator into the backpack. And here we go. Yeah, that's probably right. Cooking skill leads to some very... Level 10 cooking leads to powers some consider to be unnatural. Weak. -5 encumbrance butter. Now that is comical. Alright, so the other day, when we were fighting in the streets on Pike, we came up on this building here. And then we were kind of forced to stop. But I would like to finish what we started. It's going to be a little difficult to do that while the fence is here blocking us. So what I'm going to do is go around to the other side and hit those zombies that we were looking at there from the parking lot. It's a little dangerous. Don't want to get too close to that building. They don't provide any cal. That's, yeah, don't want that. That's no good. So this is one of those situations where if I could get through this fence, my life would be easier. So we're going to make it so that I can get through this fence. Empty these dumpsters. Wood glue. Chips right out of the garbage. What could go wrong? Please don't give the devs any ideas about making it so that weak stomach people get sick from eating stuff out of the garbage. That is something they would absolutely do. Just a precautionary push. Whenever I open up an area that I have no line of sight on the other side. One more tile after this. Actually, no, I only trust the first 4 tiles. So this will be the last one. I might do something with those dumpsters later, but for now I don't have room for, like, literally anything back here. Even those planks are pushing it. Alright, so I've just made my life a little easier when getting to Pike from first, especially in my base area. I'm going to do something slightly bold here. Just one, that's all. Maybe that's all we need. Gonna start a new pile, probably in front of Walker Rolls here. That is my privilege as somebody who has been very careful about where I kill them. I don't have stink everywhere I go here yet. So if I keep them all focused in piles, this could end not very well. If they start coming out of walkie rolls, then I'll need to fall back. Yep, falling back. Well, that's just too many. Too many fast at once. It's fine. single toot of the horn in Louisville, especially First Street, can be quite punishing. It's only because of the work we did here the other day that I feel comfortable doing that. And even then, you know, comfortable within reason. Hello. There's a hobo right there. She had a padded jacket, probably full of holes. No number of them are going to be in the diner now. 1 on my 6. Has not detected me, most likely. Yeah, she has. 1 left. Medium. 2 left, medium. Fog is closing in. So the fog was actually today. That's alright. A lot of the guys we're dealing with now have come from a distance. I'm not even sure exactly what that distance might be, but it was a distance. Definitely one of the distances of all time. Now what we do is, after the one loud toot, we use a little bit quieter noises to bring more of them in. What do we got here? This is a, what the fuck is this? That is a co-mask? She's wearing like a wedding dress? What the fuck is this? Vampire mask? Oh, yeah, so it is a wedding dress, and a Halloween mask. Nice. Can wedding dresses be fixed? Yes, they can be. I am a level 10 tailor. I can fix such a thing. Okay. Not sure where all these fast ones suddenly came from, but you don't want to come over to the pile and make a new one. Oh, look at all that. Welcome to Louisville, folks. They come from far and away. Was here and away. Just gonna back the truck up a little bit. Plenty of work to do further back. Have a bite to eat. One to the bottom right. Yeah, you'd have to probably find them from events beyond that. I'm familiar with that store. That's across from where the wizard hats are. The comic book shop. The comic book shop down there is you can come out of there with a wedding dress and a witch hat. You could be the witch bride.
Hey!
I'm still over encumbered. I thought I dropped. No, maybe not. Okay, let's drop a little bit of stuff. Still have a little bit of room in the... perhaps the trunk here. Well, I'm not going to be shooting for a while, so we can take the regular carry off. I always want to have the 9mm on me for emergencies. Alright, that's much better. The fog is gonna just keep getting worse, unfortunately. That's when this thing says very thick fog, it means very thick fog. Good old sound of the engine to pull these guys back. Y'all ready for an episode of Where's That Zombie? Looking around for door shake. Not seeing any. First floor, perhaps. It might not even be this building. Okay, center speaker now, so it might be this one. I wouldn't have even set out on this little quest if I did not have the keys to this unit. That is one of the reasons I'm collecting the keys. It's still hitting, but... Oh, hang on. I hear breathing.
Hey!
Announcing your presence isn't always the best idea. The fog really gone? Okay, cool. Doesn't have to stick around. I mean, that's amazing. Into the pile, you asshole. Yeah. Fine, you get to be the special odd one out.
Hey!
No, the foraging penalty for... Yeah, the foraging penalty is actually not a bad gauge at all. The weather penalties are quite similar as far as I can tell. But it's not just shooting, so I mean, I'm not even going to be shooting. It's visibility that I care about mostly right now, like literal visibility. Even with dense fog, you can still see vague zombie outlines if they're at a distance, but it gets harder and harder and harder. It quite literally breaks up their outlines, which makes them difficult to see. Give our girl a break from the stench here. Gonna cut around to the other side of this wooden fence. See if we can... Ah! Located. It'd be so easy. It's a very easy shot. The consequences of that shot would be... I can do this. Yeah, we're good. It's my, I don't want to mess up this perfect magazine. This is what I was talking about before. Whenever I aim at the top of the staircase, I'm looking specifically for the crosshair to turn red. Come on now, there you are. Nope, didn't get her. Don't ask me how I nailed that second shot. Yes, managing corpse sickness is very important on Louisville. On a Louisville street like this, where there's just constantly going to be more coming out, if you can, like right now, there's 3 no-go zones, right? On this side, if I want to completely avoid corpse sickness, there's 3 no-go zones here. If I were to take the fight into the front yards of these other houses, with the exception of back here, I've got clean places to fight. Now, that's not going to be too helpful while there's trees and shit all over the front of these houses, but that will help me further along when we actually open up the building that we're cautiously starting to circle here. I don't worry about it if it's not going to be a place that I'm constantly going back and forth in, like back here. Back here, I'm just going around I just don't want them in my drivable path.
Hey!
Now, before we actually spawn this building in, top right up here, we're going to wipe out this forest here and do something defensible with this position. Okay, that should never happen. That should never take 3 hits. Why did that take 3 hits? Just comfort. Weapon is fine. Does the zombie have armor? What does a hoodie count as armor? I don't know how Axe is. This game does not have a good armor penetration system. In fact, it's horrifically bad. There's armor, but what does bite and scratch protection mean when you're doing PvP weaponry like this? Don't think it has much of a meaning. So this group of dudes back here are the problem children because they're kind of stuck back here until I deal with them. One behind the truck? No. Tough zombie. So is that a zombie trait? That would make sense. I haven't actually looked at all the different zombie traits. Why rail spike back? It is an axe weapon that does not have sharpness. The condition horrifically low, yes. No, it is. The condition is comparable to anything improvised at the same tier. Let me link you real quick to my resource. It's done by the same people as B42 map, but this is the Project Zomboid wiki. The weapon page. We look at axes and we sort them by damage to make the page real wide here. Ignore the top ones here. These all have way too many trade-offs. Now the pickaxe, that's actually what we'll be using after this one breaks. But we've got the rail spike bat, 5 times crit, 40% roll, 50 condition. Saw blade bat, 30% crit, 5 times malt, 100 condition. The saw blade bat has to be sharpened. And if you look at the other damage stats, the garden fork, the spade head, these are garbage by comparison. The only reason I'm picking this is that 40% crit. 40% crit at 5 malt is one of the only reasons I'm getting so many kills instantly. The most of these other options on screen right here have to be sharpened. Or like the ones at the top here, the break disc. I don't think the break disc has to be sharpened, but a 3-time stamina malt. Fuck everything about that. I would never want to use a 3-time stamina malt. And the 50% crit is neat looking until you look at the malt, which is only 2, that's garbage, literal garbage. These shouldn't even be on the table in my humble opinion, but whatever. Yeah, right now, because I'm trying to level the skill, I'm also trying to, keep my combat pace. I don't like using weapons that have to be sharpened. So even though the axe and the firefighter axe are really, really good, um, the crit is surprisingly low. I'll never get over why the crit. I mean, the mult is amazing. The crit rate being so far below these improvised weapons is like, okay, whatever. I, I'm not an axe main, so I'm still trying to figure out some of these things. But no, the rail spike bat is basically, as far as I know, the second best weapon that you do not have to sharpen for axe users. Best, I only recently found out that the pickaxe is better, despite the lower crit rate. The pickaxe, because you get that baseline 2.2. The baseline 2.2 is, I think that hits a few breakpoints, but don't quote me on that. I'm not a... I never played with HP meters on, and I've never had the... Yeah, I don't know exactly if that's going to be a breakpoint, but it sure as hell feels like one. Just going by feels over reels, the pickaxe feels even better than the firefighter axe or the baseball bat with rail spike. And the pickaxe has much higher durability and does not need to be sharpened, despite no stamina penalties. So the pickaxe is... I've got one in my backpack for when this baseball bat with rail spike breaks.
Hey!
I want all of these assholes that are currently in the forest to come out of the forest. I do not want to get any closer to this building because this building is crawling. Absolutely crawling in my crawl.
Hey! Hey!
Come on. Fucking purple coat up there. I will pull out the gun if I have to. Don't make me do it, lady. I'm not getting any closer to this place.
Hey!
Fuck. Fuck. Come on. Should have moved. I'm gonna be really upset if that actually spawned in the building because I was just close enough to cause a sound radius. Thank you for fucking up my magazine count. Oh shit. I heard a sound that sounded like somebody slapping a plastic door, which would be a bathroom door or one of those, which would mean inside, but I don't... No. If that building had spawned in and we just discharged the gun, we would know it. We would know it. That building would be spilling. So we're good. Mission success. I do not care about that guy over there. He's out in the open where he needs to be. Oh, weight, the weight weapon. The weight of the weapon does not seem to matter, as long as I stay below a, whatchamacallit, below my, weight threshold here. The faster swing speed, we'll have to see that. I mean, honestly, the 0.8 versus 1 does not... I'm sure there's a couple of scenarios where a 0.2 faster would be better, but I'm already taking these guys very piecemeal. If I was level 10, that'd be very different. Okay, so... we still need to clear out the interior of the animal hospital. Oh, look at that. She came up to the fashionista shop here. Oi. Fashion shop's closed. Hello. At one point, on Annie's journey down this road, we actually made a field base here in the animal hospital. I love having keys to entire buildings. It's just labeled key office, or at least it was. I believe I hear some mouth breathing. This was the room. Converted it into a bedroom, put a medical bed in here. No need for that in this universe. Big desk in here. Super big desk. Give me a coffee machine. Yes, thank you. I have been in need of one for a while here. A little too much to hope for some coffee, too. That's alright. Okay, so it looks like the second floor of this area, where the zombie that I keep hearing doing the mouth breathing, I believe the second floor of this area is going to be separate, disjointed, so it might be like... I actually don't know what it is. I know that the staircase to get up there is over there, though. I was definitely here on Annie, but I don't... Yeah, nothing about that specific jumps out at me. You only ever have one base per character. Well, that's, I lament for all the time you have to spend going back and forth. If you don't mind going back and forth much, then you could definitely get away with that, but, that's a lot of back and forth if you want to explore the whole map, or at least parts of the map that are all over the place. Fuck you! Found the one asshole who was up here slapping shit. Oh, look, I have more than one. More than one. Should have known they would struggle to break too many doors if it was just one. As long as there's somewhere to sleep. Yeah, that is, sometimes that's, that's enough for me. I mean, somewhere to... That's what I was talking about before here in this place in the corner. That was just somewhere to sleep. Okay. Believe that means this building is totally clear. We will be needing another coffee machine in the future, so 2 is perfectly fine by me. if I want to make a nice big home office, I know exactly where to find the furniture. If I want to be able to pick one of these up, I need to have 30. So I drop my sword temporarily there, pick up the dispenser, equip in offhand, machete in main hand, sword back on the belt. And we're out of here. Is there any... Yes, we have this white lamp right here. This will be useful for our... well, can't pick that up, it's too heavy. Same thing, maybe? I'm just going to eat the rest of this pasta. Then I'll have room in my backpack for it. The pasta is actually quite heavy. Oh, wait a minute. Now I do. If I want any more, we'll have to come back for it. This is a very dangerous exit. I don't like it. Alright, we're cleared all the way up to Yankee. That's, wrong character, but, same principle. We do not need to build a defensive position with that title this time, but, it's because we got a base right here. Defensive position Parkway, perhaps, for this base? We'll see. Should have taken the mask off. But it's alright for now. I'll just take this in chunks. Got a coffee machine we can put right here. Next coffee machine can go into the expedition ambulance. How do you get sustainable food in the middle of Louisville? Short answer, freezers. My main base, Jericho, over here, um, it's got a kale garden that I'm going to have to harvest in a few days, and then that's it for harvest. Winter will be upon us. No more readily edible things, but we've got a couple rows of kale here, and then we've got a bunch of freezers. Um, we have no problems with perishable food most of which is grown elsewhere and then brought in with us. But then we've also got a entire animal farm here that chickens producing eggs, cows producing milk, and turkeys that we can slaughter for Thanksgiving. Yeah, I mean, and this is almost entirely optional, what I'm doing with the sustainable food. For one character, there is plenty of non-perishable food that I can go out and just dig around through. I prefer the predictability of the sustainable stuff, but it's absolutely not a requirement. These buckets of water that are full can go into my water supply. And then we'll be ready for bed. Alright, right on time for bed. And at some point, perhaps we'll actually have a proper, nice-looking bedroom upstairs. For now, we are perfectly fine with our corner bed here. Let's stay warm, shall we? Beret and turtleneck should give me... Look at that, my entire body is green or above. Thanks to the, whatchamacallit, the bandana that actually helps. What am I marking with the green arrows? The green arrows indicate, if you're talking about the map there, the green arrows indicate roads that have been cleared to such an extent that I can pull out a gun and shoot. And I will not be pulling zombies out of random buildings anymore, because that, basically what that means is that we have a very solid supply line. Do not have to worry about endless Zed. Yeah. It's just functional, but it works. Okay, I have to step away briefly IRL. Won't be gone long, just about a minute and a half or so. And when I get back, we'll pass the overnight hour with a little bit of continued preparatory work here. We've got, we might have to do some cooking too. My weight is currently at 82 kilo, so I actually do want to... One way to save food in this game is to undergo weight gain and weight loss cycle. Yeah, I'm in a weight gain cycle right now. Just planning to move from Irvington to Louisville. Only bringing tools and 2 leather for large bellows. Honestly, yeah, 2 large leather you'll eventually work your way up to stuff that does not need you to leave Louisville. Too large leather is just going to be one of those things that if you're stuck in Louisville, you're going to have a hard time finding it because you've got to either find a cow, or if you want to do too medium leather, because you only need medium leather for the whatchamacallit, the medium leather for the one for each bellows, and you need 2 bellows. The I suppose you could get away with that. That would be a bit of a... Yeah, it would be very difficult. But, yeah, you get yourself a couple of large leather. I can't think of anything that you wouldn't be able to find eventually. Now, clay. Clay will be difficult once you... Let me show you real quick on the map here. Louisville is not filled out with clay deposits the way the rest of the map is. So if you look along this river, for example, that's just outside of Louisville and Valley Station, I believe this river is, the dirt tiles next to it are loaded with clay. Clay will be necessary for the pottery aspects if you want to do the blacksmithing thing, which is, I'm assuming you do if you're going to be taking leather for bellows. Salt River and the rest of the Ohio River down here has plenty of dirt for clay deposits, but after the military checkpoint, Louisville just doesn't have clay deposits like it's supposed to. I don't know if that's because the devs are waiting for a Louisville glow up or something. I don't know. All I know is that clay is ridiculously hard to find in Louisville. Maybe you'll find some in Central Park. I don't know. I've never been all the way into the depths of Central Park. That is something hopefully I'll look at in this character. But yes, I do have to step away briefly, and when I get back, we will possibly do some cooking. One moment, folks. Alright, so I've returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Looks like we actually got cold just from sitting around for a minute there. Good to know. The rain also changed to snow. So never should have taken these off, really, for the overnight hours. Go ahead and cook these eggs. Easy peasy thing to do. So I need something that I can cook with that's not just bowls or the backup cooking pot in my ambulance there. So right now what I'm doing is putting together a salad out of rabbit meat, broccoli from my own garden, and eggs from my own chickens. So we're talking about food sustainability. There's your rabbits are not hard to find if you drive rural roads often. It will eventually become an annoyance instead of an incident to constantly run into rabbits. But I do believe on the subject of weight gain, I think we are done gaining weight. The only calorie-related thing I'll put in the salad is a little bit of mustard. Mustard does have a few calories in it, and it's I can really only use mustard in salads these days. But for the rest of tonight, I'll just shut the hunger up by chopping a couple eggs here. The TV's just a decoration. We don't need it running while we sleep. Comfortably not cold. That's a good thing. Okay, so there used to be a problem where if rain turned to snow and then the snow stopped, there would be water stuck on the ground afterwards. Visually, the water is no longer there, because that's exactly what happened last night. It went from rain to snow and then stopped. Visually, the water is no longer there, but if you listen carefully, I don't know if that's going to go away. That's going to bother me if it keeps doing that indefinitely. I don't know if I'll give it a little bit of time. If it's still doing it by this afternoon, then I'm going to close and reopen the game. That is usually enough to give it a kick so it stops doing that. One of these gate bags just needs 5 iron pipes, and I'm pretty sure that we have more than enough in the ambulance here. Beautiful. So all 3 of these bags, I should stop. People in chat were talking about welding. Observe what I can do with the contents of this duffel bag. In like 30 seconds, I can build a double gate that I can see through. Now, you can't shoot through. So, okay, so fences like these out here, you can shoot through these, but your own gates that you build that look exactly the same. Oh, there's the water. Why wasn't it there before, I wonder? Anyway, yeah, you can't shoot through the gates, but you can see through them, and that's an important thing. Honestly, I don't think this is going to go away. I think I should just close and reopen the game. But yeah, that's why I have certain amounts of materials in each of these bags. All of them have the correct amount of materials to instantly build one of those gates. So what these bags really are, just, you know, a ready-to-build gate is all they are. I have started doing similar for windows, to barricade windows with welding. 15 steel rods in a duffel bag will give you 5 windows as long as you have a torch and some dub rods along with it. But, yeah, I'm just going to close and reopen the game. You know what I'm also going to do? Before closing and reopen the game, let's set the zoom so max zoom is 150. I think that is a recipe to ensure that you won't get any lag spikes. So we're quitting the desktop. This will get the water off of the floor because the water is possibly stuck there forever. In the past, if water is stuck on the floor after you get snow, it stays there forever. We've had it stay there for like 3 days in a row in the past. It's irritating and it fucks your frame rate up. So in the spirit of improving our frame rate, we are getting rid of the water here and getting rid of the... Oh, hey there, kitten. Hello to you as well. You caught us right as we were restarting the game here. Good old unstable beta stuff. And look at that, no more water on the ground. Now, in terms of shooting, it's a little subtle, it's going to be a little hard to see. If you look at the ground here, you can see that there's like a ever so slight noise texture that seems to be moving. That's cloud cover. So it is cloudy and windy, and we can tell that it's windy because of the speed with which the clouds are moving. So it's really deep into the weeds with that, but what that basically means is we're getting a little bit less shooting capabilities. Because yes, the wind impacts your ability to shoot. Welcome to Project Zomboid. It gets worse, unfortunately, but that's alright for now. We're armoring up, and we're going to make use of this good weather for as long as we can, because we do have a thunderstorm coming. In fact, I'm going to leave the... Gotta learn how to aim your weapons better. Yeah. Gotta learn how to aim. Those audio cues will save your life, too, if you learn what zombies sound like and how to tell what direction they're coming from. That'll save you. Best of luck with that. Away, put your leather gloves, and now we are moving up just a little bit past this building. I might pull this building today. The 6-story office building to my right there. I just want to see what's behind it and how bad it looks. It's another Section 8 housing right there. I don't even know if I can go between these buildings without risking pulling one of them. So I won't. Instead, how about we do that? Yeah. Oh, you're playing a hard of hearing character. That is the difficulty inherent with impaired hearing characters in this game is it's subtle, but it will eventually nail you if you aren't really careful with it. Be advised. In a fair universe, we would have cochlear implants that we could put in to improve our hearing capabilities if we had those traits. I do believe that hard of hearing should be more than 4 points. I think it should be 6. I think people sorely underestimate just how amazing hearing is and how many times it saved my life just on this character alone. That's automated broadcast system is a go. Ox power grid blackout. Today, average temperature, blah blah blah. 6% humidity. You would think there wouldn't be a single drop of rain. Maximum of 18 miles an hour wind, so that is officially windy. Weather period predicted to end in the early morning. Showers, heavy rain with a chance of snowfall. That's already over. Clear skies tomorrow, less wind. severe thunderstorm 2 days out. Or rather, okay, it says ETA 4 days, but I am planning as if it's 2 days.
Hey!
Oh shit, okay. Didn't realize we still had anybody behind us. That's not good. I'm noticing a very pleasant lack of frame rate problems. I think we did a very good job with 150 zoom. Into the... Let's let the fast ones get to us. I really don't like those windows, man. Alright. Yeah, honestly, I mean, I feel like if you take hard of hearing, there should be a few ways to get around that. Cochlear implant is just one of them. I mean, you could have an improvised one with some, get a microphone and a battery, high-level electrical skill, and some earphones, and you could make an improvised cochlear implant. It'd sound weird, but you could do something. Of course, directionality would be very difficult in a improvised thing like that, because you only get a mono channel if you have a single microphone.
Hey!
Honestly, for a horn honk in Louisville, that was not bad. It could have been a lot worse. That means we've done a pretty good job at cleaning up the direction we're coming from here. Yeah. I mean, people joke about hearing aids. Oh, they're for old people, but no, they're for normal people, too. One out of, like, I don't know, 200, something like that. I forget the exact ratio, but there's, like, I don't know, one in some number of 100 people will probably have them in at any given time. Zombification should be expected to make things like that fall out, so maybe split them so that you've got hearing aid, left ear, hearing aid, right ear. Maybe some zombies only have one. I think we can turn the radio off now. The forecast ain't going to change, is it? Alright, so. Still getting a little bit of frame drop, actually. Go figure. I suppose there's only so much you can do when there's buildings this big. But it is absolutely better than it was before, so I'll take it. All right, so what does that mean? If we're ready to handle one of these buildings, what does that mean in practice? I think that means we're going to focus on this one first, on the bottom right. Yeah, that is only 4 stories. I think we can handle it. The question will be how. Yeah, man. I got a buddy who has tinnitus in real life. The constant E sound that he hears is I would never want to be in that situation. There's a part of me that wants to incorporate our current base in our defensive strategy. I mean, I might have no choice. I might have to. But there's also a part of me that wants to not bring the fight directly to our main base yet. Because if it's not ready to handle it, I would like to know before we pull this building's going to pull more at once. So the one that's to the top of us here, top center of the screen. This one over here, bottom right of the screen, is still a lot, but I'm predicting it's going to be less per floor. So with that in mind, let's get a weapon status. M16 needs to have a replacement staged. Its condition is down to like 1/3. So that's a fair number of jams right there. MSR-7T, that's our tactical rifle. It is down to 4 out of 10, maybe. Wait a minute, was that 2/5? Yeah. No, it's not. We're not gonna have that much of a chance to use it. Long distance shooting is not going to be our specialty here. Not beyond 4 times scope, at least. M16 is really going to do a lot of the heavy lifting here. But let's diversify our portfolio here. Let's go ahead and open up the loose boxes, 12 gauge right in front of us, so that our shotgun is ready to go at a moment's notice if required. We're going to need some food. I should have some more salad. 83 kilos, still rapid, so we need to make sure we're easing it out on the food. I might just straight up eat eggs for the moment. And then we'll have this salad for later. Alright, I'm going to put the M16 on my back and take 10 magazines for it. I do not expect that the M16 will actually last for 10 magazines. 30 shots per magazine, that's, yeah, it's not going to last that long. What we're going to do is have the replacement M16 in the fire truck right here. Now, we won't just be able to hot swap. The replacement does not have any of the necessary attachments. So in that note, I'm going to go ahead and put the replacement on the passenger seat so that we can hop into the vehicle, pick it up, and then go from there. Otherwise, we're looking good back here. Patrol revolver onto the holster. Two boxes of 357 coming right up. The remaining 3 boxes into my backpack. Okay. Yeah, we're good. Now I've decided I'm not going to do any defensive positions for this particular building, because if this building doesn't work out well, we've got a safe direction we can go that is not back towards my base. That will become a lot, that won't even be the case if we want to hit the big one on the other side of our base up here to the top center of the screen, so we're not doing that. Let me double check the openings in the fence out here. Or lack thereof. Right here is the only opening in this side. Okay. And then the storage units up here. We obviously haven't completely wiped out these townhouses back here, but we've done a pretty good number on them. Alright. So, first order of business that I'm going to do is approach the building from the far corner here and crash through one of these windows. and see what kind of action I can bring out for melee combat exclusively. And if it starts feeling overwhelming, we fall back, out comes the M16. Trying to see if there's anything else I can do to lighten my carry load just a little bit. The moment I drop this baseball bat, my carry load will go down to just regular over-encumbered. Alright. I'll go ahead and drop the M16 for now. Yeah, I'll go ahead and drop it for the moment. We'll put it back on our back when we're ready. Here goes nothing, folks. Don't be fooled. This is not... It's not going to be that quiet for the whole place. Tell me I hyped this up for nothing. No, this is a trap. Okay, yeah, no. We just couldn't see them very easily. This is Louisville. This is Louisville. Alright, so. The music is not going to be very reflective of the current situation because the game doesn't understand that we just woke up a couple hundred zombies. However, we do. So, we're going to put on a little bit of, yeah, we're going to put on a little bit of this. Just the game's music, but in a mix, as it were.
Hey!
You hear those doors breaking. Got a window out. Okay. Incoming from that direction. Lots of slow ones. I think we have a stairwell in front of this door that just blew out. Two from the top. Okay, falling back. That was a little preemptive, but we're going to be all right. All right, I just, you know, the bandwidth of that door being broken down more can come out at a time, so.
Hey!
We are no longer running around while fighting. If we ever get a point where we feel like we need to run, we drop the melee weapon and switch to guns.
Hey! Hey!
Just a garbage room in there. I didn't see a stairwell. I actually don't know the layout of this place very well. All right, we're about ready to pop off here. Drops Monday. Good to see you, Luchador. That is, I believe it. I think I'm just about done with this. I can't keep fighting at encumbrance, so down it goes, and this is where things get nuts. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Okay, one is not stuck on that fence back there. He's going to go around, so... Oh, maybe not. I should have gotten that taxi out of the way. Should have known that I would probably need to shoot in that direction at some point. Clearing cars out of a lot can actually go a long way for multiple reasons. Six mags. Do a quick wipe out of anybody back here. Should not be too many. Far more worried about what's up here. 3 rounds. Respirator's going on. Still rocking the 2x scope on this thing. Yeah, it is still the 2x. Okay. It's alright. New scope applied. Old one back, and back in the fight. Should have had the 4x to open, but that's alright. We didn't lose too much efficacy. There is a sweet spot between 2x and 4x where you'll get similar results. It's not bad for the first floor. First 2 floors that make that. Okay. Let's see what awaits us on the other side of the structure. I don't know if we will have actually pulled the whole building yet. Could be plenty up here that we haven't touched. Wide clear parking lot of cars. They eat your bullets if you have to try to shoot through them. So what cars really are to me at this point is mobile bullet blockers. That is nothing compared to what I remember it being, but we might not be done yet. I mean, I'm absolutely not done yet. There's the upper floors. I'm sussed out about the lower floors yet. One incoming from this direction. Multiple, actually. They get caught by my fence. That would be a negative. Good. Can't do anything about the one on the other side of that gate. Bullets do not currently go through gates. That is a survivor zombie up there. Wait until we get a little bit closer. Surprised there's nobody in the lobby after that discharge. Door just broke somewhere. Just get some noise out. I'm gonna hit this guy where he stands. So he's all by himself. Come back and loot him later. You woke him up. Should be all we needed to do. Alright, so ammo check in the M16. 7 rounds. We have a brief moment before they fight their way out. Let's just pop up the mag, shall we? I don't know if y'all hear those doors breaking. We got doors breaking. A lot of them will be coming right down those stairs, so... ...17 in the current mag. We have taken no condition loss yet, so we're still in jam territory, but that's alright, we're jamming. The more of them we can hit on their way out of the building, the better shots we get, because if the target is indoors, you just get a better shot. That's just universally true right now for some reason. Even if the lighting levels are lower. Y'all saw that crosshair contraction just now. The moment we sweep indoors. Balls. We don't even need a flashlight. Another door break. It does not take many zombies to break doors, so that the sound of a door breaking does not always mean suddenly there's going to be 10 of them.
Hey.
Oh. Right now we're dealing with the 3rd floor out of total 4. So we are, and that's why I usually wipe out the vines on the fences. Hello. Switch to your sidearm, it's faster than reloading. Nailed her on her way out of the window. That was great. Can't get a few more out of those windows. We have one M16 magazine left to reload with. Fix that, shall we? I wish I had checked my kill count before, because I would be very interested to know exactly how many are in this building that we're dealing with. Quick little run around the building. I'm still hearing a lot of slapping of doors, but not a lot of, if there were more than one on any one of those doors, then we would have door breakage at this point. Okay, let's cautiously investigate the next floor. Made it through about one cycle of my mix there. But now we turn the music off completely so we can listen for the noises. I'm going to swap the respirator for the bandana now. No need to incur further discomfort. So none of the doors that we're hearing getting slapped appear to be on this floor so far. One might say that we're a bit unhinged. That's why I've been collecting some hinges. I'm going to go ahead and put the M16 away. I do not expect until we pull the 4th floor, which is going to take a minute because I'm not going up 2 flights of stairs while there could be any number of them around me. So it's going to be a minute before we get to the last floor. We might not even make it there tonight. And that, to be honest, is perfectly fine. If we don't make it there tonight, we don't have to. There is no rush at all other than I would like to finish this before tomorrow, if at all humanly possible. Now we are stressed from the sound of zombies hitting doors. That is almost unavoidable with how many there are. Alright, so we are now as lightweight as we can be. and I want to keep things that way because if a zombie comes around a corner, we're not expecting it. Every stage of over encumbered you are, the heavier you are, increases their chances of actually getting you. So if you're gonna have to do a place like this, which I don't like doing places like this, but if you're gonna have to, being as lightweight as humanly possible is in your best interest. So the moment I see that little over encumbered sign show up again, we drop the loot off somewhere, lighten back up. Remember, we were never here for the loot. I'm actually really just looking for stragglers. All it takes is one deaf zombie that can't hear you around a corner somewhere. Okay, first floor is largely clear. I don't even know what this key is to, but if it's to this complex, then great. We could use it. This is the only apartment door still intact. All right. There's something in my right ear. Sounds like breathing. Cardboard boxes. Gonna be in a residential loot table. You take a peek at them. Alright, we are now over encumbered. Garbage bag coming out. Extraneous loot going into it, and it's getting left at the stairs. We're at stage 2 stress. That only affects our shooting capability for now. It's half of the second floor. Second floor lobby. Second floor storage. With fuck all in it. Disappointing, but not overly surprising. Found one of the thumpers. Now, I'm going to be real with you guys. We don't have to spawn in the 4th floor. But, since I've decided to base in this area, I feel obligated to do a full clear. We won't be able to do that tonight. We're going to be fatigued any minute now. And when we get back to base, we'll have a nice book to read to make this stress go away. It does, yes. Dark Antimatter, you are 100% correct. Okay. As soon as I catch the 4 units down here, I believe, we are done here with the 2nd floor. And that means everybody else who's left thumping is 3rd floor, because 4th has not been spawned in. Okay. We even came home with some cookware today. Now, if we were to just simply go upstairs to the 3rd floor, the simple act of going to the 3rd floor spawns the 4th floor. So, we'll just let the 3rd floor cook for a bit. The zombies who are up there currently slapping will calm down after, go take a nice little nap up here. Again, this is right next door to our base. That's why we started with this one. The next one is going to be even closer to our base, but that's okay. I plan on doing a little bit of over-preparation for the next one. Trying to turn the music back on here. First, a Section 8. I don't even know if that's true, but I'm putting it on my key ring just in case. And I should, well, am I bloody at all? Kind of, but not really. It's not until my underlayers get bloody that I'm worried about it here. That will help with the stress problem, because being armored and the discomfort with armor will increase your stress gain rate. So now we've got a happy book here. And that should substantially reduce the stress. We'll take the last edge off by rereading the How to Use a Generator magazine. Cookware has a home up here. Wood glue is for recharging filters. Sometimes I end up putting that in the sink area, but I'll put that over here for now. Because I put sponges in the sink, and we also need sponges for filters. I don't have like a perfect system for filters yet. That's still something I'm trying to figure out. Alright, bandana back on. And who knows how cold it's going to get tonight. Let's just pajama up here. Alright, let's sort out our weaponry here. I'll just bring the truck inside. Don't have to do it in the dark. For anybody joining, welcome. The building we just handled was a Section 8 apartment complex in Louisville, right on 1st Street here. Oops. I accidentally hit R, so we're sharpening our sword now. There we go. Our current base is just a parking garage that happens to be pretty well defended. This building right here is the one. So this building, one of the things I like to do with Louisville buildings, I did this previously with my other character, and I think it worked out well. This is a 4-skull building because it has 4 floors, and we have gone room to room on 2 floors. So what I'll do is just put X's through the first 2 skulls. So 2 skulls left in that one. We expended quite a bit of M16. I think the total was a little over a dozen magazines. Not that bad. Could have been a lot worse. I'm gonna go get a duffel bag, one that I looted recently here. This is just gonna be an RTB, but like weapon category. So what this is gonna end up being is empty magazines, empty respirator filters. This glue goes into my bomb bag elsewhere. Everything else in here stays here. We only need one gas can in the combat truck. Current M16 magazine is almost full. We should have enough loose bullets to top it off. We actually have exactly the correct amount. Now, I'm not even going to insert that magazine again. This M16 is ready to be retired. It has served us well. However, it is now down to, well, it's 1/3 is what it's been all day. And it actually is still going well, but let's go ahead and replace it now. Yeah, I feel better replacing it now, while we actually have a moment to think. So we've removed the magazine rack. Attachments are removed. It is now a decoration. One of a great many weapons that has served us well. The replacement is already on the passenger seat here. Laser sight and 4x scope. I think those are the only things that we can put on the M16 that matter right now. I should have a full bag of attachments in the ambulance, which I do. We cannot put a recoil pad on it. The gun light is only for pistols. The scope options are 2x or 4x, they're exclusive. Sorry, red dot 2x or 4x. And that's really all there is right now. Disappointing. If anybody is not familiar, I've mentioned this a few times. I've looked into the game's code. At the time, I was looking just for things that made it more difficult to shoot. But as I was looking through that, I noticed that there are a few placeholder things for thermal sights. So the game definitely has more attachments that should probably be available in the future. Whether we'll actually get thermal sights, or whether that's one of the many things the devs started working on and then stopped. TBA. TBA, we don't know that yet. Having looked through the nutrition code, I can tell you that the devs at one point had sexual dimorphism in this game. Men and women had different body weights at the start, and had different fat burn ratios and everything. That has all been removed. The code was never activated either, so it was like a thing that was a work in progress, but then it's all been removed now. So that is an example of the devs actually working on something that not only did make it into the game, but was actively removed before anybody ever saw it in practice. I personally would have been very interested to see how it feels from a playstyle perspective. I feel like women in real life, they burn fat. It takes them a little bit more effort to burn fat. So we should actually be able to retain weight longer as a woman, as a female character. but there's other caveats to that. If you want actual full-on sexual dimorphism in a video game, then you're going to have other considerations. Being a 10 strength, 10 fitness fighter is not going to be my best strong suit. Wouldn't stop me from trying, because I just take things as a challenge in this game. 200% muscle mommy, each one of my characters. Explosives bag over here gets the glue we picked up. There you are. This is a partial tube. So we have a total of 12.2. Yeah, we have 12.2 tubes now. It's good. It's a good thing. Fresh M16 into the trunk now, ready for combat. And we are, speaking of ready, we are just about ready for our second sleep. And we should have another full day of good weather before we have to, what's the word? Before we have to, deal with bad weather. I never did have to use this pickaxe. I'm just gonna put it in the trunk for now. We didn't get a lot of opportunity for melee in the previous combat. Damn it, we're still gaining weight at 84 kilo. I'm going to stop eating salads. We are just eating eggs to shut the hunger up at this point. And I don't know how I'm going to process that tomorrow. I need to do a lot of running around and a lot of melee combat tomorrow to burn these calories before I get too far past 85. You can be like 85.2 kilo and not get the high weight trait, but you're pushing it. It's a rounding error at that point, and you want it to err on the side of rounding down. Oh no, somebody died. Alright, pajamas back into the bag. I need to move this sewing kit somewhere else. There we go. Okay. I'm just going to eat nothing but eggs, hard-boiled eggs. That is a good way to not put on weight. And we're going to have broccoli for breakfast. Armor is going on. I hate going in places like this. So I'm actually going to put on my full body armor. Fuller than full. Yeah, as you can see, we have more 100% now. There is a slight downside to this. Our movement speed is going to be a little lower. And that's fine. We're going to swap back to just knee pads when we get outside. I don't intend on doing a lot of shooting in there, so I'm also going to leave the... I'm going to leave the sword behind, actually. The sword is one of my heaviest things on my belt, and it's not currently needed, because if I'm going to be in close quarters, it's the machete. That's literally it. So we are nice and lightweight, and very well defended. I would ask for nothing better if I had to go up several flights of stairs. Alright, now the moment we crest this stairwell, we're going to shoot the gun, and that's it. By shooting the gun, we spawn in the top floor. By cresting the staircase, we spawn in the top floor. By shooting the gun, we lure everybody from the top floor down. I'll give you an example of what it sounds like after you spawn in a floor. If you listen carefully, you don't hear a lot of mouth breathing right now. Watch what happens after I get up here. Hear all that? It's subtle, but it's all over the place now. That is the 4th floor that has just spawned in. Hello, 4th floor. I'm gonna go get my baseball bat from the other day. Still got a little life left in it. Yeah, the door is breaking. I actually did not expect it to be that easy to get up there. I thought we might run into some interference, but nope. I'm going to go ahead and take the leg armor back off. It was very situational. We might put it back on when we go back in there to clear it room by room. So even though we've spawned in an entire floor, you may have noticed that a lot of them have not necessarily all spilled out at once. They still might, so we're on our toes, but I'm going to see how much melee I can get away with, because I need not just to level my axe skill, that's what I'm trying to do, but I'm also trying to... Interesting that these guys want to go this way. I'm also trying to burn calories. Standing around shooting guns, believe it or not, it doesn't actually burn a lot of calories. Alright, let's do just one. See what that brings down the stairwell there. That bat needs to be on my back here. It's tempting to go get the gun. I think we'll be alright. We just gotta split these guys up a little bit. I mean, shit hits the fan, we've got options. I don't carry these guns on my belt just for nothing. been working on the railroad. See, now that I know it's only one floor coming at me at a time, I feel a lot more comfortable doing the melee juke. With the, whatchamacallit, the initial pull, I was a lot quicker to fall back to guns because, you know, how do I know that what I'm seeing is just a little bit of the first floor and then the whole second floor is around a corner somewhere? The initial pull is always the hardest with these multi-story buildings. Once you get a feel for what's on each floor, you're just taking it floor by floor at that point. I think I hear somebody to my lower right. Oh, no eyes. Caution. So when I say that buildings spill, you can understand now the verbiage, why I say the word spill. Kind of looks like a spill just came out of the side of the building there, doesn't it? Now we're dealing with the slower ones, which is a lot better for melee. Something about the sound behind this thing makes me like it better than the bat. I like the sound. I can't even explain why. It's a very satisfying sound. It's more metal than the baseball bat. Z-pill. That could have been all the fourth floor. Let's see. Make a little noise, a little bit more than the gunshot now. Close. Ooh, we're really close to the next level of aiming. That's okay. We're not done yet. The day is still young as far as I'm concerned. We haven't even hit noon yet. We should have good weather all day today. And we have stopped gaining weight at 84 kilo exact. Mission success on weight gain. Mission very success. Come on out. Now let's just say that this was the high-rise, the 200-story apartment complex. There are things we could do to make this much easier. We could do some sledge work down here on the ground floor to make it so that the moment they finish coming down those stairs, they become a target. We don't need to do that for this place. We're already on the final floor, so we don't have to go nuts with preparation. But it's a nice warm-up for what's to come. Hello there. You don't see that happen very often. Seems like they struggle to actually throw themselves out the window sometimes. Nasty smell here. Hello. Not supposed to happen. There should be no chink-a-link up on this side. What's going on here? You are not allowed on that side of the fence, no less. There's another side up here, too. We got a fucking vagrant around the corner here. Fuck. Alright, you know what? I don't have time to go all the way around on foot. I'll give you the poke. You really want it? That's probably not a vagrant, actually. That's probably just a dead one. An actual proper dead one. I'll give him some time to come out here. Have a bite of egg in the meantime. The respirator filters we're currently using are almost empty. I will usually want to give it a few discharges by the stairs before I declare an area secure, quote-unquote. Secure enough to go into the stairwell. Right now, you could not pay me to go into that stairwell no matter how much armor I have. So, I won't. Take a look at this survivor zombie while we're, waiting to see if anybody else wants to come outside of the large handle with rail spike. He had some guns. His name was Clint Dawkins. Take your water, Clint. You would do the same for me. He's got 2 baseball bats with nails, and a regular baseball bat, and a hockey stick. Not much else. He's not the typical survivor zombie. This is just a guy with a lot of improvised weapons. So over here is a storage unit. Same rules apply with buildings spawning in. But I don't see us finding keys to this place anytime soon. Oh, this place oh, you know what? I wish I had remembered. This place has dryers. So we could have had a dryer a long time ago. I'm going to take one of the dryers and just drop it off next to that Survivor Zombies loot, so that I will remember to come pick it up when we have an opportunity. The storage units here are not a source of a billion Zeds. Dryer fell through the floor. That's no good. There we go. I'm putting it there to remember that it's there. Falls to the floor, I will forget about it. Alright. Everything up here is clear. Yeah, we took this road at one point on foot as part of our hospital clearing strategy. So yeah, this area here is pretty damn clear. We shot lots of gun up here. in this particular area. And then we did not spawn in this apartment building, and we're not going to for a while, if ever, because our current goal really is First Street. This is First Street right here. It starts right next to our current most forward field base. As you can see, we have gotten a nice set of clear areas here by this gas station. This is our most forward gas station. Put a little G here because there is a gas to go right here. Here, this is the gas to go. Yeah. It's nice. Alright, it is now October 28th. Now that we have made some good progress on the journey towards First and Main, we've connected some cleared territory. I would like to go and take a look at Jericho really quick, see if we have any kale. And actually, all the kale I planted should now be ready for harvest. The question is any of it going to have a chance to bloom? Or should I just harvest all of it? These are things I must find out. Made our own little hole through the, whatchamacallit, edge of the rail yard. Curious to see if Jericho doesn't have any lag spikes now that we've reduced our max zoom. Yeah, a little bit of frame rate drop still. That's alright, I can live with that. Nothing like before. Before we would have almost an entire second of a frame rate drop. I don't even know how long exactly it's been since we pumped up the generators here, but we're going to do it. I can armor down now. Don't know if the respirator filters in the mask are done yet, but they are so close to being done. You can't recharge them until they're completely empty, I don't think, so I usually like to try to use them all up when reasonable to do so. And this generator is one of the ones that doesn't seem to be taking much, it doesn't use its fuel very much, because there's a problem with multi-generator fuel consumption. If you have multiple generators in the same area. That's been around for a while. Yeah, so these are down to about half. That's fine. So my current, whatchamacallit, combat vehicle is quite, it's below the halfway point, so I'm going to siphon some gas out of it whenever we need to top up these gas cans that we're using. It's perfectly fine to be running around instead of driving because we need to burn those calories. Actually, no, we're done. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We don't need to worry about that now. Okay, so the kale is ready to harvest, and it is days away from blooming. So that means that we will have a decent chance at bringing some of them to the blooming phase so we actually get seeds back. I never found very many kale seeds, so I would very much like to try and get some of them to bloom. We have one full, that's not a full, that's like there's 1 charge of compost here. So we need a full bag of compost to get 5 charges for these 5 crop plots here. That will subtract just a little bit of time and hopefully buy us enough time to get them to the blooming phase before November 1st they start to wilt. November 2nd they're guaranteed dead. So it's currently October 28th. 30 days has September, April, June, and November. So this is a 31-day month, so we have 4 days. So, yeah, we'll have to find out. Let's just get some compost. Does the roof have any? No. There's literally nothing left up here. I don't even know why I have it up here still. Now, the compost bins in the animal yard are not, none of them have, like, full compost. So we don't get another bag from them, but I do believe... I mean, look at this one. This one's 9.8% full. So we'll just need one of the ones in the animal yard to only have, like, 2.5%. And then we'll have exactly the right amount. Hello, friendos. Yep, this one here that we've been putting the bird poo into. I've been kind of interested to see exactly how long it'll take to fill an entire bag of compost with nothing but bird poo. Spoiler alert, it will take a long time. Alright, so with 1 full bag and 1 bag with only 1/4, we do these 5 crop plots because these are ones we want to boost to blooming. Now, before we harvest these other 10, I need to make sure we have room in one of my freezers for them. I think we might, but we're going to have to check. So this freezer is only half powered, but that half is completely full. That freezer is completely full. We have a total of, was it 9 freezers? 1, 2, 3 in this corner. 1, 2, 3 in the corner up there by my shoulder cam, and 1, 2, 3, 4 in the corner up here. This corner up here is split. The double freezer that shows only one side is powered is actually being powered by the roof. The roof is powering just this one side of the freezer, and then the fridge. The cooling shelves here don't actually consume power, but they do refrigerate. However, there's no freezer side to them, so they're not actually that useful to me. We actually kind of got interrupted while we were topping up the generators here. And then, of course, the generator on the roof. For anybody joining, welcome. As a quick recap, we're here in Louisville, and we're just doing a little bit of base maintenance at our main site here in Louisville. We've got outposts further up. Yeah, we've fallen behind on our generator refills. That's alright, we'll use up the rest of this can, get it patched up. And we're going to need to pull 2 liters, or 2 10 liters out of the vehicle that we're using. And then we'll go fill up the vehicle itself. Now this one didn't actually get filled up all the way, so... Oh man, clumsy characters. Sorry about that, Danny. I did not mean to do that to you. Alright, so about those freezers. I'm going to go fill up the truck. We'll come back and we'll take another look. I do believe we're going to have plenty of room in the freezer of the main base fridge here. That should be almost empty. And then I'm pretty sure we have like a little bit of room in one of the freezers up here. We'll verify that after I go fill up the truck. And then we will decide how much kale to actually harvest. Need to go refill my water soon. Out of tea. We already confirmed this corner is completely full. I thought it probably is the top center that still has plenty of room. What I'm going to do first is empty the freezer here. And I believe I can safely assume that my freezer at our destination base, the field base, our freezer there is like 80% full. And anything that's not anything that's not full about it can be corrected relatively easily. Okay, there was a tiny bit of room up here, but it is now gone. Everything up here is completely full. So maybe we'll take this venison with us. For now, I'll put it back in the fridge so that we have a full freezer to dump a shipment of kale into. I did some calculations a while back. The correct number of produce that weighs 0.2, which is most produce, to portion into your bags is 19.5 encumbrance each, so that's 97, something like that. Alright, so we did get the kale up here composted. That does not mean that it's going to be ready to it's ready to bloom anytime soon. When it says days, that just means less than a week is all that really means. So we're going to pay close attention to our crop yields. And go ahead and 19 each, okay. 37, 55, 14, 18, 21, 25.4. Okay, that's good enough for now. The rest of it can come with us to our destination. This garbage bag is basically just full of kale. Straight into the freezer it goes. All the rest of it can go directly into our backpack. Now, kale is one of those crops you can harvest multiple times, but I waited too long for this kale. So this kale is not going to be harvested multiple times. It is, in fact, done after we... I mean, at least I'm 80% sure it is. I'm not going to kill it. Like, I'll leave it, but it's going to die at the beginning of November, I think. So the remaining kale here, trying to wait till it blooms. We're going to come back, check it again on Halloween on the 31st. I could use a scythe where we're going. Multiple reasons for that. We were also short on steel rods at one point, so I'll just take one of these duffels. Peaceful. Quiet and peaceful. I'm here for it. I like it. Just a peaceful little Louisville here. Peaceful for now, he says. Peaceful for now. Now, kale actually does have quite a bit of calories in it. It's kind of like rabbit meat. You won't get fat just from it alone, but if you add it to other stuff, you will notice your weight going up. So we'll use it sparingly. We'll put a few pieces in the fridge and the rest into the freezer. Nice fit. It's actually a solid fit right there. Scythe is mostly for local use. We'll leave it in the trailer here. This generator, or this propane tank now dead. That's why we brought a replacement. You know what? A perfect mission for the remaining daylight today is I know of another propane tank in the local area here. I know where it is, but it'll take a little bit of effort to get to it. One of the local buildings has a propane grill on its roof. And this one's not empty yet, so we'll leave it here. This has got gas in it. This goes upstairs. This hiking backpack would make a fine generator bag. So we put a few scrap electronics in it. And up to the roof with us it goes. Don't see anybody coming outside of the building here. Oh, piss off. Alright, I guess I can't have the rack first. I've got to have the silly dryer first, and then I can put the dryer down. Oy vey. Now we can have a dryer. Took a few steps, didn't it? Put weapons of questionable type in here. Our survivor guy had a M9 with a full magazine. I'm here for it. Should not be putting dirty clothes away. Anything dirty into the wash for the next load. Don't quote me on this, but I do believe that you run the washing machine when it's full. I think you're getting the most out of the water spent. I think if you run it while it's not full. I don't know if it's very careful about how much water it actually uses, you know. Maybe it's using more than it needs for smaller loads. I feel like that's a thing in real life, but I don't actually know for sure. Expedition ambulance gets my loose ammo. Loose ammo and platforms that I'm not using yet. Here we go. Okay. Pretty good for the evening here. We have lights on this entire wall now, because we relocated the generator. Still have ourselves a bathroom here. This bathroom is no longer required, and the fixtures have not been emptied. The fixtures have now been emptied. Of course, we get the toilet, but not the sink. Need a separate container for furniture here. A crowbar here? I think we do. Yes. I think these soda vending machines and candy machines still can't be reoriented. Yeah, they are fixed directional. Can't layer the wall clock along with the soda machine, looks like. It's a damn shame. The clock is very sensitive about where you put it. There's so many things that it would be fine to go behind, but then you try and you realize, what? That doesn't work? Even the lamp there. I had to pick the lamp up first and then put the clock down. Because that's the game we're playing right now. Alright, so we still got ourselves a bathroom. But otherwise, we are clean on this side. I like having things on a facing that doesn't block me when I'm walking up to it. So these lockers feel better on this side. Got some purpose for the mop and bucket here tomorrow, or rather as an overnight. Gonna catch our first sleep now that we're on time. The second floor doesn't have any floor yet, other than what I built myself, but the third floor actually has got some ugly stains on it. Must be HVAC residue or some shit. Whatever it is, it's ugly and I don't like it. I'll make it go away. Now we can say with a straight face, we have a very clean place. I'll use up the rest of the bleach on these, you barely notice these corners, but it's a okay usage of the remaining leftover. That is the sound of a light bulb going out. Would you look at that? There's one on the floor there. Almost as if I knew it was coming. Nemo crossroads between Mold and West Point, or the gas station by the drag strip. If I had to pick one of those two, gas station by the drag strip feels more familiar to me, so I would pick that. But that's just a case of me going with what I know. Should have emptied both of the water fixtures in here. They are purely meant to be decorative. Laundry water is more used up than I thought. Salt the Mall and West Point. Yeah, I mean, if you go a little bit past it, that works. Successful into weight loss. Tailoring 5 sounds to me like, what's it called? Survivor houses or, storage units. West Point's got a nice set of storage units right there at the south. Absolutely. Got grime on it, it's a part of my base. Bitch, sweet ass, I'm gonna clean that shit up. Alright, we got 1 hour left to cook. I'm gonna fix some of this ugly gravel out here. doing what I'm doing right now fucks up the curb. So I'm going to fuck it up a little more so that it's at least a little bit even. See, picking up the gravel, putting it back down does not respawn the curb. So where we just picked up gravel to get rid of the cracks, the curb is now gone forever. And we'll have to do the same up here. Each of those rock shirts, yeah. They, a lot of them have the same name, but they still have different decals. Oh, that could be any one of the Zeds out here. Same situation with the curb right here. Fucked up a little bit of it out of necessity. Now I gotta replace all of it and just delete the rest of the curb. Alright, not bad. We're pretty close to level 9 in both axes and aiming, so that's going to be today's goal. Let's see if we can get both. It's not a difficult proposition. Both just a couple of 100 experience. Put my shovel away, and then we'll go get another bite to eat for the day, and then we are off. We got another lovely day ahead of us before the storm hits, probably right around, looking like the storm is going to be in full swing during Halloween here. Thing about kale that I forgot, you can add it twice, but then there's leftover. I'm not the biggest fan of the leftovers. Another 43 salad there, it's pretty good. Mustard that up. Nice that some of these corpses up here are going away. That was an unusual sound. Not sure what caused that. That's actually a pretty good cutoff now that I think about it. Throwing out, or maybe Now, leftover cooked eggs, if there are like 4 or something like that, that's fine because we're only getting like 7 out of an egg anyway, so I can deal with an egg that's only like a little bit left. Lots of cosmetics we can work with in this particular salon. I'll think about some of that later when we don't have as good weather. For now, I'm going to clear this road and then kill that door slapper in there and then investigate the viability of a defensive position in the nearby. How about over here? It's out of the way. I like these big mirrors. We can do interesting things with those. Hello. On this side of the door. You know, the fact that this place is not looted and trashed, and yet there's shit on the floor. What kind of beauty salon was this, where you come in here and you shit on the floor? I'm not sure if this is the kind of beauty salon I'd want to be going to. Oh, we got red hair dye here. That's good. I know I already have red hair dye, and I still haven't done what I wanted to do with it, but it's the principle of the thing. I like having more. It was difficult to find at one point. Man, this is this is like the celebrity chair right here. This is where your whatchamacallits, Mary-Kate and Ashley would go for their prenup. I couldn't think of a better 90s name right there. I didn't pay attention. Well, I don't pay attention to pop stars nowadays either. Purple hair dye. Neat. Blue hair dye. This place is the gift that keeps on giving. All these hair dryers and irons are going to be pulled apart for electrical parts. There are other salons where we can actually, if we want decorations, we can steal them from other salons. Out here, the necessities shall be focused on. Let's scout out this back road here. I'm starting to recognize this place as we're getting close to where Reed office building is. If anybody's not familiar, Reed is my surname. So with a building that says Reed office building on it, yeah, that's song of my people right there. Just gonna let the engine do the heavy lifting for me here. Imagine just driving around Walking Death and casually disassembling electrical parts as you drive. Probably not the sanest thing to do, but at 1 year and 4 months in, you're probably not going to be the sanest person. Especially that's 1 year and 4 months without any human contact. We would absolutely be certifiably insane at this point. People don't function well with 0.0 human contact. This is one of the unfinished townhouses. I call it unfinished because there is no carpet in the other one back there. This one does have carpet. Okay, then. That is an animal trailer that's been flipped over. If there are any animals in there, they're going to be stressed for the rest of their lives already. They will have just spawned in, but they're surrounded by zombies. They're done. They will never de-stress, ever. I have an idea. How about we just come up to this intersection and do one of these numbers? Just one. So that intersection particularly is very far from where we'll be doing heavy combat in the near term. So just kind of getting the local population to shift a little bit is not going to hurt us too much. Offices. Where are you, man? I'm at the offices. That's looks like somebody forgot to put their logo on it. You know, very rarely do you just have offices. Usually it's the Smith & Wesson offices. It's the... Oh shit, I didn't get too close to that building, did I? Shit, okay, fuck. Oh, fuck, we did it. We spawned it in. You see how we see these silhouettes, center right side of the screen there. We're fucked. We are locked into doing this building now. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. We have a limited amount of time before they all start coming out of that building. So, what does that mean? It means I need to get this hair dye out of my inventory really quick. If I do a salon, I'll do it second floor, so I'll just walk upstairs, drop it all, and then we'll have to make some hard decisions here. I wouldn't say that we're not prepared for another large building. That was not the thing I wanted to do at this immediate moment, but okay. I kind of wanted to get rid of that forest to make a little defense position. We can still do that. I mean, there's going to be many floors to this place. So we can handle maybe the first 2 floors without building a defense. I mean, we might not have a choice. We'll see what we can do with melee first. Lady, I was gone for like 30 seconds. Already became a vagrant. I remember seeing somebody else up here. There you are, 2, somebody's 3. Interesting. We'll see what we can get with melee. We're on a mission to get axe level 10. Got the tools and the talent. Let's put a set of replacement respirator filters in my backpack and get the respirator on our face. Nasty thing. It'll overheat you, but it'll get the job done. So none of the windows on this side are broken yet. Okay. I kind of assumed that the moment we spawned in that building, it was GG for the local area. There was just going to be zombies spilling out, and they wouldn't stop. But a lot of them might have spawned in and not actually started moving yet, so maybe we don't have to give up completely on the defensive position idea yet. Let me... Regrettably, I don't have my wood axe. I wish I did right now. Wood cutting with a firefighter axe does not make that much noise. Okay, well, about that, the building spilling and whatnot. We'll have to deal with these guys without the fighting position. The fire axe is a tool. The pickaxe is the weapon. Well, let's get started with a little sneak then.
Hey!
Oh, filters are now empty. Falling back just a little bit. Let us replace them. Cannot do that while moving. That is annoying. Fast ones are even more annoying. I don't care about spears. They don't have the durability to satisfy me. If I need to kill a zombie through a fence, I'll poke it with a knife. If spears hadn't been nerfed,
Hey!
I would reconsider, but as far as I know, the nerf has not been undone. Use another duffel. Thank you, ma'am. The way I figure it is, if I can manage to get them to not assault me in significant numbers after I come up to this corner and hit Q, then that means I can probably still cut these trees. I feel like I should go get the wood axe, though. If I get the wood axe, cut these trees with that, the trees go away faster with fewer hits. You can see why I wanted to do this before we opened up the building. One coming from behind. That was to the right. That's gonna bring half the building outside. Meta events will activate them and make them fight, so half of the building will be affected by that meta event. I think. Hang on. Yeah, so if they were affected by that meta event and they're active, as in when I say active, I mean they are going to fight their way through a thing like a door, for example, then they should be coming out on this side somewhere. So I'm going to fight here for a moment and see what comes my way. It does not look like they are... I mean, they're kind of moving, but they're not like going eternally in the rightward direction. They're also still breaking through doors, so... Yeah, there's another door. Yeah, that meta event fucked everything up. I don't think there's not going to be any pre-clearing now. No, we're just doing this. We're just doing this. There is a small part of me that wants to just do a pipe bomb and be done with it. But we also have goals here. Let's see what kind of melee we can get some experience with here.
Hey!
So their natural pathing will take them around the building. Even if they're not locked onto us. $6,400 out of $7,500 experience right now. That's about 1,000 experience. I don't think that this I don't think this pickaxe is going to last for the whole totality of that. We've got a regular fire axe on the floor just right up there on the other side of this mini forest to my left here. Remember, we're not necessarily doing anything that should be bringing everybody outside. It's just who's ever sensitive enough to hear this noise that we're doing here. The most noise we made at the edge of the building was killing these two. That's why a lot of these guys are just coming outside and stopping. I heard something, but only some of these guys actually know what it is. Like I'm just continually using piles I started earlier. Earlier it was, I created these piles to avoid having to spawn the building, but now that the building's spawned, they're still placed well. Stay away from the building so I don't pull too much of it at once. That first push was a doozy. I don't think that was a stage 3, but I'm gonna call it a... That was a bad mistake. Don't do that. Don't let them wind up in animation. That was at least stage 2. If anybody is not familiar, I classify mistakes based on stage 1, you let them get too close, but they didn't wind up. Stage 2, they winded up, but you didn't have your movement speed affected. Stage 3, they winded up, and you actually had your movement speed affected. Stage 4, you actually take damage. And damage can come in the form of an actual injury, or your clothing being ripped of some sort. Damage happened, basically. That is stage 4. We have not had a stage 4 in this character by anything but a bush. Bushes do not count. This is not the Middle East in the mid-2000s. Bushes are not that dangerous. I don't think there's anywhere I can eat a salad and not get stink up my nostrils, but see what we can do here. Filters of the current sort are holding up. Alright, let's do something a little bold here. Just this close, and see what that brings outside. We might have exhausted the supply of Zeds in this like corner area. That's something that's relatively easy to do in buildings like these, because then it's, you know, after that point you start questioning how much is left. But then suddenly 500 of them come around the corner, and you're not questioning anymore, you're running your ass away. First actual peek inside. Last thing I ever want to do is box myself in too hard in this little area back here, because if I let it happen, it will happen, and we don't want that to happen. Just because I'm capable of climbing fences does not mean I ever want to rely on it. Climbing fences in this game, even if successful, is extremely punishing. Fitness 10, Strength 10, you will still delete all of your stamina if you do it 2 or 3 times. And anytime you try to climb the fence, you have to assume that, oh, what if it fails? I've had it fail twice in a row just in this stream already once. Not good. Don't climb fences. Or at least don't rely on it. The only time I climbed fences so far has just been because it was convenient, not because it was required. Integrity of the pickaxe is doing great. Head is only a little below half, and the handle is still fantastic. Just recently replaced it. Keep in mind that the dumpsters block line of sight. It's not the biggest problem, because right now most of them are just coming out that doorway. Be cautious with this. Let's put these guys up. A lot of them are going to lose track of me, and that's perfectly fine. Just want to see who has the attention span to follow me all the way back here. We're going to call this my safe corner, because nobody's going to come at me from behind without hitting that chain link fence first. And I've got left and right covered pretty well. Hello there. See, not a lot of them had the attention span, but there's still plenty left just on the first 2 floors here. I don't think I'm going to feel comfortable going any further than this pile for now. We would have to make substantial progress with the rest of the lower floors before I feel like moving up any further. Spent most of the day around these corpses. Respirator filters went from 90% probably down to about 40%, so good to know. I don't know if I can make heads or tails around that because we haven't been at overwhelming stench levels for the entire time, but I would call that about 80% of the time. Once we get between the epicenter between these 2 piles, we're probably at overwhelming. Get in there like Del. I know. No, sir. I know I just said some shit about not moving up too far, but, well, take it slow. No need to rush. We are in control here. I heard a door break, so that means there are still a very tight cluster in there somewhere. Left somewhere. Just one. Alright. Successfully brought people outside. There we go. Oh wow, look at how many of them perked up just from that. That's interesting. Yeah, I know, right? Just seeing everybody perk up at once. A little spoopy. Just a little. Alright, I'm feeling very bold now. I'm going to do something that probably would not be a very good idea under most circumstances, but I'm feeling... You see, this trap back here, this little trap where it's just chain link fence that connects all the way to the office building, we can make use of this. And I'm about to do the last one that comes up to me. I'll get that other guy with the long hair there. And I'm going to shoot him. What's up, homie? Right this way. You're gonna be my alarm bell. That was fast. Oh, we got a staircase right there. Very good to know. That explains a lot about their movements. Didn't realize that was a staircase right there. Now all that's gonna do is just gonna bring people through the building into that corner there, where they're gonna be trapped by those fences the fence corners rather. And what I want to do is just make sure that my backfill is not going to box me in here. Look at that. Building, just everybody coming outside. Like a fire drill. Now all I gotta do is keep doing what I've been doing before. Just cue them up, as it were. I'm using that one again. Cue them up. I was perusing my hard drive archives the other day, and I found a entire soundtrack rip of the original Command & Conquer games, all the way up through Tiberian Sun. So CNC, CNC2, Yuri's Revenge, Tiberian Dawn, Tiberian Sun. I'm not as familiar with the CNC beyond the first one. I played the first one, and then I played Red Alert, and then Red Alert 2 was my jam. That was when I actually seriously played. Red Alert 2 and Yuri's Revenge. I just caught myself bopping my head to the Yuri's Revenge soundtrack for a while last night. And I bring that up now because the music is not very appropriate at the moment. So I think we're going to put on some jam here. Shit, where did I have that? That was there's a reason that I forgot that I had it. It was in one of my hard drive backups. So we go to library here, go to drives, and these are drives from basically all these folders used to be a hard drive. Very slowly transitioned everything off of the old HDD platters and onto this big ol' backup. But where the fuck was it? Fuck. I feel like it might have been in the one I was just looking at. Also, some things on these drives are not safe for work, so we're going to be streaming. Is that it? What? No, that's just it's a bunch of shit. That's also a bunch of shit. And when I say shit, I really mean just stuff that'll instantly get me copyright struck if I don't even want to show it on the screen here. And I learned just how sensitive copyright strikes are on YouTube when the first 12 seconds of Bad Touch that I used in a meme video just recently. The first 12 seconds where it's just like the guy doing the line, haha, well now, we call this the act of mating. That fucking line right there was enough to copy strike me. Like, fuck you, YouTube. It's 12 fucking seconds. There's no context whatsoever where that does not fall under fair use. You have these sensitive ass, I'm sure you've heard many YouTubers complain about that. And this is okay, so how long is this taking me now? I'm over a minute. Fuck my life. I thought I knew exactly where it was. I could do a search. I searched for Transylvania and minus the Vania. Moon Trance by Lindsay Sterling. Yeah, okay. Trance L. Yeah, okay. Well, fair enough. Almost there. I don't think this is going to bring up anything inappropriate. Could take a moment though. The homework folder. Yes, we don't want to leak the homework folder. Come on now. I can't, again, this, Lindsey Sterling's music is great, but I guarantee you, um, multi-hundred million views on YouTube. Yeah, absolutely. They've got copyright strikes on those. YouTube's algorithm is a sensitive beast. If anybody's never heard Lindsey Sterling, I highly recommend her. Lots of it is purely instrumental. She does sing in a couple of them. I prefer her instrumentals more than anything she does. It's like violin-focused EDM. Wow. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll just leave that to search for a minute. See if it pulls it up. You know, maybe the twist was it wasn't actually on the drives folder. Maybe it was in one of the other ones I was looking at last night. I was looking for a meme, specifically. Is this meme of one of the kids with the fidget spinners, but the fidget spinner was replaced with a plutonium cap? Ah, fuck Windows search, man. At least I'm, well, okay, I was about to say at least I'm not doing network drives, but no. All these hard drives are on my second PC, so yeah, it's a network drive search. Ah, fuck it. You know what? All right. It's not going to find it, then it's not going to find it. I know of something that we can listen to that shouldn't be as difficult of a search. Or at least that's what I thought. Man, I am, see, one of the problems that I have when it comes to sorting all this shit is that it's very old. And not only that, but I kind of like, I like having these things preserved the way they originally were. It's like looking into the past. Unfortunately, that doesn't help with actually trying to find something. No, it couldn't be in Alpha or Bravo. Um, ah. See, this shit is really old. You know what? Fuck it. We don't need. We don't. I'm feeling very transgressed and violated by Windows search right now.
Hey!
And this is why we get rid of vines. That guy, that right here on the right, hiding behind the fucking vines. So. Ooh, we got a key to the office. You, sir. Mega office too. Works for me. Replacing my water. Drinking a lot today. Stay hydrated, my boys. Lots of slow ones up there. Like a wall of slow ones coming at me. Look at that. Nice. I know how to deal with that. Make the Raven Guard proud. We attack, we fall back, we attack again. But not when there's fast ones in the mix. We will let the fast ones separate themselves. Like oil from water.
Hey!
Imagine if we had to stop and sharpen this thing all the time. It just fucks my flow. It fucks my flow if to do that. Separate thyself. Gee, wasn't expecting that. 1,900 hours is what we carry coffee around for. At least it's what I would say. I didn't have it in my truck. It's alright. Truck's right over here. I don't feel like stopping yet. Not when we got a storm coming. Fighting at night is easier than fighting in a storm. Go ahead and bring the truck up and use headlights. I'm going to use the headlights from the other side of the fence from where I'm currently fighting. What's my axe looking like? We are... the handle is about to get fucked. So, what do I do when there's a handle that's about to break out in the field? Zip ties, motherfucker. Zip ties, motherfucker. Yeah, crafting surface real quick. The head's still got plenty of life in it, so repairing the handle with a little zip tie real quick. Yeah, this'll extend its lifespan even further. If we were ready to stop, back at the base we got another replacement handle, but I'm not ready to stop yet. Fuck you. Game doesn't tell me when to stop, I tell me when to stop. So if we need to bail out of the truck, or get in the truck and bail out of here, we go around the fence first, so we're not immediately swarmed as we try to get in. Oh, the filters are done. Okay, good to know. Now, if we're wearing the mask with dead filters, we're not going to get beyond awful odor, which is the stage 2. That's still going to get us sick pretty quick. The moment we get queasy, we will go back to the driver's seat where I've got another filter set. I think tonight I'll probably recharge some of them. Am I collecting duffel bags? Kind of. Yeah, a little bit. You can't dye them, but they come in random colors, so. swear a battery-powered floodlight would come in amazing. I don't remember what happened to my last one. Let's just go ahead and get ahead of the filter problem now. I'm going to go ahead and place it. See how much we split them apart? It's like taking mouthfuls of cotton candy. We should not be over encumbered. Why are we? Probably the firefighter axe. I'm gonna drop it. Drop it. Over here into the light, and you see your ugly faces. Safe until you see the whites of their eyes. Which they're all 100% white because they don't blink. So the micro scratches cause their eyes to appear milky white. Doesn't stop them from seeing you, apparently. Nice. Very nice. Feeling good about this. we might just be clearing 2 floors of this Louisville building with just a pickaxe. I'm here for it. I'm so here for that. You have no idea how here for it I am. Like if I could be over there or over here, I'd be over here every single time right now. Back to your regularly scheduled standard slop. First time getting extremely lucky and finding a car in top condition, except for the battery. But it was easy to fix because you found a pristine battery. That's how it go. Gotta stash up on those pristine parts. So when you find the right one, you're one part away from a perfect one. Yeah, I would be disappointed if my clothing was not dirty after all that. Although some of my layers really aren't. Kind of wacky. The armor catches a lot of the blood for me. So even though we drank a coffee, we are still going to go ahead and get to bed on time tonight. I mean, there's nothing stopping us from doing a little bit of midnight killing. In fact, if I come back there with... Oh, I had a good idea just now. Let's go get some floodlights. Stick a few batteries in them. This is not allowed. You should not be here. Get off of my lawn. But yeah, I always need to have backup respirator filters, so the fact that we had to go through both of mine That's just an indictment of melee combat in general. When you're in Louisville, one of your, I guess now, I mean, since you are actually at risk of getting straight up sick and eventually dying of corpse stench, yeah, I guess that's now one of your biggest threats in Louisville. If you come in here with really good melee skills and you want to melee everybody to death, well, what's the thing that's going to slow you down first? The stink. The friggin' stink. I don't think we get to that point, but we have. So, how do you recharge respirator filters? A number of things, but I remember the key ingredient that I kept having trouble with was sponges. So we got 2 sponges, one for each of these empties. Now we need a mortar and pestle, we need charcoal, we need rags, and duct tape. So, okay. None of that's not doable. We don't even have to go all the way back to Jericho. March Ridge used 6 filters. I believe it. Homie in the chat there, KTO, is playing high pop, so he's going to get punished. He is a glutton for punishment. Happens to the best of us. I used to be like that. What I'm going to do is go ahead and just give the pickaxe another handle here. Handles are easy. I can make handles all day. Handles are just a plank. This will be the 3rd handle we've given this pickaxe. This one will probably kill the head, but we'll have to see. On the subject of fuel, once power goes out, you can still use gas pumps. You will need to manually power them up with a generator. So what you'll have to do is find a generator, find the generator magazine if you haven't already, and get some gas to power the generator. If you don't already have some, you'll have to harvest it from a vehicle using a hose and a liquid container. Personally, I always carry around a empty 2-liter plastic bottle in my Alice kit here. This plastic bottle and this rubber hose, these 2 things have probably been with me probably since the beginning of the game. I may have swapped out the plastic bottle at some point, but I mean, you know, a 2-liter plastic bottle, a rubber hose, has generally not left my person for most of this character's lifetime. It's just a very useful thing to have, no matter where you are, what you're doing. The ability to just reach out and get some gas from a local vehicle and not have it just be sludgy chunks, which is what would happen in real life after 1 year and, what are we up to? 1 year, 3 months? Yeah. What's the magazine for? Generators cannot be connected without skill. This magazine right here, how to use generators. I literally use them as decorations now because I've found so many, but you have, whatchamacallits. This is what you're looking for, the blue background with a generator picture on it. Most likely to find them in a loot container, but sometimes you go into a looted and trash building and they just lay it on the floor. Um, 2300. We go to sleep on time. We may run into issues with our sleep schedule thanks to the coffee, but we'll see. We're very close to Axe level 9. 7169.69 out of 7500. That's double nice right there. Double nice, as it were. If anybody couldn't see that. Very nice. Yeah, lots and lots of trash cans. You'll have some generator mags eventually. Some vehicles will have them in them too. So, in order to recharge these filters, duct tape, that's easy. We have lots of it here in the ambulance. I'll just allocate a single roll for now. Ceramic mortar and pestle. We actually have one with us already. The only thing we're missing then is charcoal. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and take out the explosives bag, because that's what has some of the stuff that we need I will put it on top of the electrical container here. The duct tape is permanently allocated here, and then we'll go get some charcoal somewhere. So charcoal, what I like to do is get a burner going. Burners require a barrel. So let's go find a barrel. Barrel should not be too hard to source. I know there's a couple of warehouses here. Maybe not. Well, there's an entire workshop in here, but I know for a fact that there's not going to be a barrel in it, because that's not part of that loot table. I'm way too familiar with workshop loot tables. This is entirely office. There's an ambulance right here. Another ambulance right here. Probably got 100 engine quality. That is a raccoon and a rat making those noises. Spooky noises if you don't know what you're listening to, but knowing is half the battle, isn't it? G.I. Joe. Been watching along to my earlier episodes, which is proving useful for learning. Hey, I'm glad it's helpful. It's kind of, I try to, talk to myself like a lunatic every time I do things, so that I at least make a little bit of sense. And I have been reliably informed that that helps people learn things. I'm here for it. I didn't set out with the intention of picking up another ambulance, but here we are. Medical supplies are nothing to snub your nose at. Our original intention was to find ourselves a barrel. We should have, yeah, there's going to be a billion at the rail yard. I don't know why I didn't think of that earlier. The rail yard's right here. Good to know, good to know. Here we go. I don't know if I'll need more than one of these in the future, so I'm just going to take two. We'll leave one behind at the field base, and the other one will turn into a charcoal burner. Oh yeah, absolutely. No, early game struggles are legit. All kinds of dumb things can slow you down in ways that are even hard to predict after a couple thousand hours here. We've been at this for a very long time, and there's still things that'll just take us by surprise once in a while. Nothing wrong with that. It's one of the reasons I keep playing the game. There are things we could do with these, some of which I might actually do. Fit them in my satchel here. They've been sitting here for quite a while. Can also make a stop at the gas station base while we're out here and just take a quick peek at the assets there, see if there's anything that needs to be moved. Pretty sure we migrated everything, and everything left here should all be non-essential. There are a couple of lights, but what I would rather do before, picking these lights up, moving them, I would much rather go back to the checkpoint, which is just down the road if we get on 31 West again. Just go down the road to the checkpoint and acquire ourselves a bunch of floodlights that are just sitting there waiting to be redeployed. The floodlights at this particular location are way more useful to me than those all the way back there. Ah, here we are, spices. We're not actively here cooking at the moment, so we are taking these spices with us. Otherwise, we are good to go. If I could fit it on my person, I would probably pick up this trauma bag. Actually, I can fit it. What am I saying? Drop that sword, put it in my backpack, and then put this pistol in my backpack, right? Straight in my... There we go. Okay, off we go. Yeah. I mean, honestly, gas stations just feel like such a very useful resource in the very long term. That's going to change someday, regrettably. Someday we're going to have gasoline spoilage. I have lots of folks who have told me that's going to be one of the first things they turn off in the sandbox settings. But we got it from the horse's mouth, our new game director, in that interview with Mr. Atomic Duck. Those two words that gave me a lot of disdain for the future. Gas spoilage. And when I heard that, I kind of read into it a little bit. Liquid spoilage is what I'm hearing. So that's milk too. So he didn't have to say milk spoilage. All he had to do was say that there is going to be a system that they're working on actively for making it so that liquids go bad. That's currently the challenge with milk, because milk spoilage was in B41. It wasn't in B42 because the new liquid system changed the way liquids work. That was a mouse. I need to be patient. I need to be patient. There's nothing of much super value in this fire and rescue truck. It's just another one of those 100 engine quality vehicles that I want to keep with me. Yeah, and you're 100% correct about that, Ulysses. That is and what truly gets my goat is that they're going to give us gasoline spoilage before they give us alternative fuels. I just know it. That's how these devs go. They will take away the fun thing before they give us a way to slightly mitigate the unfunness that comes with it. And, I mean, honestly, I'm already struggling, okay. I am spending a lot of time driving around as it is, just to get assets moved around the map. So if we get to a point where I can just no longer move assets around the map at all, well, that just takes a huge chunk of the game away from me. Because I'm not going to be just walking back and forth with my handbags full. No. I like this game a lot. I don't like it that much. I will never be just walking back and forth between towns with my bags full. But I can already tell you we're not going to get horses until build 43. I already know that for almost 100% sure. Because the devs have confirmed at one point that complicated animals like horses, dogs, cats, will not be in B42. B42 is probably closer to being finished than the devs are willing to say out loud. But you know how they go when it comes to announcing things. They don't. See, if we had a full-fledged, wood-fired stove situation, or wood-fired generator situation that we could work our way towards, or like, a steam-powered thing that can go on the railway, I'm here for it. I'm here for all that. I would care a lot less about gasolines. We, a mechanics level 10 person with some welding skills could convert these engines into wood-fired engines or ethanol, like corn. Fuck is it called? Whatever the alternative fuel is that's like almost entirely corn based. I'm here for all that shit. Just give us that before you take away gas. That's all I'm asking. It's not much. You don't have to take away gas yet. But, well, that's... I don't think our new game director is as based as I would like him to be in terms of the, just balance between not removing the good stuff before adding the bad stuff. Or other way around. Adding the bad stuff without adding some good stuff with it. Alright, so we did have... shit. We did have, we had a good sleep. The coffee didn't fuck us up, but now we've got fog. So, it's alright. It's very thick fog, so there's going to be limits to what we can accomplish today. In terms of combat, at least. What are we up to right now? We're at 4:40. 8 hours, 42 minutes. I don't have any scheduling constraints today. Nothing hard, at least. I have some end-of-the-month shit I gotta handle, but this is a 31-day month, and not, yeah. That's always complicated, because when I work weekends, which I cover the gaps in the weekends, there is a situation where if I get, like, let's just say some dumb shit happens, and I have to get called, like, late tomorrow night. I literally am not allowed to respond. Like, federal contract law would say that I'm not allowed to respond because I cannot bill hours over what is allocated for the current timesheet. It's a skill issue for my contracting company. It's an absolute fucking skill issue. The previous company that held the contract, this exact same contract, the previous company that held it would pay us overtime out of pocket. To give the customer better quality service. But the new contract company, just full of a bunch of pencil dick CEOs who just, CEOs and project managers who just, oh, the contract says this, so we got to do this. They don't treat it as a conversation with the customer. They treat it as, let's go everything by the book, and then just wait for them to ask us to jump instead of, saying, hey, we can jump a little higher here. Just more in-shitification in ways that the public isn't going to see as much. Government contracts are ridiculously complicated, and I understand that completely. But there's ways of doing it that don't suck. I've seen it. just a few years ago. I believe it's still possible, but another problem with the current contract is the fucking behemoth. The previous contract just had tech support, and like that was almost it. Now we've got tech support, we've got app development, we've got like a bunch of nerds basically under the same roof, and possibly even other things. Like I don't even know if they rolled other things into my contract. My contract is fucking massive. I think there's even like custodial staff somewhere in the contract on the same, you know, employed by the same company as me, working for the same customer, which is, yeah. Should not be much of a surprise that they don't have time to add some nuance to the discussion. Yeah, this fog is, ugh, I don't want to, I don't even, like right now, if I could control the melee combat, I wouldn't mind doing a little melee. But I need to see targets coming at me from like, you know, 40 tiles away to feel safe. That's like, it's like the edge of the screen here. I can see outlines. I don't know, maybe I'll get a little feel for it. I'll get a little feel for it. I'll take the truck out. We'll gear up. And I'll just see what that little corner we were fighting in before. I just want to see what it feels like. Maybe it won't be as bad as I'm thinking. Maybe the fog will go away. We're about to have turn of the hour. Let's hear what we got. Knox power grid blackout. Was humidity 44%. Yeah, that makes sense. Mild wind from the north. Clear skies. Yes, clear skies. These skies look very clear right now, guys. Thick fog. Warning. Period of weather predicted to start in the afternoon. Showers of heavy rain. So the fog might go away and it might just immediately get replaced with rain. So not the best prospect. Warning. Thunderstorm. Thick fog tomorrow too. Fuck you. Weather continues throughout the day. Expecting thunderstorm. Severe weather warning, thunderstorm imminent. Are you? Wow. We got some shit weather on the horizon, boys. Oh boy. We got some ugly, ugly weather. Let's. That means we got to do what we can now before it gets worse. Because when it start getting that thunderstorm coming in, it gets worse. Let's just fight down this street, see what happens. See, we're on the other side of the building that we've been pulling the large groups out of. So there will still be people out here, but I predict not quite as many. Make me taint these beautiful windows. Thank you. It's not like I'm going to make this into a base or anything, but I mean... Pizza World t-shirt. Vita Tyner. Now, fog is no problem if you're fighting indoors. I don't like fighting indoors, let alone fighting indoors in Louisville. I've never liked fighting indoors. Fighting indoors in this game is cursed. Especially with the current build and the way corners are handled. That reminds me, I was going through some of my previous footage, looking at some of my crazy moments. And I saw somebody in chat who I hadn't seen for a while, so I was like, oh, I hadn't seen from them in a while, so I went to look at their channel. Maybe they changed their icon or something. Maybe they changed their username. No, they deleted their channel. Some people used a couple of people actually. I only noticed one immediately, but I've seen this happen a few other times where somebody who just would hang out with us in chat every couple of days would actively participate. It's always nice seeing regulars, but then one of my regulars just completely disappeared. Like not just from chat, but from YouTube. It's always a sad thing. There's any number of reasons somebody would do that, but that's why I'm not going to say who it was, because maybe it was a privacy concern. Maybe they just put themselves on the internet too much and decided to disappear. Maybe they're watching under a different account. If so, shout out. Appreciate my viewers no matter what form they take. I mean, I have 4 accounts myself. 3 of them would... 2 of them are publicly known. I regularly try to associate my main with this channel, my live streaming channel, but I have 3 other YouTube accounts in addition to those 2. I do not... yeah, people would not really recognize those. one of them has Bill Williamson as the icon. If anybody has heard all of my Bane posting references, you would immediately recognize that as me. But there's also plenty of other Bane posters out there. We're all big guys. Getting caught is part of our plan. A lot of them just still chilling in there. I'm gonna deal with everybody on the street before getting any closer there. See, as long as I'm not worried about people coming at me from a flanking position here, then I'm not too worried about the... Also, I don't even need to be wearing the mask right now. If I pull that off, will you die? It would be extremely disgusting. You're a big gal. For you. But yeah, until we have huge piles out here, we're actually fine to use the bandana. Bandana will make us sweat less too. Lower insulation. Yeah, YouTube, you know, I've had this channel and my main channel both for about, what are we up to, 13 years now? 2012-ish. So 13 coming on 14 years, I suppose. This channel was originally just supposed to be a Y2P channel, memes and shitposts. It eventually evolved into a footage dump for video game stuff. And from the footage dump, it evolved into live streaming. The guy's name was Cletus Good. Baffled that I still have clean windows on the pizza world here. I'm here for it. I'll take it. We're out of range of stage 2 stink here, so... Oh, we're over-encumbered too. We shouldn't be. Being over-encumbered is not a good idea when I have a weapon this slow. Why am I over-encumbered right now? We shouldn't be. Alright. Oh! Holy shit, I'm such an idiot. I've been carrying around these 5 planks in my satchel the whole time. I literally stopped filling my satchel with tools because it was gonna weigh me down no matter what. Problem solved. So it's noon right now. If we're gonna get fog clear up by noon, then sorry, by 1300. Looks like it's already starting to lift. It's no longer very thick. That shit I was just talking about, the stink. Let's just swap for the respirator mask in my backpack here. Now that we've identified what's causing the overloaded Oh dear. That was rather quick to hear that door go straight to splintered. Now this is unacceptable. We cannot have people coming around back like this. If I have to fight right here, I will. I do not like how I have to, like, if I want to see what's back here and the other side at the same time, I have to move forward so that I can't see around this corner. I strongly dislike that. It's my favorite zombie movie. So the first one I ever saw, and the first one I ever saw, I wouldn't call it my favorite, but it shaped my expectations for zombie movies. Dawn of the Dead, the 2009 one. I actually didn't see the Romero original ones for a long time. I don't have anything like, I would say that the Romero ones are a little bit, I don't want to call them overrated, but they are, there's definitely some bias because a lot of people, it was their first one, so they appreciate it more than the newer ones. Lots of zombie movies there's a lot of overlap between them, and that's okay. Shaun of the Dead is one of my favorite. Not just because it's funny, but it's also pretty good as a zombie movie. Shaun of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead 2009. World War Z, as a movie, is not that bad as long as you, in your judgment calls of whether you like it or not, just completely separate it from the book and make sure you read the book, because they're both good for different reasons. The movie is, no, there's some parts about it. You could clearly tell that Studio B, Brad Pitt's studio, took over for the second half of the movie. Spoiler alert. The second half of the movie changes drastically. And it becomes a lot lower budget. And it's actually not that bad because of it. I mean, like, it transitions from a high budget, lots of zombies, billions of them on screen at once, all piling up onto helicopters and tanks and shit. And then the Act 3 of the movie, mostly, it just turns into like they go to this WHO facility, and it's just, suddenly it's all just, close quarters indoors. Brad Pitt's using a fucking soda machine to knock it down and get the zombies' attention. It's good, I like it. But nothing about the movie is relevant to the books except for like a couple of lines. I'm gonna be real with you guys. There's the whole reason the movie was made. I'm just gonna say this. The whole reason the movie was made is because there was a pretty good line in there from Jürgen Warmbrum about how the Jewish the Jewish intelligence agency runs things, and how they were able to successfully predict the zombie virus. Somebody high up in Hollywood read that line and was like, "That's real good. We got to make a movie about that." And that's why one of the only things from the book is that line. The 10th man is the line I'm talking about. The 10th man. I mean, it's not a bad thing. Little window into how Mossad operates. But to think that that's one of the only reasons the movie got made is a little cynical. You thought it was really creepy at the time. Oh no, it's great. It's fucking amazing. It is creepy, but it's one of the best takes on a zombie apocalypse that gives you a truly global perspective, right? How different countries handled the apocalypse and why, and what resulted in, what was the outcome. It was written a little bit before the Russia-Ukraine war, so the way that would play out now would be very different. If there was a zombie apocalypse over there, that would play out very differently than it would as it was written in the book. But they provided two very interesting contrasts. Russia, in the book, basically degraded into a a Orthodox Christian hardliner society. Like, right now, Russia, people think, oh, they're all right-wing. And there's very little religion in Russia right now. It's a very, very atheistic country. The notion that the Orthodox Church would take over is almost laughable. But there was a really relevant reason as to why it happened in the book. and I won't spoil it, but yeah, that's kind of how it played out. Some Orthodox priest somewhere ended up being one of the highest public officials to be interviewed. And that's what World War Z really is. It's a collection of interviews from the survivors of the zombie war. You get this, the main character doesn't even name himself in that, doesn't even name himself. He is just going around and collecting verbal testimonials. I really like that format. I mean, it's a really great format for just giving you a perspective of how a major event played out in very different places. And I will spoil how the Ukrainians, in this one aspect, how they needed to clear a bridge. Of course, in every war, nobody has their hands clean. The U.S. government did horrific things. Every government on the planet is implied to use the Redeker plan. I'm not going to explain the Redeker plan. The Redeker plan is, you're going to have to read the book yourself and find out the Redeker plan. It's fucking horrific. But it worked. It saved a lot of lives at the cost of... Some people had very bad endings because of the Redeker plan, but it got the job done. But yeah, so hey, look at that, level 9 Axis. So nobody came out with their hands clean, but the way governments handled the pre-Redeker plan phase, everybody had different ways of handling it. The Ukrainians would gas entire bridges of escaping civilians before they became zombies. Gas didn't work on zombies, but after all the civilians were down, the ones that were infected got back up. And then they knew exactly who to shoot, and there were no longer people to trip over in the process. India just very, very, very narrowly, briefly avoided nuking themselves. They almost nuked themselves to cut a bridge off. So obviously when you have mountainous regions, cutting off bridges is an extremely important thing. You stop foot movement, you stop zombies. But when the people that are not zombies, or are questionably, are they bitten, it takes 2 weeks to turn sometimes. I think some people who get slow burns are like, they can take almost a month to turn, which is, that's fucking terrifying right there. Somebody who's perfectly healthy and comes along could turn within a month, and that's, I wouldn't even imagine when they add NPCs to this game. Notice that my GUI is really small. That's not a modder setting. So this is literally, this is what the game looks like in 4K. That's all it is. This is literally just 4K. The reason it looks very small is, well, I mean, if you don't have a 4K screen, that's obvious. But if you do have a 4K screen and it looks really small, I'm gonna be honest with you, man. It's because you're whoever sold you your monitor scammed you. If there is a monitor out there and it calls itself a 4K monitor and it is smaller than like 36 inches, don't buy it. It's a literal fucking scam. The problem is everybody got into the mindset where, oh, I can have a 4K monitor, but it doesn't have to be huge. It doesn't have to be a big TV. No, that's not how this works. If you want more pixels, you need to have room for those pixels to actually display things. Unfortunately, monitor manufacturers realize that people will just buy things without even thinking about it that way, and that's... Operating system manufacturers stepped in, like, Microsoft, Apple, Linux. They all do this by default now. If you plug in a 4K monitor and then it detects that it's a model that's under a certain size, they'll just increase the size of text on your screen because of it. So your software is compensating automatically for the fact that your hardware is a fucking scam. It's regrettable, it really is. But the point I'm getting to with this is, this looks perfectly normal to me because I'm sitting in front of a 44-inch screen. If I was not sitting in front of a 44-inch screen, I would be squinting really hard to see this. And one of the reasons this hits so close to home for me is you can't see it on my current loadout here, but above this monitor right here, which is just a 1080p, above this one is a 4K monitor. A 4K monitor that is only 22 inches. That was my main monitor for many years. So I am a bitter victim of this scam. And it was quite eye-opening. Get it? Eye-opening. When I kind of understood the Ponzi scheme that's going on with high-resolution monitors. But yeah, if you're interested, my monitor is linked in the description. I don't generally recommend it to normal people because it's a lot of fucking money for a monitor. I would only recommend this kind of a monitor for somebody who is got like a day job in the IT sector, so you're already sitting in front of a monitor, and then you enjoy spending lots of time in front of a computer for hobbies too. Because then you get that sweet spot where it's both your day job and your entertainment. At that point, personally, I can justify spending several thousand on something really good if I can use it for both. Yeah, no, 22-inch 4K. That's what this fucking thing is. This there's a reason I don't bother getting it on any of my cameras here. All it is just it's just a monitoring window for my second computer. I have almost no need for it, but it also assists with my lighting. It helps light my face a little bit more evenly as long as the screen in front of me is not full bright. I just heard another door break. An 80p MSI, which is 27. The larger monitors that don't have as much resolution still look pretty good. I've got a 36-inch that's on the top here. It's hang on a second. That's much easier to show. I got the tripod back here. I just gotta tilt this up a little bit, and you can actually see the. Oh, never mind. I forgot this other one's on top of it, but it's a 36-inch is what it is. The 36-inch is only 2K. It's 2560 by 1440. But it still looks great. The pixel resolution is perfect, or the pixel density is perfect. That's what I'm thinking of. Pixel density. It is possible to have too much pixel density, and that's one of the problems you run into when you have a smaller screen that tries to do a big resolution. 32-inch 1440p 180 hertz. Now that 180 hertz, don't underestimate that. That's for a big format screen. Getting that high, I mean, that's higher than the one in front of me here. This one is a 144. And that's one of the things that actually makes it so expensive is the refresh rate. You can find like an 8K TV that would probably be a little cheaper than this 4K monitor. But that 8K TV is going to have like a 1 second delay. You don't want to ever play a fast Twitch video game on it. It's for watching your Hollywood slop in high resolution. So we have killed a lot of zombies with this one axe. And we are losing a lot of frames from this rain. This axe is still going strong. This one pickaxe. It is friggin' wild. Alright, I actually feel... It's probably not a good idea, but I actually kind of do feel safe doing a little discharge here. Because now that we're axe level 9, I want to see if I can get level 9 with... aiming as well. We're really close. I don't need to like wipe out this entire building to get there. So we got about 133 shots here. Let's just shoot these guys and then see what the road looks like after that. It's probably going to be ugly, but then we'll just fall back. It's fine. It's going to be raining anyway. Now when it's raining like this, I usually wait for the nice and close range shots. Now we got fence slappers all the way up here on the top left corner of the screen. I'm not worried about them. We already evaluated the street out there. We learned that there's not quite enough people up there to... nobody's going to be piling up 25 to a tile and breaking through one of those fences. Of course, this is where guns start to fall off. Or, handguns is what I meant to say. The moment you got large groups of fast shamblers coming right at you. You start feeling the urge to shoot them from a longer distance, and then the rain's working against you. I'm going to drive the truck back a little bit. Opening one more box of 357. Almost there. About just over a little over 100, like maybe 120 or so experience. And I think we're getting anywhere between 3 and 5 per kill. This, of course, with the surrounding bullshit. And if this ends up getting too fast-paced for us, we do still have the 9mm. Yeah, I was thinking we'd have somebody coming out of the diner. Yoga Zeds. Hello. You should not be here. Oh. That was a bad shoot. This one right here. That is, I don't know what yoga position that is, but it's more than I can do. More than I could ever do even at my prime. The new moon position. The double crescent moon. $90 shots left. We can crack open more boxes, but it's alright. Best thing about this revolver, there's nothing to jam. Because of that, this is unironically one of the best guns in the game. 6 shots and it never jams. That's fucking... By the standard that's been set by the latest patch, 6 shots without jamming is a fucking blessing. And when I say without jamming, I mean a guaranteed never jam. Now, for the first couple floors of a Louisville office building, we have done fantastic here. I was unironically expecting that we just have to keep falling back. I was 100% on board with that.
Hey!
3 times in a row, 80% condition, level 9 aiming. None of that should happen. Everything about what you just said is wrong. Hey, aiming level 9, boys. We're not done yet. I need to see Police Academy. It's one of those movies that has been on my acquisition list for a very long time. I feel like if I keep... Okay, so if you guys... I've said this a few times. I spend almost as much time watching YouTube as I do streaming. Maybe a little bit more streaming these days, just because 8 hours a day. But one of the channels I've just been fucking obsessed with lately is Midwest Safety. Possibly the best cop slop on the internet, easily. I don't know how they do it. Their fucking editor is a... I don't know who the editor is from Midwest Safety. They're one of the best editors on the planet. They take body cam footage from a single incident, and then all of the body cam footage from all officers involved, and they compile it together into a narrative. It gives you just... I think everybody out there should just watch some Midwest Safety every once in a while. Just like understand how law enforcement thinks and how they operate. I've been working with federal law enforcement for years now, including our state and local partners, and there's just things that I never would have learned from my support role, tech support. Never would have learned any of that without actually being on the ground with them. And Midwest Safety is some of the closest you'll ever get to being on the ground with them. You just see things through their body cams. See how they, talk to each other between things, how they handle, different whack-ass situations, the wackiness. The one they put out yesterday was unironically made me cry. It was a cop killer that they had to respond to, and they actually included the funeral for the officer afterwards, taps and everything. I was not expecting the taps. Trigger warning: if taps gets you, taps, if you're not familiar, that's where they pull out the bagpipes and they play Amazing Grace. Yeah, that got me. That fucking hit me like a brick. The bike chases. Oh no, I have not. That is something I might need to look at someday. Alright, falling back a little bit because I think we are at risk of running low on ammo. Yeah, down to 30. Let's get a total count of our 357. Yeah, we open this box, and that is it. We have no more 357. So we're done with Magnum shooting for the immediate moment. We're switching to 9mm, because we have, like, dozens of 9mm magazines loaded here. Yeah, it's called Midwest Safety. And it's not just the fact that they edit things so well. But they've got a whole team behind these videos, and they actually manage to do almost daily uploads. I think not every single day, but like, yeah. They get the body cam footage by doing FOIA requests to law enforcement institutions, and some of them respond, you know, a lot more willingly than others. You'll see a lot of Florida. I'll let you know ahead of time. If you start enjoying Midwest safety a lot, you'll see a lot of Florida. Florida has possibly the best, or the, let's call it the most transparent public record laws. If you want like gigabytes upon gigabytes of body cam footage, I'm pretty sure they'll hand it to you with a simple written request, as long as you're an American citizen. They might even hand it to non-American. I don't even know. I don't even know if they verify. I just know that, let me tell, very rarely will I ever tell you anything specific about my day job, but I get, on occasion, emails from people involved in law enforcement from every level, every state. Almost every single LEO from Florida that I've ever traded emails with has in their email signature a little heads up, a little warning. Please be advised that Florida has a broad public records law. Anything written in this email or replied to it can become public information with the simplest of requests. Some phrasing thereof, depending on the institution. It's fucking wild how easy Florida is for things like that. It's a good thing in my opinion. Transparency is great. There probably is such thing as too much transparency. And I like to imagine that they know when to not release the footage. You know, if there's an active investigation going on still. If the matter is not done and dusted. I'm pretty sure that most LEO is going to be good about that. Okay, we've got tons of magazines left. That's not a problem. But we just had our first jam. I'm not here for that. You will not touch that window. I don't know why I care about Pizza World windows right now. Public records are actually... Yeah, no, that's a... It's almost as if, you know, our taxpayer money paid for it. It's almost as if we can actually directly use it. Oh, that didn't work. One of the reasons we keep getting people coming up from the top center here is because we've got a fence up there, and a lot of people are getting stuck on that fence. But then when they lose track of us, they resume, instead of getting stuck on the fence, they continue moving. So they're drip-feeding themselves up from that direction. Honestly, the rain is not that bad. We're going for point-blank shots like this. We're doing alright. We just do not want to be flanked, so even if it's a single slow shambler like this one, no fucking around with that. I don't know if you hear it, it sounds almost like drums. Drums in the deep. There are plenty of zombies up there slapping. Okay, that should not happen. That was 2 jams in a row right there. It's like the first jam just failed to clear. You'd think at aiming level 9, reloading level 7, you would think I would know how to rack a fucking slide by now. And make sure that the bullet actually popped out. You'd think I would know that by now. I'm a little salty about... See, when it comes to like a gun like a M16, jams don't feel as bad because I'm killing them at such a distance that the jam is not going to stop me from killing them before they get to me. 9mm is not the same. I usually have to wait until they're pretty close, even on a good day. Like, obviously the rain is a factor here, because rain makes the shoot not as good. The no shooty water. But fuck, man. Looks like our filters are used up. So, that's a good sign that we should go ahead and start thinking about piecing out here. Hell? Oh, you bastard! You killed Window! You bastard! Man, that sounds spooky. Now that I don't have the rain competing, and I can just hear the thumpity thump, just knowing every single one of those is jaws of death that just happened to be distracted by a fence somewhere. Spooky. This game does still spook me every once in a while. So I'll eat a salad. It's okay. Drums in the deep. Fool of a took. Alright, yeah, like I said, I think we are out of here. With the filters gone, we'll be getting sick any moment now. And we've actually got sickness that could be creeping up on us from a completely different angle. The other way to get sick in this game that a lot of people don't pay attention to is if you get wet and you stay wet for a little while, you will get sick. And when I say sick, I mean like a cold. Like an actual debuff that'll just sit the fuck around for a couple days. And that will cause you to sneeze randomly and you'll be weaker. It's not good. Don't get sick in this game. If I got sick right now, I would probably take some sleeping pills and just sleep for a few days straight, just until it went away. That's just how annoying it is. I like to call fog no shooty gas and rain no shooty water, but a sickness, like an actual cold in this game, is no dewy anything, is what that is. Yeah, I mean, you would think a hugely dilapidated mine that hasn't had any maintenance, that's already full of extremely improvised stuff from the dwarves, you would think that shit would break all the time in there. But no. We hear one bucket fall down one well, and no, that means there's people. Lord of the Rings is a great story, but you'll never hear me say it's 100% consistent. There is some silliness in it. I was supposed to take my armor off. That's okay. I'm going to do a load of laundry. Now that we got rain, let's just do a load of laundry. It's almost a full washing machine. That's what I like to see. I am going to pull the respirator filters out of this mask. Then it can go in the wash. I love my pajamas. I'm rocking them. Feeling good in these pajamas. Oh, the turtleneck will block my coveralls. That's actually dumb. Oh, that's dumb. What's my insulation like? You know, it's not bad. We'll see. They are, but not in the winter. Definitely not in the winter. I can get away with it in the summer easily, but winter that's pushing it. I would need some long johns with it, and maybe then. There's another thing that I could do that I don't even want to think about right now is I could just do just put in a campfire or a a fireplace. So we have a total of 4 respirator filters that we've exhausted. And now we also have a barrel. I'm going to pick up the barrel. We need to go get 4 stones. Shouldn't be too hard. We already have 1 back at base, so I just need 3 more. I have a place where I might find some back here. It's a little strip of terrain. But I don't see any, so we're about to go foraging. I do not think we'll have trouble finding stones in all this parking lot space here. The one thing I will say about white coveralls is they, a little bit of dirt shows up really well on them. That's unfortunate. Fucking caterpillar in the middle of the road. And this time of year, localized entirely on this parking lot. Can I see it? Hey, Emma. Good morning. Currently the evening for us. And we're currently getting some rocks if we can find them. We're not going to be finding any rocks anytime soon at this rate. Not through foraging, at least. It's all full of garbage. I thought I put substantial stuff in there. That was being a big negative there. I don't know what made me think that we had some stones over here. My brain meat is telling me there was a large stone somewhere around here. But, I haven't found it yet. There's not much real estate up here. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Who mails a whole ass TV? Yes, my brother, I will send you a TV. You will? Yes, look for it in the mail. This was a little bit before the times of Amazon. Today, it's perfectly expected, but in the 90s? Are you sure about that? I'll just step outside and get a few stones, he said. Reality had other plans. That's alright. The ebbs and the flows of Project Zomboid. It's rat turds. I'm seeing lots of cracks on the floor here. I'm not seeing lots of rocks. Oh, there's two. We got two now. Do I hear three? I'm gonna go sleep. A duffel bag. Who would have known? Oh, too close to my base. You would think that what I could do would be, I don't know, get a shovel, pick up some of this gravel, maybe see if I could find a large stone in there somewhere. Maybe not. Probably not as common as it might sound. You have to forgive me, I just can't abide these messy coveralls. But if I'm going to wash them by hand like that, then I'm going to have to dry them. Everything should now be clean. We put it in the dryer. Run it in the dryer as we sleep. Theoretically, it'll all be dry by the time we wake up. So if we do get cold right now, we only have to deal with it for one sleep. Multiple. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, got down below 50 and we're still good. I should have put the beret on. Honestly, the beret would have made me even warmer. I don't think there's anywhere to fish nearby, but if there was, that would be what I use the caterpillar for. Let's just put our regular gear back on. Look at that. The stupid little crate gets put right on, layered over top of even the TV. That's kind of dumb. Looks a little less dumb with the coffee machine, but it's still kind of dumb. What if I put the coffee machine on the table here? Rotation is broken right now, and I don't even know why. some things that should be rotatable are just not. Whatever. So one thing I love about kale is it's 16 hunger for a full leaf of kale. So I could literally just straight up eat a mouthful of kale, and that shuts my hunger up completely. Excuse me. The weather effect gives us a negative 40%. So I seriously doubt we're going to find anything, but maybe we can offset it just enough. You know, there was an umbrella on the passenger seat of my expedition ambulance for this exact scenario. It's alright. Oh wait, you know what? I know exactly... Oh, hang on. Paper clips? Okay. I know exactly where we can go to get some, there's some more terrain up here that should spawn, or have a chance to spawn stones. This, or around the corner. The entire back area there has got a strip, too. Doesn't seem to be spawning very many stones, though. I haven't seen a single stone anywhere. That's a lot of terrain. They're way more common elsewhere. Not really here for a fight. Tell you what, I'm going to put this barrel into my backpack so I'm not over-encumbered. Or at least lightly over-encumbered. Making me get my brand new digs dirty again. Some filters here that'll hold me over, thanks to this guy. So I didn't find exactly what I was looking for, but I found a consolation prize. And I'm about to just accept it. It's a lot denser over here than I was expecting. Hey, but there is a stone right here. One woman and her quest for a simple fucking stone. She has a sledgehammer and an entire asphalt driveway, but she can't find a stone. Whatever will she do? It's alright. There's our 4 stones. We can make a burning barrel whenever we want to now. You can dig out the stones if you see one on an actual screen. Are you talking about what we just did? Because that's what we just did. If not, I'm not sure what you mean. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I just did for those other two. Problem is, they should spawn more often on grass. We did not find a single one back here except for... we did find one while we were putting down gravel. Literally just one. We've got the... Yeah, this area's been parsed out. That's fine. We don't need to burn that much charcoal. But we need something to burn it with, and now we have it. So we put our random stuff like tree branches and saplings in here. And we can now do one charcoal burn, and that's honestly, that's all we need. That gets us 12 charcoal to work with. We only need like one for each of these filters. I'm going to establish a charcoal recharge bag here. This golf bag is going to be it. We'll need duct tape, wood glue, and sponges. Now we'll need the ceramic mortar and pestle. That's going to be... We're going to have to trade that between the bomb bag until we can make another one. That's going to take a minute. Problem is, I don't want to keep the bomb bag right next to the filter recharge bag. The bomb bag has all the glue on the map on it. I'm not even kidding when I say that. All the glue I've found so far on the map is been relegated to this trauma bag right here. And it's only 12.5 tubes or something like that. Should have some rags somewhere here. I'll rip clothes if I have to, but I shouldn't have to. Alright, maybe I do have to. Ain't nobody using none of these pants. Alright. Let us recharge some filters, my friends. So to recharge a filter, you need an empty filter. Well, ideally an empty filter. There's no point in doing this to one that's not empty. So the one that's not empty needs to not be in my inventory right now, so I don't accidentally use it. Perfect. We have 4 respirator filters fully recharged. Now you can only recharge these once. Once the recharged ones are empty, you're done. So there is a law of diminishing returns in play here. It's alright. We are double dipping on our respirator filters, which is exactly what Louisville is going to be all about here. There's going to be a lot of corpses out there, and we've got to not let them get us sick. Alright, bedtime is a go. A little late for our second bedtime, but it's raining outside. It's not like there's not going to change that much. Raining, fogging. Got some base design I could do here. These respirator filters that we just recharged can go into the combat truck. May all of your enemies have to deal with kale leftovers. Yeah, man, that was obnoxious. Alright, all these salads came up to be 30s. Couldn't ask for more. I know the rain's not done yet. That was not a full thunderstorm right there. Not gonna let the game trick me into thinking it's over, because it ain't. That's right, I'm load balancing my buckets. That's what I'm reduced to. I mean, it's worth it if we have lots of laundry, which we did just have a big load of laundry, so that's somewhat worth it to make sure you don't run out. I was actually kind of waiting to see if the rain would kick back up, and not disappointed to see that it did. The reason we have these buckets up here is buckets fill up an order of magnitude faster than the barrels for some reason, so we are dumping buckets into barrels, getting the best of both worlds. Superstition of mine that having them a tile apart makes them fill faster. I have no idea. Don't take that for any, not even a grain of salt. Take that with a breath of air. So normally I wouldn't advocate going to sleep in the middle of the day, 12 p.m. noon. I just want to see if I can sleep through some of this rain. But I can't. Fuck. We have an answer for that. It's why I'm glad we have lots and lots and lots of medical supplies here. Got these things called sleeping pills. Now the way to use sleeping pills properly in my mind is wait until you really need to go to sleep but can't because it says not tired enough. That is what this error, or rather that's what sleeping pills are for. Now, sleeping pills do not help you very much if you are in too much pain to sleep. Because at that point, what sleeping pills have to do is they have to get you to 100 fatigue in order for you to actually be able to sleep, you know, despite all the pain. That's not worth it in my judgment. That's just a waste of time. Complete waste of time. You should only ever do that if you are desperate for sleep and you have literally no painkillers, but you somehow have sleeping pills. It's a very niche scenario. But now all I do is I take sleeping pills and then I just right-click on the bed until the word sleep is usable. And what this does is this stops me from gaining fatigue by popping the sleeping pills and then sleeping as soon as the game will let me. I do not build up unreasonable amounts of fatigue. If you let it, you take sleeping pills, it'll build up fatigue until you get to 100 every time. But it will stop building up if you go to sleep. So the whole point of sleeping pills in this context is, well, all that did was get us a couple of hours, really. Thanks to the nightmare. We had a... Let's read a crossword or some shit here. Alright, I have an idea. It is a bold idea, but it's definitely an idea. I'll have plenty of base work to do if it starts raining, I told myself. Hey. See, it's not that I don't have base work. It's just that I'm also feeling a light headache IRL. Very light, but it's just enough to distract me, which is not good. If I start getting a headache IRL, which happens on occasion, sometimes I don't even mention it, it's a lot easier to do dumb, repetitive stuff like killing zombies, where I can just fall back on my muscle memory. Another thing that I should say that, if this headache gets even just a little bit worse, don't play Project Zomboid if you cannot give it your full focus. It's one of the reasons I like this game. I can just drown my focus in it. But if you got something distracting you, drunk, tired, whatever, you're just going to get your character killed. Because playing this game is kind of like driving really fast. It's not a problem if you know what you're doing and you're skillful well enough at it, but if you you got one of those external factors working against you, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. And I adhere to that advice, but that is only if this headache gets worse. I don't think it will. Praying it won't. A couple more respirators here that I can recharge. Forgot about those. Do we have enough sponges? I think we do. We only have one sponge. So we actually need more sponges. It's alright. No big deal. We'll pick them up as we loot places. Yeah, well, yeah, you know, it's there's many reasons that could result in getting killed. I rely very much on sound, and because of that, I cannot. If I was playing by myself, the only kind of thing that I would put on in the background, like YouTube video related, it would be like in the past I've done a few EFAPs, so like it's just a like a podcast that doesn't have anything but people verbal shitposting for 10 hours. Uh, Shout out to Longman and his crew. They do the Lord's work. We did notice a number of Zeds out here the other night, so we can clean them up now. This particular van, I was going to load up some weldable stuff in it. It's a tight fit, but I think we can nail it. Yeah, I mean, if you listen to somebody else play the game, then your ability to tell whether the zombie that you might be hearing is from your game or from the one you're watching that's going to be a little difficult. I know some of my viewers pull it off. I don't know how they could. It would drive me nuts. If I was going to watch somebody play Zomboid, I would not be playing it at the same time personally. But everybody works different. If I was ever going to watch somebody else play a game while playing a game like this, it would have to be a game where I would never confuse the audio cues. Because I'm a very much reliant on sound. So now that we're aiming level 9 and axe level 9, no reason to stop. We're getting accelerated experience for both. We've read the aiming book, and we are a fire officer, so axes are what we're supposed to be good at. Yeah, that's I don't know how you do it, KTO, but you do it. Absolute madman. I like these blue tiles in these kitchens. It's a crime that not many of these people with blue tiles in their kitchens actually have blue fridges. You know what's really a crime is that there's blue fridges in this game, but there's no matching blue stoves. The closest match would be the cyan stove, which doesn't make sense because there's also a cyan fridge. But when it comes to blue, that's no good. Get all these guys out of there. Pocket these assholes. Oh yeah, if you're doing base work, I could listen to almost anything if I'm just doing base work. It's not a particularly compelling situation right here. I don't like it very much, but we can handle it. I don't want to say that I'm trying specifically to break this pickaxe, because I know it's almost done, but maybe. This is Louisville, after all. What's up there? That's... Oh, LSU. I didn't realize we were that close to LSU. Okay, good to know. Good to know. That means we absolutely need to keep a kibosh on our reversal in this general direction. Let's just open up this little choke here. Bottom of my brain meat was telling me, open up the choke, open the choke. See, based on the numbers I saw last night, I didn't think I would be seeing quite this many. But that's alright. I'm everywhere I go, I am armed to fight a small army, if I must. Never that it's a good idea to just stop what I'm doing and do that, but, Hey, listen. Wake up. Combat music a little delayed there. Paint, lots of it. There's gray paint. There's one tile of gray paint, and that's, I think, exactly what we need. That's actually kind of wild. I need gray paint because we have a plastered wall on the second floor, but it doesn't match because the wall is not gray. It's white. It's cursed. It's unacceptable. But we might have just solved it, and then when we finish painting it, this barrel, or this paint bucket will be empty. Oh, another rain bucket. Imagine saying that you can have too much water. There is no such thing as too much water. You know, I brought an ambulance out with me, and then I just left it out there. I've been known to do such things. I'll take the race car out so I can tow it back without having to run back there. This happens sometimes. I start moving around on foot, and I just feel so easily moved that I keep moving. Next thing you know, I'm back at my base. Oh, watch this not be the right shade of gray. Oh, it's close, but it's not perfect. That's annoying as fuck. I don't hate it, but I mean, there's an obvious seam there. It's whatever. It's a lot better than it was before. I have learned how to take a dub. Well, the thing about the race car is I can go use it to tow anything, anywhere. At speed. Did I lose an ambulance? No, there's only a certain number of places it could be. I'm gonna blame the fences for making it hard to see. There we are. It was this pile of crap right here that I brought the ambulance out specifically to pick up anyway. Pickaxe is still going strong. That could... I really need to reassess early game weaponry. I know that it would not last that long for me early game all the time because my maintenance skill would be lower early game if I were to do that. But even without maintenance skill being a little lower, or even with maintenance skill being a little lower, you can still get some great ROI on that. Separate the rare hair dye from the regular. Browns and blondes are very common. All these are not very common. Hey, there's not too much trouble. How many hours I've spent? 34 something. 34, 43. Let's just go 34, 44. That's what we're looking at right now. It's a metric lot. In terms of distribution, we've been on this character for about 400 something now. Probably crossed the 400 mark. It was 300 something last I looked. My record for a character is going to be second playlist in the description, Annie Mae. we went about 700 IRL hours on her before the save got broken by an update. Which is going to happen someday to the save, too. It happens. That's B42 for you right there. Struggle busing to come up with something that'll only take another 2 hours in-game here. I'm probably just going to read a book so that we can get our first sleep. I might go ahead and do a floor sweep on the building that we cleared down here. It'll be a little spooky, but it'll be worth it. I would like to be 100% sure that that building's empty. Alright, yeah, let's just spend the next hour or so reading a book then. Yeah, we got a paperback right here. I already read this one, but that's okay. You know, there's probably nothing on the tube, but who knows? Maybe we'll see something. Alright, overnight task is a go. It is currently November 1st, which means the kale that we planted is at risk of dying within the next couple of days. And therefore, we will need to check on it. So that's tomorrow morning's task. But as an overnight task, going in there and clearing some interior is not something that would be too difficult because we're going to be in the darkness no matter what. Oh, great, this shit. Hate it when that happens. Couldn't get in the seat because of a glitch. I don't know why I'm bothering with my blinkers. We're just right here. And we are gearing up with our super heavy armor. Oh, fuck off. There we go. And what makes it super heavy, that would be the lower body protection, which we normally issue. But today I take no prisoners when it comes to these indoor stairway areas. Some of the highest protection percentages you'll see right here. We're 100% everywhere except for 80 head, 70 hands, and 40 grown. I have not ruled out keeping an athletic cup in the armor kit. It would just fall under the same category as the riot gear for the lower body here. We only wear it when we're going indoors, and running is no longer our strong suit. Now we have cleared the first floor already. It is the third floor that we'll need to room by room. Third and fourth, really. Take a peek at the roof. Grill up here. Didn't even know that. Now, I recognize the value of having a place to put your sheets to air dry them. I don't know who would ever want to do that on the roof of a Section 8 apartment building. I would not be leaving my laundry up here. Maybe if the whole time it was drying, I was chilling up here on the picnic tables. Maybe. Otherwise, that's a fast way to get your clothes stolen. Alright, I'm feeling like a top-down approach then. My flashlight battery is not long for this world. We have a backup, but now we have a radio we can dismantle, and then we don't need a backup. Well, only if we get lucky, I guess. I thought radios almost always had batteries in them. I guess not that one. I think I hear somebody scratching a door. Yes, I do. Sounds like right here. Hello there. We are now officially encumbered thanks to these books. I'm going to put them in a garbage bag, leave that by the stairwell. If you're in close quarters combat, what you want to do is do not ever have any of these debuffs weighed down. You don't want to ever have any of those because that increases. The whole point of close quarters combat is to, at least in my mind, is to maximize your forgiveness if you turn around and somebody's in your fucking face. If you get grabbed, your chances are going to be highly dependent on whether you're weighed down or not. If you're weighed down, chances of pushing the zombie back go way down. Get it? Way down, because you're weighed down. Sorry. I couldn't stop myself. Also, the headache is getting a little worse. I think after we sort out the kale, I think I'm going to call it. Yeah, I can feel it. There's a little throbbing, like right here on the side of my head. I don't think it's going to be a cluster or a migraine or anything, but it is just enough to distract me. We'll go take some Tylenol in a moment and call it an evening. If anybody watching is new, usually YouTuber stuff, like and subscribe. I usually start my streams around 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I haven't gotten to the point where I can do midweek streams just yet. Possible in the future. I used to, and that was relevant to my interest because I would get some pretty good numbers if I just streamed all week in the middle of the week. But my day job sometimes requires me to go into the office, which is a very exhausting activity. 30 minutes there and back, fighting traffic the whole way. Route 66 in Northern Virginia, fuck everything about that. But yeah, tomorrow being Sunday morning, I'll be at it bright and early. It's a whole... Who has a whole-ass satellite dish in their, You can find the wackiest of things in these, cardboard boxes here. You know, there's nothing stopping me from just taking my armor off and sleeping behind one of these doors that are still intact. There's two of them down here. I was not expecting this. It would be faster to just take my armor off here and sleep right here, and then just progress downstairs through tomorrow morning. I mean, it already is tomorrow morning, but you know what I mean. Day and night doesn't really have much of a meaning when it's this rainy outside. So I'm just going to see if I can find a pillow. If I can't find a pillow by the time I hit this next room, then we'll just go home. Not everybody has a pillow. In fact, very few people have a pillow sometimes. We have the advantage when we're going down from the top of the stairs. Doesn't guarantee anything, but it does mean that we're far less likely to be surprised by anything. Because if they're waiting for us at the top of the stairs, then they have the advantage because we can't see them until we literally crest the threshold, so... Most of the loot we just picked up will stay here at this place. The satellite dish will go home with me to Jericho. Did a bit of a doof by not taking my armor off while we were still in the truck. Now we'll sleep, and then we'll go back to Jericho and check the kale. After we figure out what to do with the kale, I'll call it there. And when I say figure out what to do with it, I mean we'll let it continue trying to grow if it's not dead yet, but it's within hours of blooming. Then it's worth it to just let it try. Give it a shot. We'll take home this ambulance here because it's full of stuff that, some of which I can drop off. There was some RTB in this bag here. Feels great just driving down First Street and having a little bit of no zombie whatsoever. Not something I've experienced on any of my previous characters. They all had respawns enabled, for better or much worse. Our kill count is up to 21,187, so we killed a couple thousand zombies recently here. Just to take the first chunk, the tiny first chunk of First Street there. Lots of room left on that. We can sort through this loot later. It's low priority stuff. Satellite dish, I know exactly where that goes. Right up here with the others. If we have an entire cluster, we can get better signal, right? Alright, let's see what the kale looks like. It doesn't look wilted. The kale does not look wilted. Maybe November is actually an okay month for it. It is hours away. So because it says it's only, or some of these at least, the first two here say they're only hours away from the next phase, which is blooming. So it's worth it. If November is a bad month for kale, which again, like I said, I don't know. What a bad month means is that after the first of the month it will start to die. So because I don't see any yellowing at all, I think the kale is going to be good for November. So this row of kale down here that we harvested once already, we might be able to harvest it again. It's great. Oh, 7108. Yeah, we're just live for a little longer here. 10 hours is not that bad for me. I've done over 12 before, but we don't want to ever do that. That just makes my life difficult. I was actually moments away from calling it for the day, because we came back here to Jericho. We wanted to check the status of the kale. And, oh, somebody just died, RIP. It is not ready to be harvested yet. We are going to wait until it blooms. So, yeah, I think we are... Yeah, we're good for now. I'm going to go ahead and call it here. It doesn't matter how long I hang out here at Jericho. We're going to have rain for several days yet. So there's no just sleeping through the rain. So hopefully what my meta plan here is we'll deal with the rain over the course of, now that we're almost done with the stream. Next stream at the very beginning when things are just getting warmed up. That's a fine time for rain to be falling. Made it to Louisville, but you're struggling to find nails. There's a couple places. I'll actually show you real quick. On your way into Louisville, You've got yourself a this right here, this black building at the where 31 West bends. That is a warehouse. Even if it's looted and trashed, you'll find a few boxes. Once you're in Louisville, one of these buildings here, I forget which. I think it's this one here that doesn't have an X mark on it. One of those that doesn't have an X. Possibly this one. Somewhere in this commercial center across from St. Peregrine, there's going to be a warehouse loot table with some nails. In our current area, you'll find some nails at the train yard. That's a huge fight, though. If you're looking for a place that you might realistically be able to sneak into, in our current area, there is another. This one here. So this is a gas station at the corner of Daniel Boone and Doffcap, after the train station. So your residential here, Louisville General, is the nearest large waypoint. This right here is a warehouse. Kind of like Mass Gen Fatco. You'll find cartons of nails there. So if you really need nails, you need a lot of them, and you need a place that you can possibly sneak into without aggroing the entire neighborhood. Yeah, might be able to get away with that. But otherwise, I do believe I'm going to call it here. I mentioned before I have a bit of a headache brewing, and I think it is a good idea not to play Zomboid if you feel impaired in the slightest. So I'm going to let my headache tell me what to do here. Take some Tylenol and get myself a good night's sleep tonight. I recommend everybody screenshot your bases as you progress. It's a little harder for me to screenshot my base now because we reduced the max zoom level, so we actually can't zoom out any farther right now. It's all right. Have our girl bid farewell here, and usually something I used to do at the end of all of my streams was back up my save. I no longer have the disk space to do that after every single stream, not when these saves are multi-gigabytes. But we're going to go ahead and do it today because it's been a couple of sessions since we have. It's good to back up your saves every chance you get. We're going to go to our C drive, go to our users folder, my username right there. Then we're going to go to the Zomboid folder, and then there is a saves folder. In my case, I play Apocalypse, so this one here, and then the most recent date modified here. This is our save folder. We Control-C, copy that folder, paste it wherever you want. If you need to restore the backup, you come in here, rename the old one, and paste the backup back in here. So basically your save file is a folder with a lot of files in it. We're about to see exactly how many. I put my backups a few folders up here and make numbers based on the part that I've streamed it in. So this is part 42. New folder there, and Control-V, paste that whole folder. We are up to 501,000 files across 1.28 gigabytes. It's great. I'm here for it. All right, folks, I'm out of here. I will be here bright and early tomorrow morning, about 13 hours from now. So I'll see you guys then if you're here for the morning. If not, catch you when I catch you. Peace out, folks. Have a good one.